What's up, guys? How's it going? Night 2. Night 1 was fun enough, right? When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade or so sorts. We've seen all sorts of just the takes and whatnot and everything else. But had a blast last night. Thomas, Anthony, what's up? Night 2.
I'm ready to go. Although, listen, I actually had your draft stream pulled up on my other computer, and it just went live, so I hear you talking in it. So, Anthony, you introduce yourself. I'm going to go mute Josh on my other computer here. Hang on.
Keep it running.
No, you're good. I mean, I'm super excited because it feels like there are so many players, or maybe at least 4 or 5, that I thought were going to go in the first night of the draft. Headlined by, looking at it from an Eagles angle, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, right? He's kind of the big name to keep an eye on for. Will he even last until their range? But so many other players for the teams all around the league, right? I mean, Jermod McCoy is still out there that, depending on the rankings that you look at, he was a top 10, top 15 player, right? But now the medical issues are clearly causing him to fall. Caden McDonald, defensive tackle from Ohio State, another player that a lot of people thought was going to be picked over Caleb Banks if there was going to be an interior defensive lineman taken in the first round, but that wasn't the case. So now they're both available, probably at the top of a lot of teams' boards. So I'm expecting a lot of trades tonight and for things to get a little bit crazy.
I'm back, and I agree. I did all of that. A lot of trades tonight. I know we just talked about Emmanuel. I think you just talked about Emmanuel Warren. Every Eagle fan wants him. I don't think he makes it past like 35. I think it's going to go pretty quick. And do you have a Cooper DeJean type trade, brewing in the background to go ahead and move up? We'll see. I know Eagle fans want him. I don't know if you guys mentioned it. External trades, right? Kayvon Thibodeau, that's been rumored a lot in the New York Giants. Obviously, they got Arvell Reese, and so they're trying to go ahead and get rid of Thibodeau. Jonathan Grenard, we keep kind of waiting. It's like, is tonight the night that you get Jonathan Grenard? Does somebody else get moved? There's going to be a lot going on tonight, and it's going to be quick. Last night felt really fast. This time, it's like people are just going crazy for 2 straight rounds. So we're pumped for everybody hanging out, and we'll see what happens.
That we are. And of course, as always, make sure to hit the like button. We soared past 2,000 likes. It took a little bit, but then we eventually did last night. I think we could top that. So between the streams, hit the like button. We got about 500-ish people so far hanging out. A little slow coming in here, but it'll get raucous in a bit. But hit the like button. Drop a like for us. Appreciate that as always. And think about like last night, there's a couple other surprising picks and everything else. I think that at the top of a lot of people's list would be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, understandably so, for the safety spot. There's other areas that you could go, obviously. I am interested, though. Like, it's like the Giants, and you kind of could see this, but like whenever Kayvon Thibodeau got brought up in the press conference, Joe Shane, John Harbaugh, we try to keep all the good players as long as we can. It's like, well, what happened to Dexter Lawrence? I mean, that he's just very quickly, one of your best players just gone. So, and then like less than 24 hours later, as you said, Thomas, the reports are like, oh yeah, go figure. They're shopping Kayvon Thibodeau. You see what you can get for him. So I'll be curious. I mean, Anthony, we talked about this last night again, or kind of a refresher. But you brought up Kayvon Thibodeau for forever now. Like, obviously, the connection previously with the 30 visits, which is very important, especially for Howie's mindset, and a guy that you could go trade for. And it seems like, I mean, just so far, if we're looking at the 30 visits, the draft board, how that shaped up for the Eagles, I mean, they got at least one pick, which is more than they had last year for 30 visits. But I don't know, Anthony, you think that's trending more so in that direction for this draft? Keep it going?
Yeah, I feel like I think that we know for a fact that we've talked about in last year's draft, they wanted to take more guys that they hosted on 30 visits. It just didn't happen. It didn't fall their way. The guys were getting poached ahead of those picks. And you go back to 2022, Kayvon Thibodeau is one of those guys that they hosted on 30 visits. And there's been several players that they hosted that specific year that they weren't able to draft, that they ended up trading for later on. And I know Kayvon Thibodeau at that time, everybody was like, oh, he's not even within the Eagles' range. Why are they hosting him? And sometimes the Eagles do use these visits to host the player just to get to know them for 4 or 5 years down the line. When that player is due for a contract extension or available in free agency, they kind of did their due diligence already. And last year, I thought Kayvon Thibodeau was going to be a trade candidate after they drafted Abdul Carter. Obviously, they kept him around. They exercised his 5th-year option. Now, fast forward to this year, they kind of surprise everybody with the Arvell Reese pick, which I can't go against because the value is great at 5, but they have a very crowded edge rusher room. It's almost like an embarrassment of riches. And the initial report said, oh, no, they're not trading Kayvon Thibodeau, which I said at the time, and I think both of you agreed with, was them just saying, listen, like they're just trying to keep some type of value and negotiating like edge in this, because it's pretty obvious that he was on the way out once they picked Arvell Reese. But now Jordan Schultz with the recent report saying that they are listening to offers and it could happen as soon as tonight. So I'd expect Howie to give the Giants a call. I just don't know if Joe Shane's going to pick it up.
Yeah,
Or
I
what
mean,
do you expect?
I think that's kind of the problem, right? Will they let the Eagles steal somebody again who turns out to be a really good player? Which I don't know if Kayvon Thibodeau is that. I mean, he's had plenty of chances with the New York Giants, but if you could get him for cheap enough, I think most Eagle fans would be all for it. I'm curious who you guys think is going to go get a quarterback here in round 2. That's what ESPN is going to be talking about a lot at the top of this draft. 2 quarterbacks in round 1. The shocker of the night last night, Ty Simpson. But now, I mean, Garrett Nussmeier, Carson Beck, Drew Aller. A lot of people are like Taylon Green out of Arkansas. Cole Payton was someone in Philadelphia. Pre-draft process was very interested. A rumored 4th or 5th round draft pick. Obviously, that would be tomorrow. I mean, does Beck go pretty early here? I know we're going to talk about him in a second, but to me, it feels like there's a couple of teams at the top of this draft. Obviously, the Jets need a quarterback going into round 2, and the Arizona Cardinals. Carson Beck, I think, is going to have a pretty short wait this evening.
Yeah, I mean, you immediately think of the Cardinals, right? They have the 2nd pick tonight. They weren't able to get Ty Simpson last night, which a lot of people thought that they were going to think about trying to move back up into the end of that 1st round and pick him up. Obviously, he was gone at 13 to the Rams, which is probably one of the biggest surprises of that first night. But I think it could happen.
Sean
but I
McVay
think
loved it, didn't he? Just absolutely
he's-
thrilled.
He
loved
looked
it,
absolutely
yeah.
thrilled about that move. Probably as thrilled as Carson Wentz was when they picked Jalen Hurts. But just kind of a little bit of an awkward situation, but I guess they'll be able to explain it away and kind of clean it up a little bit. But yeah, I mean, the Cardinals are definitely the team to watch for here. But given the value and like some of the players that are still available that aren't quarterbacks, I don't know if they're necessarily going to take one at 34. But at some point tonight, we're going to see at least a quarterback or 2 come off the board. And I would not be surprised if Cole Payton is one of those guys. I know he's projected to be a 4th or 5th round pick, but just the dual threat ability. I know he played for a smaller school, and Eagles fans know the North Dakota State connection. They might have some PTSD with that, with the way things ended with Carson Wentz. But he's personally like my guy at quarterback in the draft, and I think Cole Payton could be a player that's picked at the end of this night.
There we go. I agree with that. I mean, the quarterback run, we talk about Tanner McKee. You know, like could the Eagles try to trade if a team's not wanting someone on the draft board necessarily? Maybe. Like I believe that Howie's making those calls for sure, because he obviously always is, and he's going to make, what is it, like 5 trades per draft is the average or something like that for draft picks. And Anthony, you had, I think, a tweet earlier today as far as just like historically the picks and selections that the Eagles have right now, and if they didn't make any trades, which again we know he's going to, but if they didn't, it would be like one of the fewest, if I'm not mistaken, picks since like 2022. So, you know, like Howie is going to make some trades. The question is there a player involved? Is it a Tanner McKee? Do you get some other draft selections with that? Or is it a Jonathan Grenard, as we mentioned earlier? A Kayvon Thibodeau? So many names in play. Brian Thomas Jr., a name that not really as much for Eagles now because of Mekhi Lemon, but still, you got a lot of names out there that are like, well, are they going to get traded? Are they not going to get traded? What's going on with George Pickens? He signed the franchise tag. They say all is well, but the same thing again happened with Kayvon Thibodeau. So there's just a ton of smokescreen out there. But it is what makes the draft so enjoyable, so much fun, and potentially gets even crazier with this night. I know it's 2nd round, 3rd round, but could be even crazier because you see a lot of guys that are like, you got some crazy athletes, but maybe not production, or yes, production, not as athletic, and teams start getting desperate, especially for quarterbacks. So I'll be interested to see where that one falls.
Speaking of quarterbacks, we just talked about them, but I was really believing that hype that Carson Beck, I mean, there were reports yesterday going into the night, and I'm sure they might have come from his agent, basically saying that he could go in round 1. Obviously, he did not. I'm expecting him to come off the board here pretty early, which I think leads well into the sponsor of my stream today, which is Prize Picks. Shout out to Prize Picks here, which is literally the best app. It's America's #1 sports pick app to go ahead and win some cash, either betting on, player props or player picks, I should say. Tonight, I got ones going for the Sixers. Maybe a little Tyrese Maxey there. I'm expecting him to have score some points tonight. But I'm doing their new team picks for this one, and that lets me actually choose who I think the Cardinals are going to go ahead and take. And I'm taking Carson Beck. I don't know if it's going to be right up here at the top of the 2nd round. Maybe they trade back a little bit, like Anthony DeBona said. But I actually feel pretty darn good that Arizona's going to take a quarterback. And I don't hate Carson Beck. There's a lot of people out there, guys, who, not that great a quarterback. He threw a lot of interceptions, crunch time, this, that. We forget how highly recruited he was out of Georgia, and the right system, whether that's Arizona or not, we'll see. I think that he can actually be maybe a serviceable quarterback who could compete in Arizona down the line. But I'm going to go ahead and take the Cardinals to draft Carson Beck there. So I will say yes. Obviously, super simple. You pick more or less for players, and then you pick yes or no for the team picks as well. And right now, using my code HMA, you can get, when you play $5, you get $50 in lineups instantly right now. It's all linked down below me right now. Big shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring my stream today. And we'll see if I'm right here in in a couple of minutes. I mean, the Cardinals are going to be up. Next pick is in 2 minutes, and we'll see, Josh. What do you think? Carson Beck and the Cardinals. Am I crazy, or can you buy into this one?
I could buy into it. Yeah. I mean, Jacoby Brissett's not the long-term answer, I don't think. So, you got to get somebody. Ty Simpson was initially like, oh, hey, that could be a possibility there. Obviously, as we mentioned here, going to the Rams much, much earlier. So we'll see. I mean, whether it's in the second round, if it's a little bit later and guys are falling, it's just a question of, like, once that first quarterback goes, and maybe it's Nussmeier who goes first before Carson Beck, but then you might see if it's later on, is like Cardinals trading up or saying like, hey, we got to go get our guy. But yeah, I mean, like that little 3x multiplier, it's not too bad.
And let me just say, Prize Pick is also available in most states: California, Texas, Florida. So check it out. It's all linked down below, and use that code HMA whenever you sign up. All right, guys, 1 minute. 1 minute. We're 1 minute away. It's crazy how fast it's going to start. San Francisco on the clock. They did a lot of trading back. Any idea where the Niners go, Anthony, as we get ready to get this round going?
Once again, it's going to be interesting because they kept trading back, right? And like you're like thinking, what's going on? Who were they aiming for? What happened in front of them beforehand? Was it a wide receiver? Was it an offensive tackle? So right now, looking at the board, it seems like mostly defensive players at the top. So could they take a Caden McDonald? Because there were some people saying that they could look for more help on the defensive front. And he's a player that they probably didn't expect to slip to 33. So he could be the top player on their board. I mean, offensive tackle, there's not a ton of names left as far as who they could have wanted. I mean, if they wanted somebody in the interior of the offensive line, Chase Basantis from Texas A&M is a guard that a lot of people think is a ready day one starter that you're not going to have to really worry about at the next level. So if they want some help along the interior of the offensive line, he could be a name for them. And there was some hype for him as a first round pick as well. So they're going to have plenty of options here. And there's probably going to be a ton of teams calling them trying to trade up, because that first pick on day 2 or the first pick on day 3 has a ton of trade value, right? Because teams are able to go back into their offices and talk it out and say, listen, is this going to be there? It's not going to be there. And then they're going to get these offers and they're like, hey, listen, we want to trade up for this guy. We don't want to wait 10 picks, 20 picks, 30 picks for him to fall to us. So they're going to be getting some phone calls. Just a matter of weighing that versus all these guys that are still available.
You mentioned there not being a ton of tackles right now. It's totally true. I think you got to wait here if you're not needing a tackle just yet. Maybe Philadelphia, if they want to get one, maybe they can wait to some later rounds to get more of a project. But if you need a cornerback, if you need a wide receiver, you need a tight end right now, it feels like those are kind of the position groups. Safety feels really strong. There are a lot of really good players left on this board right now at pretty key positions, not just for Philadelphia, although we all want a safety and a tight end. It'll be very interesting to see how quickly someone takes the Jermod McCoy from Tennessee. When do you start to see an Avion Terrell go off the board? A couple of guys that some people thought would be first-round draft picks are sitting right there. And Anthony, you mentioned it. These guys are going to go pretty quick. But be curious to see if someone makes a big trade up here, right? How high are you willing to go, and what are you willing to give up to maybe go from somewhere in the 40s to 33, 34, 35? I don't know if we go from the 50s that high. That's a big move, but we'll see. At the San Francisco 49ers, we just wait for the commissioner to put him on the clock, I think.
Here we go. Going to be big time here. And Adam Schefter reports apparently the 49ers are going to stick and pick, as he says. So
there you
they
go.
will not be trading as far as the first one. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some others that happen very quickly. Shout out to those of you on the stream now. Make sure to drop a like for us. And Sir Himothy with a 7-bomb here, starting us off.
Okay.
With a bang. Appreciate that. I hope Eagles bring Lemon to the Flyers game tomorrow. Torment those fans some more. That would be pretty good for talking crazy yesterday. Let's go Flyers. And then also trade up for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
I mean, that would be phenomenal, trading up for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I kind of mentioned that given the fact that the Eagles do have 2 third-round picks, they are able to kind of package 54 and say 98 or something like that to move up to the 42, 43 range. If you look at a lot of the pick value charts, that's around the range that it would get them into. And you think of what they did just a couple years ago for Cooper DeJean, right? A very similar move when they had those extra picks to work with. So Emmanuel McNeil-Warren's a player that they have done homework with. We don't know if he visited Philadelphia or not, but former teammate of Quinyon Mitchell. They had a formal meeting with him at the Combine. So that hole at safety is probably the only real big remaining hole on their roster, depending on your feelings about Marcus Epps. So that pick would make a ton of sense. Just a matter of, can they get in with range to actually pick him?
That'll be the big question there. Shout out to Darth with a 5 also. Howie sends picks 54 and 98 to trade up for EMW. So here's a hypothetical for you. Who would they target at 68? Or if he doesn't trade up, who's the targets at 54 and 98? Go Birds. Go Birds. Appreciate that. Question of who they would target at 68. I mean...
Yeah.
I
always
just find out in an hour or two.
to the 30 visit list, right? And like now after we found out that they did host Makai Lemon, the visit was kind of kept on the wraps beforehand, but it wasn't one of the ones reported before the draft. There were 23 of those. Makai Lemons was not one of them. I reported today that Clemson offensive tackle Blake Miller was another one that wasn't reported before until after he was picked.
And good
now,
on you
if you
for
look at
holding that for a long time.
Yeah,
That
well
was-
done. Well done.
yeah, I mean, you don't
For
want to
those
put
that
stuff out
don't
there
know,
if you don't
that's-
have the authority to do so, right? And now, obviously, that he's in Detroit, he's not coming to Philadelphia, so it's okay to kind of be able to put that out there. But specifically for the Eagles, a name that I already mentioned, Chase Besantis, is kind of stands out if he makes it to 54 or even 68. I don't think that'll happen. He's probably going to be one of the top 10 picks or so in this second round. I think, like I mentioned, he's a day one starter at guard that you don't really have to worry about. But for the Eagles, a New Jersey native, Tyler Steen's heading into the final year of his contract. He could even start in his place this year. Like, who knows how they feel about Tyler Steen in this new look offense under Sean Mannion. So he's a player that sticks out. Traden Stukes, the safety from Arizona, is a player that there was a ton of hype saying that
He's a
might even be a
stud.
first round pick, right? He's a phenomenal
If he
player.
wasn't 30 years old, I mean, he would be a
That's-
first round pick.
That's the problem. He's going to be a 25-year-old rookie, right? So, I mean, that's why I said it myself in my final mock draft. I had him going to the Eagles at 54 in my final mock draft if he makes it there. And I said that I thought the first round hype was a little bit too much because, yes, he is a phenomenal player, but the age profile, and he has had some injuries in college. Just like a 25-year-old safety, I just don't see that being a first round pick. If you want to take a chance on him on day 2, I can get behind that. And if Stoops is at 54, I think the Eagles will be running that card to the podium.
Would certainly take that one. I like Besantis as well. As you mentioned, I like I can't remember the guy's name, but Dane Brugler was sharing that the A&M strength coach who's been there for like 30 years. So you think about like all the guys who's gone through Texas A&M, and he said Chase Besantis is the strongest player he's ever had in the program. I'm sorry, you go through the list of all the A&M prospects and everybody else, and you say Chase Besantis is the strongest guy. Like, I'll take that for a guard. Yes, sir. Sign me up for that. Ethan with a 2, also Publix fried chicken. It's back. Got us a steal.
There he is.
So it did work last night.
There he is.
It did work. Ethan, make sure you're working out. I don't know how much fried chicken you can keep eating like that, but if it works out for the birds, we'll take it. That's your burden. Steve with a 2, my New England Patriots. Oh, we got a Patriots fan. My New England Patriots going to show you how to use AJ. All right. Well, I mean,
Is Vrabel going to
like
be a
there's
part
gonna
of
be a
that or
trade that's
not?
gonna be on.
That's kind of my question. Is Mike
Lots of
Vrabel going
other
to be a part of
questions.
that? I'm not sure. He is in the draft room tonight, by the way. Just FYI, Vrabel will be in there tonight. He obviously has some other commitments tomorrow, but he will be in there tonight. I want to go back quickly to Anthony having inside info on Blake Miller. I think the three of us, none of us consider ourselves insiders in that sort of sense, but we get told a lot of stuff. But we're probably the worst external insiders there are because people tell us stuff and then they say, don't say anything. And all of us, including last night, were being texted things and they say, hey, this is happening. And we're like, oh, can we say it? No, you can't. We all go, oh, okay. So I think people get sick and tired of us all being like, oh, I know something, but I can't tell you. And the Miller one was a good example of that too. Anthony's got some inside information for sure, but he holds it out on us because he's a nice, respectable reporter who doesn't leak for clicks, might I say. But I think it's hilarious.
Well, it's easy to kind of put stuff out there, but then that's how you ruin relationships, right? It's all about gaining trust and people being willing to be able to tell you stuff because they know it's not going to get out, or if they want something to get out, then they know that you can kind of put that out and do them that little favor as well. So it's kind of a give and take, and you got to know when to be able to capitalize on things. Some people that have some high profile profiles out there don't necessarily care about the blurring, like crossing those lines, and but we won't have to get into that tonight. There's a lot of stuff to be excited about.
That's true. Tons to be excited about. And speaking of John with the 20 bombs, and let's get this round started right. Let's go Howie, go Birds. The Niners are on the clock. They have been for a little bit. I was delayed at starting that clock, but we'll get you caught up as soon as that pick comes in. Also, hey, Dr. Jim with 5 bomb. If Johnny Wilson plays smart, he might consider transitioning to tight end. If he definitely has the build
once a night.
We're gonna get that
once a night. I'm telling you,
at least once a night.
There it is.
It happens.
Ring the bell. Johnny Wilson converts to tight end has been announced. It only took us 5 minutes. All right, there it is. Poor Johnny Wilson.
He's got the size for it. He's a unicorn.
Johnny Wilson. Listen, I know San Francisco's about to go ahead and send their pick in here in a second, and just for people wondering, we were like 2 picks ahead of ESPN last night. So if you want to know before ESPN, this is definitely the place to be. Johnny Wilson, though, we just quickly, last training camp, he has all those drops. Josh, Anthony, and I were all there to watch one of his worst days of practice. It seemed like he couldn't catch anything. And then he has like this incredible preseason where it's like, oh my gosh, he's going to be a stud, and then he gets hurt. So I'm still fine with keeping him at wide receiver if we get the preseason version, at least that game that he played, of Johnny Wilson versus training camp that we saw, because that was a rough day overall. But I'm not quite ready to convert him to tight end because I think they're going to take a tight end sometime soon. I thought 4th round. They don't have 4th round picks anymore, Anthony, but maybe they reach here in round 2. That could be interesting. There's a couple of guys there. I think they go later, but we'll see.
Yeah, there's going to be quite a few tight ends that I think go here on day 2. I mean, Oscar Delp is a name that a lot of people that's been getting a lot of hype lately, even though Eli Stowers from Vanderbilt had that ridiculous combine and many people viewed him as the second best tight end in this class. I don't know if he's going to go ahead of Oscar Delp. And then you got Max Clare, Justin Jolie. There's so many other guys. I know I'm going to mention a Baylor guy and get you guys a little excited, but Michael Trigg, who knows if he'll get a couple
there we go
as well. So
10-inch vertical, but he can play, baby.
It's a really deep draft class at tight end, but I think we're finally going to see probably 3 or 4 names go at the positions tonight, and I think the Eagles could be. They've shown a lot of interest in a lot of these tight ends that could be picked in around this range.
I got Trig. I like it. Trent with a 5 got too lit last night and passed out before our pick. Man, take it easy, bro. I'm glad we got Lemon. I'll pack AJ's bags for him. Howie's the GOAT. You guys are too. Thank you for that. Yeah, drink responsibly. It's a little bit much. By the way,
pick is in.
Okay, really quickly here. This is not like official breaking news, but just some interesting putting 2 and 2 together. Darth with a 5. Appreciate this. As Thibodeau posted on Instagram about 30 minutes ago when the Paul Walker Vin Diesel say goodbye clip.
Oh yeah, that's a confirmation.
Or trade of some sort, or just official gone. Yeah, it seems like
that's happening.
Possibly so.
That is happening. For sure.
You said the pick is in. Do we know who it is, or we just have the pick?
We do not yet.
Okay.
We're looking and we're waiting to see. It looks like ESPN doesn't know who it is either. Josh, this is more technical behind the scenes. If we have the highlight, can you tell me? And if we don't, or actually, if we don't have it, just tell me that we don't. If we have it, then we'll just do it the same as yesterday, if that works.
Cool. That works.
And that's for people wondering. We had highlights for everybody last night. We don't have all the highlights for tonight because we don't know who all is going to go tonight. There are obviously 64 picks. And so we do have the pick here. We're going to make sure that we have it, but we do have the official pick. And let me make sure that I'm ready to go for number 33. Got it. Okay. I'm ready to go.
All right. Let's see here. We do not have the highlight of this player, but I can at least play the chime, and we can still talk about him.
With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Dazon Stribling, I believe is how you say his last name, wide receiver out of Ole Miss, Anthony. And wow, they got a lot of receivers this past offseason. Obviously, still waiting to see what happens with Juwan Jennings, but they add another one there for an offense that needed receivers before Mike Evans was signed a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and ironically, Dazon Stribling very similar to Juwan Jennings in terms of the height, weight, speed element. A phenomenal blocker, 6'2", 207 pounds, 10-inch hands, ran a 4.36 at the combine, which the speed doesn't always show up on tape. He's not necessarily a guy that you're just going to send on a bunch of go routes, but at the same time, when he does get the ball in his hands, and you think about in a Kyle Shanahan offense where they get the ball to their playmakers rather quickly and then let them work after the catch, Stribling's going to be a perfect fit for that. And they're going to love his physicality as a blocker as well. Like I mentioned, that's one of his highlights is that teams and the Eagles showed a lot of interest in him. Probably because of that profile, because he can stretch the field, he can make plays in the intermediate game and after the catch, and he's also more than a willing blocker. So Stribling will check a lot of boxes at wide receiver for San Francisco, and I could see why they stuck there and picked him maybe a little bit earlier than a lot of people thought they would take a wide receiver or take him specifically. But I think Stribling, as far as what the 49ers look for in a wide receiver, and if Jennings, assuming he's walking away in free agency, this is a player that can fill that role perfectly for the 49ers.
It's a guy that ran, get this, 57% of his routes were go routes or hitches.
Oh, shocked.
Previous regime for the Eagles would have been a pretty
Miami
good pick. You know,
hey,
could you actually
Kevin
run
Patullo
those?
Should have.
Does Kevin Patullo work for the 49ers now?
Hang on, what is he doing here?
Written all over it.
He did have a 1.9% drop rate, so pretty good there, and also was averaging 93 yards throughout the college football playoffs, as people I'm sure remember the name because of that. I think it's solid. It's just interesting when sometimes you have guys who are not the greatest technicians as far as route running, but if they can pick that up, especially with the big body and the skills that he has, we trust a little bit more of a Kyle Shanahan offense, probably get the most out of him.
I will say, and we have the Cardinal pick. We can get that ready here in just 1 second. The fact that I would have gone Denzel Boston here. I know some people don't really like Denzel Boston, but this to me was a little bit of a reach. If we don't have their highlight, it means that we didn't think that they were going to be in the first 20 to 25 picks. So the fact we didn't there shows that it probably was a little bit of a reach, but we will see. I think we have this one's highlight. We may or may not, but I'm ready to go on the Cardinal pick, Josh. With the 34th pick, in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Chase Besantis, offensive guard out of Texas A&M. And Anthony, you mentioned him in the pre-draft process, or not the pre-draft, the pre-show process, and here he is. They get the thick, powerful, and really scheme-to-first interior offensive lineman. He is very strong with the upper body strength as well. I think he had, a 705-pound squat on the lower body as well. This guy's a really good pick forever because will be the quarterback for the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, and we mentioned Vegaione in the first day, right? As like a day one starter at guard, you really don't have to worry about them. Chase Besantis kind of fits that mold too. Not necessarily the same caliber of player, but he'll be a 5-10 year starter for the Cardinals at guard. And like you mentioned, he has the size, 6'5", 315 pounds, but he put on quite a show that many weren't expecting at the combine either. 5.02 in the 40-yard dash, a 32-inch vertical jump, 7.53 second three-cone drill. So he's able to get to that second level, and once he gets his hands on somebody, it's pretty much a wrap for that defender. So the Cardinals got to be happy to be able to land a guy like Chase Besantis to hold down the interior of that offensive line for years to come.
I like that pick. As I said before, we were talking about him previously, but guard 2 in the draft, I mean, that's a pretty solid pick there for him. Also, versatility playing tackle, as you were mentioning previously as well. So not too bad. Aisha with a 20 bomb says, "Hey guys, I was one of the AJ trade deniers, but in my final stage of grief and have accepted it now. I bet Hurts will ball out just to prove a point. So will AJ. So it will be good for both. Still love AJ. Hashtag once an Eagle, always an Eagle."
And listen, Aisha, that's okay. There was probably 30%, I would say, maybe less, maybe 20% of Eagle fans who were in your in your boat there, wearing your shoes, basically not convinced that AJ was going to be traded. And I think last night with Lemon coming to Philadelphia has gotten everybody but maybe like 3 or 4% that are still saying, well, he hasn't publicly said he wants a trade, but he's getting traded. It will happen after June 1st. And everyone in this little virtual chat room, I think, agrees with my statement on there. So, yes, Aisha, welcome to the club.
There are still a few people that I think are like, oh, well, Howie Roseman said AJ Brown's an Eagle, right? But I mean, you draft Mekhi Lemon, you trade for Dontavian Wicks, you sign 2 other wide receivers. Like, the writing's on the wall. If you want to just believe AJ Brown's still going to be on this team, then I got a bridge to sell you. But you just got to read the tea leaves, and we saw it all throughout the year last year. The effort sometimes wasn't there. Off the field, didn't want to talk to people. So that relationship's kind of been severed for a while there, and it's only a matter of time before they finally move on. But there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about what the Eagles are building now with Mekhi Lemon. Sean Mannion looked awfully excited in that phone call clip to Mekhi Lemon as well.
Rocking the bald look.
Hey, some people say that me and Sean Mannion have never been spotted in the same place. I don't know.
Hey, you and Howie Roseman have never been spotted.
At least we actually spotted him, by the way. I mean, the fact that we actually have seen and have proof of life that Sean Mannion is a real person. I mean, goodness gracious.
That's true, yes.
He's a real person.
Maybe he's been in some other clips and we just didn't recognize for a second. He's just like, he's bald. They're like, oh, what? Who is that? Who is that guy? Matt with a 10 bomb. What's up, fellas? Let's go. Fly, Eagles, fly. Appreciate that one. Also, let's see. Killer Instant with a 5. I'm a little behind, but Johnny, there you go. Johnny could be a flex tight end that moves outside for some packages. I think Green Bay and the Rams do that sometimes also. Go figure.
Put $1 in the Johnny Wilson tight end jar. Oh,
made it happen.
Goodness. There it is. Buffalo's pick is in. We don't know who it is. They obviously did have a selection earlier on in. Oh no, they actually traded back, right? They
traded back 2 times, I think,
selection.
if I'm not mistaken,
right.
with the Patriots, and then who was that around the other one? It was like I can't remember now. Dolphins traded with the 49ers. I can tell you.
We have this highlight. I have the player. Let me know whenever you're ready to go. I'll listen for the overall chime, but we do have the highlight for this player as the Bill pick is in. That'll put the Raiders on the clock, and it will be the Giants after that. It'll be an interesting pick there for all of us Bird fans. We are moving very quickly so far, gentlemen, here in round 1. 3 picks are already down, and we are about to get the Buffalo Bill one here at 35. Let me know when we're ready.
Yep.
With the 35th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select T.J. Parker, defensive end out of Clemson. I really like T.J. Parker, Anthony. I don't know. I mean, listen, obviously, when you talk about ceilings, I saw people say Bradley Chubb, maybe some little bit of Rashawn Gary. He's violent at the point of the attack and definitely has the upper body strength to shed those blockers and really get around the edge. The question is going to be, how high is that ceiling? Can he really become Bradley Chubb? Early second-round draft pick means the Buffalo Bills thinks he can. They had a really good defensive line a couple of years back, got a little bit old, people moved on. T.J. Parker from Clemson goes to the Buffalo Bills to open up that new stadium coming up here in a couple of months.
Yeah, they've lost a couple edge rushers this offseason. They tried to kind of sign these one-year deals in recent years and just get by with certain players, but now they're finally investing in a guy who was a legitimate first-round pick value in terms of a lot of players, a lot of experts had T.J. Parker as a projected first-round pick. You look at his rankings, he's in the 20 range, in the very early 30 range, 30, 31 for a lot of these experts. But he falls to the Bills here. They trade up. I mean, they traded back quite a few times, and this could have been their target in the first round all along because, like you mentioned, just great athletic profile. He's powerful. He can really set the edge, but he's also a phenomenal pass rusher as well. So a team that really needs as much help as they can on that edge, he's going to help kind of bring in a new era for that Buffalo defense.
I like it. Got to get some defense. I mean, you figure they traded back a couple times, still able to get some help on that side. Shout out to Market Money here with the 100. I believe we have a trade.
Holy
also.
cow!
I think Texans traded, if I'm not mistaken. I think they traded up. Did we see that?
Yes.
Did they?
Double check, confirm. I think we did. Yeah, just I don't know what the comp is.
I've got the terms here.
But Market Money with 100 bomb. The hundo.
Wow.
Big time. That the largest one of the stream from the last 2 days so far for the draft. But shout out to you. Market Money support from Chicago. There you go. Love the community you've all built. Please share how you got started with your respective channels. # Go Birds. Heck yeah.
Let's hold that thought until we at least have
We'll
the
get the
trading, because
trade,
then we
yes.
can talk about it.
We will
and there is
we
the
will cover it.
compensation. All right, so it looks like the Texans have moved up. They give up 38 and 91 for 36 and 117. Josh will have that up on the board here. We do have their pick as well, as they immediately sent the pick in here. And let me know whenever we're ready on that one. But Houston has jumped up with a trade with the Las Vegas Raiders. They've given up 30. I missed it right here. It is 38 and 91 for 36 and 117. And the pick is officially in. And we'll get that here in a second.
All right. We got
Giants are next up on the clock here, by the way. So Houston at 36. Back goes the Vegas Raiders to 38. So not a crazy drop there. But we should be getting this pick here in just 1 second. Sorry, they go, 36 to 38. So there is your actual trade. You see it on your screen right there. Couple of swaps there, round 4 for a round 3. Essentially the pick there, and then let me know when we're ready for Houston is grabbing, and there's going to be a run on these players. We saw this report earlier today. It seems like it's true right now. We're getting some big boys up front on the defensive side of the football here. With the 36th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Caden McDonald, defensive tackle out of The Ohio State University, Anthony. Big boy. This is a big boy. 6'2", 326 pounds, a prototypical nose tackle here. Very high motor, especially for a guy who is that big. He's a pretty good run stuffer. Can he actually develop any sort of a pass rush? That's the typical question. Rinse, repeat for big interior defensive linemen. Do you like the pick going with a big boy up front for the Houston Texans, Anthony?
Yeah, that was one of the things that the Texans were lacking in the middle of that defense, was that consistent threat against the run to kind of slow these teams down. They have a ton of talent on the second and third level of that defense, and obviously on the edge. But now Caden McDonald will come in alongside some of the best pass rushers in the NFL and be able to just be that run stuffing 2-down player. He can kind of rush the passer at times on third down. He's shown flashes, but if they just want him to come in on 2 downs, just dominate and shut down that run game, he'll be able to do so. He followed in the footsteps of Tyreek Williams at Ohio State. He was able to do a pretty good job behind and filling in those shoes, and now he'll be able to follow his shoes in the NFL as well as he takes this leap to the next level. And like you mentioned, 6'3", 326 pounds, and he's just, for a player that big, you don't usually expect him to have the motor that he does, but that's not a question, and you're not going to have to worry about McDonald getting tired out there. He's able to shut down that run game, and the Texans certainly thought it was valuable enough to trade up and get him.
averaging 32 defensive snaps throughout his career at Ohio State. So the questions of from Dane Brugler, anyway, was saying, will he be able to pick that up with the defensive input? But if you're only playing 32, I mean, potentially do the same thing with the Texans if you're like traditionally run stopper and not asked to do much pass blocking or pass rushing. So solid pick for the Texans. I think get the trade in there, and then I think I could share it one more time just for people, the official numbers of that trade. There you go.
There it is.
So the picks themselves.
We heard defensive tackles were going to be at a premium early, Josh, and so far that has been the case, and I don't think we're going to be done anytime soon. Giants are on the clock, by the way.
New York Giants. What are they going to do now? Market money with a 100, though. Share how you started your respective channels. Well, mine is really via Thomas. So that we went to, I think we've shared this many, many times, but because of the comment, we went to college together at Baylor, and Eagles fans obviously stay connected and kind of text here and there about Eagles games. Long story short, met up at the NFC Championship game, and Thomas was like, man, you should start a YouTube channel, or told me about it. Eventually, you should start a YouTube channel, and appreciate that advice. It's turned out fairly well. So
I think it worked out.
It's been a blast. It has been pretty cool. And it's a little over 3 years now, which is also insane. But yeah, that's basically short and sweet, but the version of the story there.
There you go. We also have the Giant pick, by the way, so we're ready to throw that one up on the board. But yeah, it's been 3 seasons, which is crazy how long it's been, but also how short it's been, right? And now, you got the website, Anthony's writing for it, doing all the streams and stuff. It's been fantastic. And now we're here with 4,000 people watching the draft show, and 4,000 of you will now get to hear who the New York Giants are taking with the 37th overall draft pick. The New York Football Giants are selecting Colton Hood, cornerback out of Tennessee. And so there you go, Anthony. We get a Tennessee cornerback. It's not the one I think a lot of people would be expecting, as Jermod McCoy is going to go ahead and continue to fall. Hood was one of those late bloomers in the All-SEC's performance in 2025, a rapid riser in this year's draft class. Really good in press man, and really, really impressive getting hands on receivers and rerouting them.
Yeah, there was a lot of first round hype for McCoy, and now they're able to make this. I mean, for Colton Hood, because McCoy's falling now because of that red flag, right? But Colton Hood, a little bit smaller, 5'11", 193 pounds, but tested out of the gym at the combine, ran a 4.44 40-yard dash, a 40.5-inch vertical, earned himself a relative athletic score of 9.66. But as far as on the field, they needed help at corner. They were just not able to stop teams at times in New York, and now they have a kind of not necessarily a shutdown corner, but he's going to be able to be a formidable starter for years to come. And for the Giants in recent years, they've had a revolving door at cornerback. Adebo showed some flash for them last year, but they need somebody that can come in and start for a long time at cornerback, and Hood will be able to do that for them.
Get a little more defense. Pretty solid. You wonder Jermod McCoy, as far as the injury, though. The fact that he's still out there. It's always a player.
You, Will Johnson situation all over again last year.
I mean, honestly, it is. Yeah. Is it I mean, it's just a given, and obviously with like this many draft prospects, but like it happens every single year. There's at least one prospect, usually a couple, but at least one prospect. You're like, he was in the teens, like he was projected teens to go, and then you're all of a sudden like 3rd round, 4th round maybe, and we'll see. Possibly.
Well, and to put a bow on Will Johnson was a good player last year. I mean, he clearly should have been a 1st round pick based on his performance, and they got a steal and going and getting him as late as they did. But now, obviously, big fall here for the other Tennessee cornerback. I see BMO Careful saying if he keeps falling, Philadelphia should draft him. Maybe. I mean, he'd have to get to 54. And then you also have, Reek Wolin sitting there that you paid a bunch of money to. I would probably pass, but we'll see. So the Raiders are now on the clock after that trade back with the Houston Texans. That means the Browns are up next there at 39 as we're rolling through the first couple of picks here of round 2. We do best available. Take a look at the board here while we wait for the Raiders to go ahead and make a pick.
Yeah, we could do that. Let's get that one pulled up here.
Let's see what we got.
We know who's number 1. There we go.
Yeah, McCoy. We'll see how much further he's going to go ahead and fall. EMW, goodness gracious, any minute we're going to get the notification that Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, Anthony, is going to be off the board and he's not going to be a Philadelphia Eagle. I will be so shocked if Philadelphia grabs him. If we see a trade up by Howie and EMW is still on the board, it feels like I get like a guarantee that's the way that they go, right?
I mean, that would have to be it, right? But for at least for the Raiders at this point, Denzel Boston stands out for a team that could use help at wide receiver. I feel like the fact that they're able to trade back from that spot, get the jump up like 20 picks with their other pick by moving back just 1-2 spots. I feel like Denzel Boston, I know DeJon Sherman was picked over him, which is quite a surprise because there was some first round buzz around Denzel Boston, but it feels like for the Raiders, like I mentioned, the team that could use an outside wide receiver, he would make a lot of sense for them. But who knows who's going to end Jermod McCoy's fall? Kristen Miller's a disruptive defensive tackle that's still out there. Brandon Cease, if they're going to need a cornerback, it feels like they could use a lot of help in that secondary. And you mentioned Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I want to see if he's going to fall within striking distance for Howie Roseman, but that would be a phenomenal pick for the Raiders as well.
It's a lot of areas that they could go, but it's a team that needs a lot of help, so it makes sense. So you can take several of those. Let's see. Got one from Poncho with a 2. Says +$1 to the Johnny Wilson moonlighting as a tight end jar. It can work.
There it is. There it is.
Keep them coming.
Add another $1.
It's
Number
another
3.
one. John with a 5. AJ may get the Keyshawn Johnson treatment if we can't trade him. Sent home. Could you imagine if they could not get him traded?
Yeah, I think they would just take less and make sure that he gets out of there. I have a feeling that they're not going to have any problem trading AJ Brown. If they did, I would be shocked if they said, just give us a second and we'll get it done. It's going to happen, though. I feel confident, Anthony, that they're going to get a first-round draft pick, though. I really think Howie has a handshake, and the whole thing with the Patriots was like, you're going to give us a first, and we're not going to talk to anybody else, and we're just going to get it done right now, and we'll go ahead and sign, seal, and deliver it after June 1st.
Yeah, it felt like once those reports came out that you saw that they spoke to the Rams, like that was kind of like it seemed like their last push to try and get the Patriots to up their offer for something this year where they were going to be willing, like it was going to be enough for the Eagles to take on that dead cap hit now. But once that didn't happen and the talks kind of slowed down and free agency opened up, that's when it felt like, all right, they're just going to wait until after June 1st. And it was only a matter of time before we find out the compensation. And it was like, they're not going to come out and just say that it's a under the table agreed to, but all the national reporters have finally kind of admitted it, right? That it seems like the expectation, they have to be careful with the way that they phrase it. But like you mentioned, it has to be a first-round pick, in my opinion, especially now with this whole Mike Vrabel, Diana Rossini situation. I don't think that necessarily impacted the compensation, but they can't really go back on their word now, right? Like they're going to have to trade for A.J. Brown. It's going to be either a 2027 or a 2028 first-round pick. And then like I mentioned in last night's live stream, it's going to be what else besides that? Is it going to be a player? Is it going to be a Keyshawn Boutte? Or is it going to be a third-round pick or something like that? So the Eagles are going to be getting a good amount of compensation. They're just going to have to wait until after June 1st to get it.
And that'll be the question. What can they get for it? McSpanky with a couple of these. Appreciate that. The 10 bomb says, love the Lemon pick, Howie Vision. But hey, when Lemon had an interview, they asked him about who he's excited to play with, and he said everybody but AJ. I think even he knows the writing's on the wall. If you're coming in there, yeah, you're probably seeing things just from the outside looking in. And then who knows, the conversations they've also had. So also, McSpanky continuing, it says, sad the league hates us and practically manufactured this future trade. But oh well, when life hands you lemons, they make do. At least we have a dog coming in and we'll do anything for the team. Go Birds, DH.
There you go. There you go. It does seem like he is an absolute dog and is just hungry to be there. I saw someone compare his mindset to Quinyon Mitchell a couple years back coming out, right? He's just all about football, all about business, wants to be the best, chip on his shoulder, and I think most of us can agree with that. Raider pick is in. I think we're ready for that one, Josh. Let me know if you're ready. I got it on the on my end, and we'll get the Browns going here in a second, but we have the Raiders ready to go. With the 38th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Traden Stukes, the cornerback safety. I would play him at safety there out of Arizona, Anthony here, who, like I said, he's versatile. I mean, he can basically play back on the outside. He walked in and was a multi-year captain there at Arizona. I really like his speed as well. 4.33 40-yard dash at the NFL Combine, but his greatest strength is that flexibility.
Yeah, and that's why so many teams, I think, coveted him. There was a lot of, once again, another player that a lot of first-round buzz, but I mentioned the only issue with Stukes is that he is going to be a 25-year-old rookie, right? So was that profile worth taking a first-round pick on? I guess not for most teams around the league, but at this point, this kind of value, he's going to be an impact player from day one, and you can play him pretty much anywhere. We saw last year the impact that Nick Emmanuel had on that defense in Seattle with the versatility to be a big nickel or play a single high safety or be in a two high safety or even play some outside corner. Stukes can literally do everything, and he's going to bring that versatility to the Raiders defense.
It's going to be exciting, as you said. 29 years old, 28, 29 years old. Whenever he gets off his rookie contract, that's
Yeah, well,
don't see that too often. But we'll see what that goes. Oh, looks like we got a quick selection here.
wow, okay.
Did Cleveland go ahead and
Yes,
make their pick?
we have the Cleveland pick. Very quick. Cleveland seems pretty excited about this one, and I understand. I understand. With the 39th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Denzel Boston. There he is, wide receiver out of Washington, Anthony, and they wasted absolutely no time. He was my best wide receiver available going into night 2. A very towering X-receiver with incredible catch radius. Some people say Cortland Sutton, maybe a little bit of Michael Pittman mixed in there as well. Very, very impressive in the red zone. The question is vertical speed, right? He's not a burner. Can he separate against NFL corners? I was very high on him, and I think Philadelphia could have made an argument taking him at some point later on, trading back in round 1.
Yeah, so this is a very interesting pick for the Browns, especially when you consider the fact that they added Casey Concepcion last night during the first night of the draft, right? Who's basically the complete opposite of Denzel Boston. A smaller wide receiver, has that explosive ability and the speed to go down the field, where this is going to be a perfect kind of wide receiver duo for them to build around, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, Deshaun Watson, whoever the quarterback is. They're giving this team weapons to throw to now. And without Harold Fannin and the breakout season he had at tight end, the Browns suddenly have 3 legitimate playmakers through the passing game, and it's going to be really fun to see how Denzel Boston fits on the outside. Like you mentioned, almost 6'4", 212 pounds. I think he probably tests a little bit better than most people expected, and I think he's going to turn a lot of heads in Cleveland. And now they still have Jerry Jeudy there. Does this mean that he's potentially going to be a trade target, or they're going to move on from him? But either way, that wide receiver room and the weapons that they have in Cleveland suddenly look a lot better than they did last season.
A few extra targets. They could definitely use those. Will it solve their issues? Probably not, because it's Cleveland, but I like it. They give some extra weapons. The Chiefs are now on the clock. You see the selections there. You got Woods and Delane.
Well, I was just going to say quickly on weapons for the Browns. The Jets and the Browns are kind of taking this exact same approach right now. Have the weapons in place, figure out the quarterback later. And you can argue that the Cardinals have done the exact same thing. And whether the Jets are waiting for an Arch Manning or whoever else, the 2027 NFL Draft, either they're trying to get weapons for Shedeur and Deshaun Watson, or the Browns are going to go ahead and expect a losing season this year. Won't be a massive shock. But then when you bring in a rookie quarterback, he has some weapons down the outside to maybe have some faster success than previous young quarterbacks. I actually like this for the Cleveland Browns a lot. I think they've had a very good draft. Them and the Jets have done a pretty good job. They just have to go ahead and make sure that they get the quarterback spot right.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to follow that Tampa Bay Buccaneers philosophy a couple of years back, right before they went and finally got Tom Brady. They had all these weapons. They had the Mike Evans, the Chris Godwin. They had multiple running backs in the backfield, a good offensive line, and now you just plug in all these wide receivers.
Boy, people are flying picks off the board right now. It tells you that a lot of teams are pumped that these guys are still out there. Here's Kansas City's pick at number 40. With the 40th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chiefs select Mason Thomas, edge rusher out of Oklahoma. A pick a lot of Eagle fans might have been keeping an eye on. Didn't think he'd fall far enough, though. Anthony, I love Mason Thomas. I did a lot of pre-draft looking at him. Philadelphia apparently did as well. One of those attack dog style pass rushers, very explosive. I saw some people say he had the best bend of the 2026 class. Now, you can ask David Bailey if that's true or not. Arvell Reese has a word there as well. I've seen comparisons to Elvis Dumervil, the old Bronco edge rusher from a couple of years back. The question is going to be, obviously, the lack of functional strength. Arm measurements were in a very historically low percentile. Can he get around those ginormous tackles like, for example, a Jordan Mailata? But I think this is a fantastic pick who the Kansas City Chiefs are rebuilding that defensive line.
Yeah, they're not playing around as far as reloading on the defensive side in this draft. And R. Mason Thomas, you can't forget the R, because that is technically part of his thing. But I mean, he's another player in this draft, like a Reuben Bain, like Cassius Howell, who was probably taken today as well, that the arm length is a concern, right? He had 13th percentile arm length at 31 5/8 inches. So he's not necessarily the biggest guy, but you look on the film, there are comparisons to Denver Broncos pass rusher Nick Bonito, who's kind of enjoyed a breakout season last year. So if he can kind of fit that role in Kansas City, suddenly a defense that struggled at times last year, they have reloaded through these first 2 rounds in the NFL draft.
Seen some comparisons to D Ford as well. Got
okay.
Selection from the Chiefs, though, there we go. Okay, it was not updating for the pick for some reason for a while, but it finally did. We've now moved on to the Bengals, who are on the clock. Number 41. Shout out to Chad, by the way. 5-bomb here says Smitty and, this is interesting. Smitty and Lemon already bonding at the 76ers game. I did see that Lemon was going to be there, but Mekhi Lemon and Devontae Smith already hanging out at the 76ers game.
Your new 1-2 package, 1-2 punch there. And it looks like Tate, I'm looking at the picture right now. Lemon got a brand new Rolex on the wrist as well, guys. That first purchase after getting that first-round draft pick money, we getting a Rolex Daytona or what? I think that's a fair thing to go ahead and grab, huh?
Listen, we're getting that NIL money now. They don't even need to wear it.
It might have been
NIL.
NIL.
Sure, he could have already had it.
That's a great point.
He's owned it for a while, maybe. Nick with a 10 says, is Cassius Howell still available? Go get this kid. Well, interesting that you say that.
Interesting that you asked that. I was going to say, great timing there. With the 41st pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, this isn't a Bengals select. Cassius Howell. There he goes, the edge rusher out of Texas A&M. And so here's your run. D tackles and edge rushers are going off the board here. We keep saying this. A lot of high-octane pass rushers in this draft class here, Anthony. I saw a little bit of Nick Herbig in this one, a very versatile, high-effective, simulated pass rush package sort of guy. My question is going to be the physical profile, couple of red flags. The short arms are out once again. Everybody's got T-Rex arms. Not a lot of big history or injury problems, though. I like this pick overall for a Bengal team that obviously lost Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, and I mean, Cassius Howell is another player, like I mentioned, as R. Mason Thomas, the name that just went before him, Ruben Bain earlier. He literally has a first percentile arm length as the shortest arm length ever, literally, as edge rusher. That's 30 and a quarter inch arms. So, but I mean, you look at the production that he had, there's no disputing it, right? He had almost 12 sacks, 14 tackles for loss, 6 passes defended. So he's a guy that in a passing league that's looking for anybody that can make an impact on the edge. Cassius Howell is going to really help a Bengals defense that everybody knows, especially besides Trey Hendrickson, who's now gone, obviously, to the Baltimore Ravens. They cannot get to the quarterback, and they added Shamar last year, and now they added Cassius Howell. So they're hoping for a new era of pass rushers in Cincinnati, and Howell's going to be able to make an impact, especially with now Dexter Lawrence in the middle of that defensive front. So the Bengals were a team that didn't really invest a ton in the defense or really spend money at all, and now they're kind of turning a new leaf this year and really trying to go in on the defensive side of the ball.
As their first selection of the draft. Remember that, because obviously they traded away their selections. So 41 first selection for the Bengals. Also, I did see Dane Brugler mentioned his ceiling, Howell's potential ceiling would be as a pass rush specialist like a Hassan Reddick. So in terms of even if he can't be the guy against the run, throwing out Hassan Reddick there. So real quickly, wanted to get this super chat here, and then I know we're going to do kind of a recap. Josephine with a 50 bomb. I have international NFL Game Pass, but love you guys, and I'm watching you instead whilst on holidays from work. Can we please get a safety? Go Birds. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Go Birds. Hey, listen, safety's still on the board. I will say, all these edge rushers, now we're going to go ahead and look at the people that have been taken. With all the edge rushers gone, guys, Jonathan Grenard's name is getting sexier and sexier for me as the night goes on. I'm starting to get those Jonathan Grenard glasses as all these edge rushers are leaving. Obviously, we're getting close to Philadelphia range for a trade-up if they want to, but take a look at the board here, Anthony. A couple of big standouts at the beginning. A lot of interior defensive linemen. T.J. Parker went off the board there. Obviously, R. Mason Thomas, a couple of picks back. It's been defensive guys. It's been D's, and a couple of wide receiver the first couple picks of round 2.
Yeah, Deshaun Stripling, to me, is probably the biggest reach, and ironically, he was the first pick of tonight's, the second round. But as far as that, or the rest of those picks, all were kind of the chalky guys that were at the top of everybody's rankings as far as like best remaining players after day one, right? So that it seems like it's kind of went according to plan as far as that goes. But there, as far as the Eagles go, there was the super chat just now about the safety. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is still there. He's probably the top player on a lot of teams' board. It just comes down to how they value that safety position. And now we're seeing a run on these edge rushers as well, like you mentioned. So we'll see what's going to happen. Zion Young is probably the next edge rusher to go. He's another player that I'm really high on from Missouri. So there's still some edge rushers out there, but it is certainly starting to thin out, which should only raise the price for a guy like Jonathan Grenard or even a Kayvon Thibodeau as well.
Josh, if they can somehow trade up and get Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and then also trade for Jonathan Grenard, we'd be looking at one of the biggest Howie season back-to-back nights in a long time, and he had some good ones. They could find a way, and Anthony talked about it at the beginning. They could take these 2 picks, the second and one of their thirds, and they could go up to about the range we're in right now. Obviously, the Saints are on the clock. We have that pick. We're going to get that here in a second. But, Josh, if they could do it, Man, McNeil-Warren, he keeps falling a little bit, and we're getting to trade up range here of how he wants to do it.
We are. We'd all be ecstatic if you get the safety. He's still available. There's a chance. It's not impossible. All right, we got this selection, though, for the next one for the Saints.
With the 42nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the one Saints select Kristen Miller, defensive tackle out of Georgia. And they get an absolutely massive human being here. 6'4", 321 pounds. Also a very high character interior anchor, Anthony. He was the heartbeat of the Bulldog defensive front. And really not that slow for being 321 pounds. He did some pretty good, stopping the run as they made external outside zone runs as well against that Bulldog defense. Obviously, a 6'4". Pad level is going to be a question mark there. But the Saints get a big-time overall size player as well in the interior of that defensive line.
Yeah, it's funny because after seeing the trade for Dexter Lawrence, it seems like now more of these like true nose tackle and run-stopping defensive tackles are going a little bit higher here in that second round. And Kristen Miller was a guy that some people had ranked in the top 32 and thought could be a first-round pick, but he slips here to the Saints. And like you mentioned, with the size he has, 6'4", 315 pounds. But you just watch him, and the word that I think of is power, right? He's just able to reset the line of scrimmage. Nobody's going to be able to get past him. And whether it's a one-on-one battle or if he has to take on two blockers, he's going to be able to create that room for the edge rushers to win around him or the linebackers to get through from the second level. So a good pick for the Saints, and I feel like he's going to be able to start and contribute against next to a Brian Brees and Chase Young and some of these other guys that they already have along that defensive front.
Couple good selections for New Orleans. You got Jordan Tyson.
I think they've done a good job
so far, and then also pair that up on the defensive side now with this selection. Not too bad. Miami is now on the clock. Got that one there.
43 overall. Yep, 43. We don't have the pick yet, by the way. It looks like ESPN just gave us the Kristen Miller pick out of Georgia. So it's Dolphins and Jets are going to be your next couple of picks. The Jets will get their fourth player if they stay put here at 44 after taking 3 players in round 1. As 5,000 people now watching, be sure to go ahead and drop a like. And yeah, I like the Jets draft so far.
Darth with a 2, by the way. Who do you guys like at edge from the remaining players? So this one was from a little bit ago, but currently remaining players for the edge position. I can put up the best available, go back there, but see the potential options for edge based on ESPN. And Anthony, you may have another take as well, but you got Zion Young, Gabe, is it Akis? I always
Akis. Yeah,
Akis.
Okay,
Akis. The J is silent. I pronounced it previously as Jackus, and there we got in trouble for that one. So Akis.
And then you can't forget Denai Dennis Sutton from Penn State, who's a player that the Eagles have done a ton of homework on. And just any team that's looking for an edge rusher, he checks a lot of boxes as far as like he'll be able to defend the run. But if you look at his athletic profile, he tested off the charts and I think surprised a lot of people. Has great size at almost 6'6", 260. So he's a player, if you're looking for more of a traditional 4-3 end, he can do that. If you want a 3-4 edge that could stand up and do things and reset that line of scrimmage on the edge, he can do that as well. But Zion Young, Gabe Akis, probably the top guys on the board like you see there, but also 2 players that the Eagles have done a ton of homework on. So I know we've seen a lot of edge rushers and interior defenders go right now and early in the second round, but there's still a lot of names there. This is a deep class along the edge if you're looking for an edge rusher.
You did see that report. I think it was Ryan Fowler, if I'm not mistaken, who shared Romello Height and the Eagles' just potential interest, which again, it's like, okay, there's smoke screen here, and like, how much is it? But that was the report before the draft started or the second round started tonight of Ryan Fowler sharing that Romello Height might be one of those guys. So it would be interesting. Personally, I would take several others the way the draft looks, but we have 11 more selections to go, so maybe that changes. Z2 with
Dolphins pick is in.
Okay, Z2 with the 10 real quick. I just want to wish lifelong Eagles fan Anna Maria, a very happy 81st birthday. Go Birds.
81st.
81.
Happy birthday. How about
birthday.
that? 81. 81 years young, seen multiple Super Bowls, and you're going to live to see multiple more. How about that?
That's a beautiful life right there.
Heck yeah. Well, happy birthday.
Just announcing a trade that's been reported by quite a few people here. Not a blockbuster or anything like that. Doesn't even seem like there's been competition yet. But from Tom Pelissero, the Cowboys are acquiring linebacker D. Winters from the 49ers. So
okay, so the Cowboys are just going to keep adding washed-up linebackers, I guess. They got the Bengal one a couple months ago, and now they're getting D. Winters. Okay. Yeah. Nothing crazy.
Very
As soon as you said
interesting.
trade, I'm like, Grenard, Thibodeau, like, what are we doing here? No,
Just
D
keeping
went
the people
first.
informed.
No,
Here. It was a
that's
6th round
good,
pick a
that's
couple of
good.
years ago, and I guess the 49ers are moving in a different direction. So I doubt it's going to be any crazy conversations as far as the compensation, but we'll see what happens.
I'm getting some people in the chat saying, but I don't know if this is official yet, unless you guys have seen it for Miami's pick. It is official.
I see it.
All right, got it. Yep.
1 second. Let me make sure I have it here. Yes, okay. All right, I'm ready whenever you are with pick 43. With the 43rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker out of Texas Tech. This is somebody that the Red Raiders absolutely loved this past year down there in South Texas, or I should say, West Texas. Tactical linebacker. That's what I had on him. A very tactical linebacker and incredibly elite mental processing speed. Background as a actual high school and college quarterback. Great in run defense, great in pass coverage. I think he can rush the passer a little bit there as well. The question is the explosiveness, right? Is he going to be an average NFL linebacker? Can he get to the elite status as well, Anthony? What do you think?
Yeah, so that Texas Tech defense was just loaded with so many players. We saw David Bailey go on day one. Lee Hunter is probably another name that's going to go. Romello Heights, another name that's probably going to go today. But Jacob Rodriguez was really kind of the key cog in the middle of it all. And I think he tested better athletically than a lot of people, because as far as like a physical stature, 6'1", 231 pounds, short arms, small hands, like not the greatest physical profile from that standpoint, but ran a 4.57 in the 40-yard dash, nearly a 39-inch vertical jump, over a 10-foot broad jump, ran under 7 seconds in the 3-cone drill. So as far as the athletic traits, they're there, and you could see from a mental and processing standpoint, he's just like a textbook linebacker that I don't think there's going to be a concern about him starting from day one. It's only a matter of time before he's a 5-10-year starter for that Dolphins defense. That's kind of been dealing with a rotational door at linebacker for years and years. And now Jacob Rodriguez is going to be the anchor in the middle of that Miami defense.
Pretty solid pick. One of the million that they have. You see on the bottom of your screen there. I don't think we can fit any more. It's gotten so tiny, and it's pretty much impossible to read. But Caden Proctor, as you remember, Chris Johnson, and now Jacob Rodriguez. So 3 selections out of the many more.
By the way, we all seem to miss the fact that a huge perk of Jacob Rodriguez is the fact he has one of the best mustaches, probably the best mustache in this draft. It's absolutely massive. It's like a caterpillar on his upper lip, and it looks really great, by the way. So shout out Jacob Rodriguez, goes to Miami. Very different city than Lubbock, Texas, guys, having been to both. They're not exactly the same in terms of population and the type of people that like to hang out there. But that should be a fun one for him. We have a trade, by the way, here, right? Do we officially have a trade? The Lions have traded up with the New York Jets. So looks like, yes, the Jets are going back. Detroit has come up to number 44, and we don't know who it is yet, but the Lions are now officially on the clock.
Very interesting. Okay, we'll keep tabs on the official terms there.
I think we have it, by the way, if you want
okay.
it. Lions are giving up 50 and 128 to go up 6 spots to 44 and put the Jets on the clock.
Okay.
And we actually have who the pick is as well. Yes. So you can throw that up, but we do have the pick, and you can just let me know whenever you're ready on that one.
All right. Let's see here.
This second round is flying, by the way. I mean, goodness gracious. We're already on 44, and that pick is already in. ESPN does not have the Jets trading yet. We obviously are ahead of ESPN. We're ready for the pick, though. The Detroit Lions, with pick 44, have traded up, and they are selecting Derek Moore, the edge rusher out of Michigan. And if you're wondering what people are taking right now, guys, it's all edge rushers. All the edge rushers are going on right now. This is a pro-style edge setter who I think was fantastic in the Michigan Wolverine defensive system. 10 sacks in his senior year, getting him here at 44. Prototypical power rusher. He can make speed, go to power, violent bull rush, collapses the pocket very well. He lacks kind of that high-end lateral bend. Can he get to the next level of flexibility to get around the edge? Overall, though, Anthony, can't argue with double-digit sacks his final year at Michigan.
Yeah, I mean, it worked pretty well for the Lions the last time they took a Michigan edge and Aiden Hutchinson, and now they're doubling down with Derek Moore, who's a player that, if you look at the draft community, all the people on Twitter that talk about the draft, they love Derek Moore, just the way that he plays, a ferocious play style, had a ton of production last year as well, double-digit sacks, double-digit tackles for loss, and the size checks out too, right? 6'4", 250 pounds, 34-inch arms. Like, he checks all of those boxes, both on and off the field. So the Lions didn't want a chance. They saw this run on edge rushers happening. So they said, screw it, we're going to trade up and make sure we get this guy and not risk him falling between these next 5 or 6 picks.
Keep him local. Keep him close to home. 17.5% pressure rate as well for Derek Moore. Limited pass rushing snaps because he had a big rotation there at Michigan, obviously, but 17.5%. That'll do. That'll work. Deloaded with the 2 says, I say send AJ to the Browns for Myles Garrett. Wouldn't that be nice?
You and
Just
a,
a straight
you and
up
a lot
trade.
of other people in our chat. How about that? Yeah. I would love to know what the cap space would look like for both sides if they make that work, but
yeah,
probably not going to happen.
McSpanky with 5
Baltimore.
more.
Go ahead.
I was saying McSpanky with 5 more. Who else would just love to be a fly on the wall in that Steelers war room mid phone call? We need footage ASAP. That would have been a blast to take part of and see what actually happened.
That's a great point. Are they going to give us, because the Eagles have put on Twitter the phone call from Howie. They haven't given us the behind the scenes what happened right before that phone call and trying to get Lemon on the phone. You wonder if the Steelers will do the exact same thing, although I don't think they will because it was a little bit embarrassing. I have a feeling we're not going to get to see that.
I think they were too busy panicking, trying to figure out who they were going to pick with their actual pick once they found out McCoy was gone.
Just scrambling, yeah. Alex with 1, appreciate that. McSpanky with 5 more. Howie pulling some black magic once again. Also, got to love Jerry Jones for handing us Lemon. I hope he lives forever and keeps up the mid-work.
I do too. I don't hate the Cowboy draft, though. Cowboys got Caleb Downs. You can't argue with that, unfortunately. I wish that would not have been the case, but
that's true.
It is. Baltimore's pick is in. We don't know who it is. By the way, the Ravens have 10 remaining picks, counting this one. They have a lot of draft picks the rest of the way. We'll see how they utilize those. But we're at 45. Philadelphia's at 54. We're 9 away from the Birds officially being on the clock. And so far, there you look at the Baltimore Raven picks. Look, I mean, gee whiz, 115, 154, 162, 172, 174. They have a billion picks happening there on day 3. And teams don't usually like making all those picks. Will they package go up, go down? We'll see. But right now, we do not know the Baltimore Raven pick. We'll see whenever he comes in. Your draft selections after Baltimore, 46 is Tampa, 47 is the Colts' first selection. And now we have the Baltimore Raven pick here, and we are ready when you are.
This is exactly this pick that we're about to see coming up is exactly why we saw the Lions trade up, right? They knew this run was happening, and they did not want to sit back and let
I think so.
another edge rusher go by. They wanted to get their guy.
With the 45th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zion Young, defensive end out of Missouri. And again, just guess defensive end. We're on a massive run right now. What is it? 5, 6, 7 of them have been taken here. And now the 6'6", 262-pound senior out of Missouri is off the board here. He's massive, Anthony. I mean, he is an alpha in the trenches. How about some long arms for once, though? 33 inches, violent upper body strength. He can extend, lock out, shed blockers. The straight line power is fantastic. The twitch, though, with the lower body and the bend is kind of the question mark here.
Yeah, so that's the biggest question with Zion Young is he checks all the boxes as far as his tape. He can do it all. He's an impact pass rusher. He can set the edge against the run. He has the great size at 6'6", 260 with those 33-inch arms like you mentioned. But the athletic testing left a lot to be desired. I mean, a relative athletic score of only 7.67. We've heard a lot of these guys when I've talked about it. It's been a 9 or higher. It's a scale from 0 to 10. So to fall in kind of that average range, and he has smaller hands. There's questions about his athletic profile, but as far as the fit in Baltimore, he makes sense now that they're bringing in a Trey Hendrickson. They needed help opposite of that on the edge, and Zion Young's a guy that the tape checks out, the size checks out. I think they'll be able to live with the athletic limitations and bet on his profile in Baltimore.
Definitely has the production, like you say. Number 2 in the SEC in pressures and number 3 in tackles for loss, if I'm not mistaken. So able to perform pretty well there. Really good in run support, as you were mentioning. Nisu with a 10 in Howie We Trust. That we do. Got one of the best GMs, obviously, in the NFL. And then also we have Triple H with is Michael Carter our starting free safety in 2026? There's a chance. No, there's still. I mean, EMW is still out there. There's a possibility.
I think Howie's trying. I mean, if you want to talk about getting up and warming up in the bullpen right now, pick 45. We're 8 away. What is it? 8 away, 9 away. I think we're 9 away because they're 54. I think Howie's probably starting to warm up a little bit. I'm sure he's already been working the phones, but the phones right now got to be going off the hook if they want Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. We will see. But Baltimore's pick, Zion Young, is in. Now we go to the Buccaneers, who took Ruben Bain at number 15 overall. And now here with their second rounder at 46. Indy will go out at 47. We keep cruising through here for the first half of round 2. I like the Bucs taking Ruben Bain. I mean, the Ruben Bain question marks off the football field, yes, they're going to go ahead and be there. But if they get the Ruben Bain we saw at Miami and he didn't have any driving issues in the Tampa Bay area, they got to steal at number 15.
Yeah, he's going to be an immediate impact edge rusher. You saw the way he reacted to being picked. He felt like he was disrespected, and they're going to be able to. He's going to make people pay in Tampa Bay.
Okay, I have to ask, was that your jingle, Josh, or was that ESPN's jingle? I'm listening to both right now.
Oh, no worries. That was mine. Yes.
That was yours. Okay, we're good. With the 47th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Josiah Trotter, linebacker out of Missouri. And so there we have another Trotter coming off the board here, another one who plays linebacker as well. And he comes off the board here with the 47th overall pick to the Colts there. Anthony, thoughts on another Trotter, the redshirt sophomore?
He's going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but he's going to join Ruben Bain in Tampa Bay and Josiah Trotter. I know that we're used to Trotters playing in Philadelphia, but Josiah Trotter is going to join Ruben Bain, and that defensive front's going to another level. They saw the retirement this offseason. They're going to face some change for that Todd Bowles defense, but you talk about Josiah Trotter in that defense, feels like a perfect fit. They may have wanted Jacob Rodriguez, but he was poached a couple picks ahead of them. But Josiah Trotter, 6'2", almost 240 pounds, 10.25-inch hands, and he's able to come downhill and be a physical defender, but he's also able to make plays in coverage as well. So kind of a complete linebacker that a lot of people thought was going to go in this range. And Tampa Bay is clearly focusing on rebuilding that defense. They have a ton of investments in offense in recent years and kind of rebuilding there with Emeka Egbuka last year at wide receiver. But now they're switching back to that defensive side of the ball, giving Todd Bowles some weapons to work with, and what could be a must-win season for that coaching staff.
Like the pick, add to the defense. As you said, the Bucs selection there, but now that brings up the Indianapolis Colts on the clock. See where they go in that direction.
Sorry. Yes. I said Colts. My bad.
You're good. We knew what you were talking about. We had been talking
Not
about the Bucs and then transitioned.
You were just worried about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren potentially going to the Colts.
I keep waiting to see when that name comes across my desk, and I'm praying it's not at 47. I'm praying.
We're getting close. There's a chance. Mike with a 5. Been watching Thomas since he covered the Niners. I'm an Eagles fan thanks to him. Fly Eagles fly. It's a blast from the past, but there you go.
Holy cow.
Converted
Eagles
Eagles
what
fan.
Is that? 6 years ago. I'm glad you came over to the right side of history there. Yeah, I covered a lot of other teams, waiting patiently to be able to cover my actual favorite team. And Niners was a long time ago. Long time ago. Okay, Indy is on the clock. We don't have a pick yet. So it was the Bucs who took Trotter. Now we're waiting on Indy. And then obviously we'll keep rolling through here with the rest of round 2. There's your Colts selections. They gave us 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. That still seems like a big-time reach. They got 47, 78, and then a couple there, 5 total on day 3. See what happens. Still waiting for the Colts pick.
Got a 5 from Lunar Wolf. Appreciate that one. Howie is watching EMW fall down more and more like Kermit meme. Also, thanks again for all you do. Birds. Thank you for that. He's watching.
Let me just ask you guys, if Philadelphia had not had to give up both of their 4th-round draft picks last night, this feels like they would have traded up by now, right? It would have been much easier to go from 54 into the mid-40s had you had those 2 4th-round draft picks, but you had to give them up to make Dallas budge from 20, and maybe that's why they're having to stay put here, because they don't want to package the 2nd and the 3rd to go ahead and move just yet. We're getting closer to where maybe they wouldn't have to give up that additional 3rd-rounder if they wanted to swap seconds with somebody, throw in a 5th or maybe a future 4th in 2027. But I think those 2 4th-rounders that they gave up last night are playing a factor into why they haven't traded up if they have somebody that they love right now.
Yeah, it seems like usually for a swap in around this range, it would still probably cost an additional 3rd-round pick, which they have 2 to work with. So I don't know if that's necessarily why it's not happening. But in that regard, the Steelers have actually traded up with the Colts and will be picking up 47. So we're waiting on the compensation for that.
Okay.
But the Steelers, they're saying we're not going to let anybody jump ahead of us this time. They got their eyes on somebody, and we're gonna see
Please
what the Steelers
don't.
are gonna do here.
If they do,
Let's hope they
I'm gonna be...
called the right person. Let's double check the phone number here. Let's make sure.
Man.
Yeah, this could be. We'll see. Please let it not be. Let it not be Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. We're so close.
Josh Ritter with the 2 in the meantime. Do we get McCoy for value from Tennessee? And what about McKee?
Good
Possibility
question.
there. Anthony with the 2 also. Stay calm. It's Howie season. Hashtag GFB, beware of dogs. Also, Darth
I
with
will
the 2.
only stay calm if this is not EMW. Who is it? Let's see. Oh, we have the trade.
We've got
Sorry.
the terms.
Go ahead and read that.
Okay.
The
Terms
terms
of the trade. Okay.
So the Colts traded away 47 and 249, and the Steelers, in order to move up to that 47th pick, they're trading away 53, 135, and 237.
Wow. So they didn't have to give up the third, right? They give up their second, and then it's a two day 3 picks. Okay, so that gives us a look at compensation. We were just talking about that. We don't know who it is, right?
No, I don't see anything
Not
on
yet.
who the pick is.
Okay. Oh gosh, I'm nervous now. Anybody but Pittsburgh, really. Anybody but Pittsburgh. 47 is Pittsburgh. Obviously, they just traded up. 48 is Atlanta. 49 is Minnesota. That could be another safety problem for all of us Eagle fans, because a lot of people thought the Vikings would take Dylan Thieneman last night, and then they had a little reach there for a defensive tackle. That made a lot of fans up there in Minnesota not happy. But a couple of chances for McNeil-Warren to go off the board here, and I am getting more frightened by the minute, gentlemen.
One other player, just to maybe lower your frightened level a little bit here, is that we have seen a couple of linebackers go in this range, right? We just saw Josiah Trotter get picked, Jacob Rodriguez as well. My eyes go to CJ Allen, the linebacker from Georgia, who some people thought could go at the end of the first round. So if the Steelers are looking for a linebacker, maybe they're trading up here for CJ Allen. But
could they
my guess
looking
would be CJ Allen or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Okay, what about Chris Bell?
be.
Maybe wide receiver. There was a lot of thoughts that receiver could be something. Pair him with DK Metcalf. We're getting it on ESPN right now, so we don't have it beforehand. So we're gonna find out here in a second. But the pick is in for the Steelers.
Oh,
we have it
now.
Okay.
Finally,
we have it now,
and I'm happy.
I'm happy too.
Yeah,
I will take it. With the 47th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jeremy Bernard, wide receiver out of Alabama. It is a receiver. It is not a safety, and I was all about celebrating in Philadelphia. There goes the 6'1", 206-pound senior Anthony over there at the University of Alabama. The question I have basically is, can he blow the top off of NFL secondaries and elite cornerbacks vertically, right? I think he's very good in terms of, sturdy frame, well built. He's got some versatility, breaking tackles. It's the speed on the back end that I'm a little questioning here. But they do get the receiver. They needed one, whether it's for Rodgers, maybe McKee, somebody else, we'll see, alongside DK Metcalf.
Yeah, they wanted the receiver in the first round. We all know they were on the phone with Makai Lemon, and now they're able to get Bernard. They traded up to get him. And like you mentioned, a densely built wide receiver at 6'1" and a quarter, 206 pounds. So a solid frame, but he's not going to blow like the top of a defense necessarily. But in that Steelers offense, especially if you're bringing back Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, Bernard is the guy that you just get the ball in his hands and let him work after the catch. That's where he did a lot of his damage, and he's able to make some plays down the field as well with his. He has speed, not necessarily top end speed, but he's able to make plays, get the ball in his hand. He's going to be hard to bring down. So they obviously, there are a lot of people in the draft knit community that love Bernard and his profile. Clearly, the Steelers valued it because they jumped up 6 spots to be able to get him.
It's kind of crazy too when you look back at his history of like who he's played with. He's a good football player. He's like your second option, maybe your third option. He's not your go-to guy, but looking up and Dane Brugler had like the list of all the guys he's played behind or with and everything. Michigan State played with Keon Coleman, Jaden Reed, and then with Washington was obviously with the tandem of Rome Odunze, Jalen McMillan, Jalen Polk, and Denzel Boston, and then obviously moving to Alabama. So the full gamut of basically NFL caliber wide receivers. He could be solid, but like you guys are saying, as far as he's not that number one option. You pair him with DK Metcalf, though, for the Steelers. Who do they have playing quarterback? I guess we'll see. Darth with the 2,
we'll
though.
See.
Does Howie have to trade ahead of Minnesota for Emmanuel McNeil-Warren?
I think so. We'll see. I mean, Minnesota's up next, and the Falcon pick is in, so they can't trade with the Falcons to get ahead of Minnesota, by the way. So We don't know who Atlanta has taken, but the Falcon pick is in. They're first. I remember they traded up. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Okay, we have the Falcon pick here. That's actually very interesting. But we're ready to go with 48 overall. Atlanta, very quick, by the way, to go ahead and do this one. Minnesota at 49, Jets coming up at 50. With the 48th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Avion Terrell, the cornerback out of Clemson. And Anthony, if I had to give you a pro comparison, can we just use his brother, who actually also now plays for the same team? AJ Terrell, a fantastic cornerback. I don't think he's a little bit more of a Nate Wiggins type, right? Very, very good hips. He can go ahead and cover. And really, I think he's one of the better cornerbacks in the 2026 class. A couple of months ago, he was considered a first-round talent, fallen a little bit there. The question is going to go ahead and be, does he have the strength to go ahead and be on the outside against the bigger X receivers at 5'11" and just 186 pounds?
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest concern when you look at his profile. A lot of people thought, because he's under 5'11" and only 186 pounds with 31-inch arms. Like, there's not a ton of there. Like, how much does that profile usually succeed at the next level? But you see a guy like a Trent McDuffie, and I feel like when you turn the tape on, that's exactly what you see with an Avion Terrell. The way he plays, the physicality, despite his size. We'll talk about D'Angelo Pons later, probably, an Indiana cornerback who's even smaller and plays even bigger. So a lot of these smaller cornerbacks, people just see their size profile and kind of pigeonhole them and say they can't do this, they can't do that. Avion Terrell, like you mentioned, his brother's a pro for a long time, a really good outside cornerback for the Falcons. Now they'll be playing together. Will Avion Terrell be playing on the inside in the slot, on the other side on the outside? Who knows? But either way, this is a great add to a Falcon secondary that added a couple pieces last year's draft, Xavier Watts and a couple other guys. Now they're really building out that secondary in Atlanta to compete in the NFC South.
1 of 5 selections. There you go. Not too many, as they've traded away several over the last couple drafts. But yeah, not too bad. Slim Reaper with a 5. I can see the Eagles trading one of the thirds to get back in the 4th round, maybe another 5th and 6th. Not sold on limit, but still excited. Go Birds. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Go Birds. Go Birds.
Bob with
I've
the
seen
2.
some people. Go ahead.
There's a Bob with the 2. Anthony, Josh, and Thomas. You guys know, or I guess it's the emoji there. You guys know ball. Go Birds. Thank you, Bob.
We appreciate that. We're trying. Our best. We're trying our best right now. A lot of picks coming in, and a lot of people starting to join now. Almost 6,000 between both streams as we are at 49. The Vikings are on the clock. If McNeil-Warren, we mentioned his name about 90 times so far in this first hour. If he gets past Minnesota at 49, is there the chance? Does it start to get a little bit more likely? I'm trying to go through the teams that could potentially need safety. I mean, maybe. No, I think that there's a chance. We'll see. He's got to get past Minnesota, though, and that's the team currently on the clock.
Yeah, and that's the team that many thought that was going to take Dylan Thiedemann in the first round, right? But they went with Caleb Banks. They kind of went in a different direction. So now, do they luck into Emmanuel McNeil-Warren falling in their lap, or do they go in a different direction? One interesting note, though, we're so many picks into the second round, and only 3 offensive players have been taken, or 4, I'm sorry, but 3 of them were wide receivers. So it's been kind of a very defensive-heavy start to this second round, and we'll see if that trend continues or if it'll pivot back to the offensive side of the ball.
You know, if EMW does go, then do the Eagles go the offensive route? As you're saying there, not too many. I mean, we talked
tight
about
end.
Before. We wanted Kenyon Sadiq, but if you got an Eli Stowers, that wouldn't be too terrible. It'd be potentially exciting with the weapons that you already have. But we'll see. Surely we're going to have this thing.
We got another trade.
Quickly.
The Panthers are on the clock at 49.
Ooh.
Updates on the compensation.
Okay.
But the Panthers
So the Vikings
are trading up
went
from
back.
51 to 49.
Interesting. Okay. Well, now you still have a chance to get back in front of Minnesota. I guess Minnesota didn't really want EMW there. That's what at least tells us. They didn't think he was, I don't know, worthy of this pick, or maybe they don't want safety, unlike what a lot of Viking fans want them to do. So we put the Panthers on the clock as soon as we get the trade compensation. Fun seeing the Terrell brothers hugging it out there wherever they're watching this in Atlanta. But that's crazy. You get a brother cornerback duo on the same football team with pick 48, and now we have the Panthers on the clock. That puts the Jets up next at 50. We'll see what Carolina wants to go ahead and do with their first pick in round 2.
And we have the compensation. Yes.
Yep.
It's the Panthers are giving up 51 and 159, and the Vikings are trading 49 and 196. So about a 40 pick drop off for the Panthers, but they are able to move up 2 spots here in the second round.
Okay, there we go. Got on the screen there. Official terms. Actually, it didn't take the first one from Minnesota, did it? It's only saying 159. It was their 51. It should have been. Hold up.
51 and 159
Hold
for
up. Let me
49
redo it
and
here.
196.
All right, make sure we have the official one.
No word on the Viking or on the Panther pick yet, by the way. They haven't even put the pick in. Not even showing the Panthers have traded on ESPN yet, by the way, just FYI.
Lovely.
It is worth noting, though, Panthers are another team that could be looking for a safety. So I don't want to ruin your hopes, but quite a few in this range between the Vikings, the Panthers, and the Steelers. Not the Steelers, the Colts now that they traded back. But all 3 of those teams could be in the market for a safety. So, but if they did like him, you figured they would stick and pick him here, right? So we'll see what happens here in these next couple picks.
Panthers pick is in. Don't know who it is yet. They have 7 remaining after this one. Carolina, I mean, pretty impressive year. The basement of that NFC South for a while. They get the 8 wins. They win the division. They gave the Rams all they could handle. There was a chance to win that football game in the wild card round, and now they try to go ahead and reload and maybe win the division this year with a winning record because, again, they were 8-9. They have 49 right now, and then 83, 111, or 119, 158, 196, and 200. The pick is in for Carolina. We're not exactly sure who it is just yet.
Got it.
Jets.
Sending it now.
There we go. Let's see who it is. I hope that is not... Okay, all right. We'll take that. We have the pick
Not that
for
we're spoiling
Carolina.
anything.
Yeah, sorry. We're spoiling it. You'll know if it's EMW.
Oh, they'll
Let's
definitely
just say
know.
that.
Yeah.
You will definitely know. Okay, there we go. Pick 49 for the Panthers is in. We're ready to roll whenever you guys are. With the 49th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Lee Hunter, defensive tackle out of Texas Tech. Another Texas Tech defensive player is officially off the board here. And how about a guy who has a 6'9" wingspan, Anthony? Another massive run clogger there in the middle to go next to Derek Brown.
Yeah, and I talked about Jacob Rodriguez just a couple of picks ago, right? Then obviously David Bailey in the first round. That Texas Tech defense was really talented. And Lee Hunter up in the middle of it, he was actually my guy that I labeled among the interior defensive linemen in this draft class. And it's easy to see why. I mean, he's an older player at 24 years old, which might have caused him to fall to this late. The impact that he had for that defense. I mean, 4 sacks, 20 and a half tackles for loss. I mean, that's just insane, right? So the impact that he could have, I know a lot of people thought, or they think of like a Jordan Davis type of player. He doesn't necessarily have the size or the athleticism that Davis has, but just his impact on the field. I think he's more than just a 2-down player. He can have that 3-down impact, and he's a better pass rusher than he might be getting credit for. So now you're putting him next to Derek Brown on that Carolina defensive front. They've got some big bodies, and they're going to be able to get to the pass rusher quickly from that interior.
It helps whenever you pay a lot for your defense. I will say that. Not that they're not good, but a lot of NIL money going on for those Texas Tech defenders, spending quite a fortune.
They assembled
on
the
that.
Avengers.
I mean,
over
they
there on
pretty
that
much
defense.
did. Just like, hey, let's open up the checkbook. Tom with the welcome to Let's Run It tier. Appreciate that one. Also, Josephine with another 20 bomb here says, I've officially retired my number 11 jersey to domestic duties. Will proudly wear number 6 Kelly Green when NFL comes to Australia. Love the Slim Reaper. He's clutch and humble. Love you guys. Ant-Man is great. Go Birds.
Appreciate that.
We appreciate that. I think you'll see a lot of number 6 jerseys being sold this year. I think there'll be a little run on number 6 jerseys. Hopefully you bought while it was low because they're going to have a lot of them this year.
11 has been kind of jinxed or cursed or however you want it. Yeah, because you're like, I had the Wentz jersey and then turned it into the A.J. Brown jersey, and then, like, who knows who ends up wearing it. You could get another nameplate. Bree with the 2. Do the Eagles use the 3rd-round picks for Grenard?
Maybe.
Possibly.
I don't know if the Vikings would take that. I thought Minnesota wanted it too, but, just because you want it to happen doesn't guarantee it's going to happen, but we'll see.
Might as well call and see. It doesn't hurt to ask. Power Ranger with the 2. Halsey would be a fine safety, not worried. Okay, so some other options for safety. That's fair. LSU safety out there. I would still prefer EMW. I think the vast majority would. We'll see. See who's on their list.
Jets are on the clock right now. We got a little under 4 minutes, a little over 4 minutes, excuse me. Then the Vikings, after that short trade back with the Panthers. Green Bay at 52. We are very close to Philadelphia at 54. Jets already took 3 players in the first round there. I thought they had a pretty darn good job. David Bailey, Kenyon Sadiq, Omar Cooper, and now they just sent the pick in for number 50 here. This one came via Pittsburgh. Detroit, actually. I got to read the very tiny fine print there. But the Jets pick is in. We'll see who it is. We don't know who it is yet, though.
And
Hopefully
Josh,
you're
did you
watching
get
on
the
TV.
compensation for that D Winters trade? I don't know if you want to update it or not because the Cowboys sent the pick to the 49ers. I believe it was a 5th-round pick. I can get the exact one for you if you want me to.
Yeah. If you can do that, that'd be great.
Just give me 1 second.
Let's see here. Can I insert a...
I'm not sure if you were able to just swap picks or not, but it was the 152nd pick is going to San Fran for D Winters.
Okay. Yes, I can do that. Let's see. It'd be Cowboys and San Fran. 152nd, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then add a player. Okay.
Jets pick is in. I'm sending it now.
Okay. I was waiting on that. I was looking to see if I had it. Jets pick is in. Okay. We're ready to go on that one whenever, Josh, after you get that one sent in. But the Jets have made their selection at 50. That puts the Vikings back on the clock at 51, followed by their division rival, the Packers, at 52. Here we go with 50 overall, though. With the 50th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select D'Angelo Pons, cornerback out of Indiana, which is a very interesting selection here, gentlemen, mainly because one of the pro comps that I saw was actually his new head coach in Aaron Glenn, Anthony. He's small, though, right? One of these hyper-competitive, pint-sized cornerbacks, 5'9", 182. I'm 5'9". I can't imagine playing cornerback against some of the big receivers in the NFL. We'll see if he can figure it out with size and length. Arm length is a problem, too, there, under 30 inches. I can see this being taken as a little bit of a stretch there, but obviously Aaron Glenn sees a little bit of himself here in D'Angelo Pons.
Yeah, I mean, D'Angelo Pons, I get the size concerns, but it's just like one of those cases where Mekhi Lemon kind of said something similar where it's heart over height, right? You just watch him on the field. He's able to hold his own on the outside, on the inside, wherever that Indiana defense needed him to be. And he was actually shorter than 5'9" as far as his testing at the combine. 5'8" and 5/8 inches, 182 pounds, 29 3/8 inch arms. I mean, that's 4th percentile arm length, 2nd percentile height. But just what he did on the field, you watch the player just throw the size out the window, right? Because he does not play like he's that small. I mentioned Trent McDuffie earlier when we were talking about another player, but Pons is a player that, for the Jets defense that traded away a Sauce Gardner, I don't know if he's definitely full on side for them, but he's the type of player that can have an immediate impact for that defense and really, really help change and bring in a new era of defense alongside David Bailey, who they added in the first round.
We're getting close, guys. We're getting really close. I'm kind of distracted, quite honestly, by just like, all right, we're one more pick closer but it's a possibility for the Eagles to potentially not have to trade up at all and just land a safety there if they want to. But Minnesota's on the clock, and that is the big question. Even though they traded back, they're back on the clock. Bree with a 5, big fan from Hawaii. I hope Eagles draft, is it Kansei Matsuzawa, the kicker out of Hawaii, on day 3? I don't know if I said that correctly, but attempted to there. See if they get a kicker. Spilled milk with a 2. Kamari Ramsey is better than all of them.
Yeah. Okay. Let me Slim Reaper 006 in the chat who said he's gonna bet his paycheck I'm not 5'9". He said, "Love you, brother, but you're 5'7", 5'8". The disrespect is crazy. Get a tape measure. I want to know what your paycheck is, because send it over. Listen, I'm 5'9". The problem is Josh is like 6'3". So if you see me next to Josh, it shrinks me because he's so darn tall. But yes, I am 5'9", by the way, Slim Reaper. Let me just say that. So go ahead and Venmo me the check. Let me know if you need my Venmo. I'll take that paycheck there. I hope it's pretty fat because, no, I'm not 5'7". Nice try, though.
Yeah.
I see these chats. I see
Or,
them.
you accept a lot of other forms of payment. Venmo,
Sure.
Zelle,
Super Chat
Cash
here
App,
is your
Super
check,
Chat.
by the
Sure,
way.
yeah,
Why don't you do
whatever
that?
you want.
Yeah.
Feel free.
Viking pick is in, by the way. I saw that chat. Listen, we don't put every chat up there. Super chats go on the screen, but doesn't mean we're not monitoring. We see you guys in there. Here we go. Minnesota 51. Let's see what happens here. Hold on to your butts, as they say, right? Let's see what happens with the Vikings here. Ooh, I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay. I hope we just breathe a sigh of relief and move on.
It's still crazy to me
pins and
that
needles.
Jermod McCoy is still out there. I understand the medical red flags, but he's a phenomenal player when he is out there. And who knows? It seems like the medical rechecks or whatever these doctors saw was enough to have him fall this range. But he's a player that was a top 15 player for a lot of these draft experts, and he's still there. So somebody's going to take him eventually. I don't know if it's going to be Minnesota or Philadelphia or whoever it might be, but somebody's going to be very lucky to get Jermod McCoy, just like the Cardinals were last year to get Will Johnson where they got him.
Viking pick is in. They're actually walking it up to the podium here. Do we know who the Viking pick is yet? They're about to announce it.
I have not seen anything
yet.
on it.
Nope.
Let's
Joshua Fontes with a 5 as we're waiting with AJ getting traded. That leaves 10 total wide receivers as of now. Who gets cut and to make the 54? My money's on Quez, Covey, Moore, and Gray. Go Birds.
We had the Viking
Two bad
pick, by the way.
suggestions.
Do you make sure? Oh, let's make sure. Do you guys see it? It's
I don't
it's
actually
him.
see it.
I have it. There it is.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. With the 51st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select. It's Jake Golday, the linebacker out of Cincinnati. No safety. Everybody celebrate. Here we go. 6'4", 239-pound senior out of Cincinnati. Very high ceiling, in my opinion. He has the perfect frame, the explosive traits. Former defensive end. I mean, gosh, he's 6'4". Come on. The question is going to be, he's relatively new to playing the off-ball linebacker role, but clearly Minnesota thinks taking him this high in round 2 might be a stretch. I don't know if the Viking fans are going to love Caleb Banks and Jake Golday here in rounds 1 and 2, Anthony, but we survived the Viking pick nonetheless.
Yeah, it feels like Brian Flores might be running the draft for the Vikings, right? I mean, they don't have a GM right now, technically, so I guess he's getting his handpick of whoever he wants for that defense. I know he got a big contract extension this offseason, but Golday's a guy, like you mentioned, 6'4.5", 240 pounds. He's built and almost looks like an edge rusher, which makes sense for a Brian Flores off a defense that loves to blitz the linebackers. But I think he's risen even more than many expected throughout the pre-draft process, and his performance at the combine certainly helped out with a nearly 40-inch vertical, a nearly 10-foot, 6-inch broad jump. I mean, he turned a lot of heads with his performance both after the season ended and during the season with the way he looked at off-ball linebacker. So Minnesota's, it's going to be categorized as 2 reaches for their defense, but if you're looking specifically for a Brian Flores defense and those profiles, what he looks for, both picks make a lot of sense in my opinion.
Worst case scenario, you're getting a guy who shows up in special teams from day one, right? I mean, you make a contributor role in that, and then you get beyond that. Because as you say, like he's newer to the role. He's got to learn, especially a Brian Flores defense. I mean, just all the extra scheming that goes on with that. But as he kind of transitions into that, you also mentioned as well, I mean, he's playing almost like a hybrid nickel last year, at least on a lot of the tape from that. So Josh with a 5, by the way, going back to that one really quickly, as far as wide receivers being cut, I think it's a fair assessment. You know, you got a lot of wide receivers on the roster. It's a difficult one for several guys on the Eagles to be able to make it. Quez is for sure gone. Covey probably not, especially if Mekhi is going to be handling some special teams work. Moore and Gray, I mean, probably as well. Like there's just you're only to keep like 5, maybe 6, right, on the active roster. So it's a fair assessment, I think.
I'm just shocked to see all these linebackers going. CJ Allen from Georgia is still there. I thought he would have been long gone by now.
He
I
would
don't
have
think
been
there's any
long gone
medical
for sure.
red flags involved with him either. So Jermod McCoy and CJ Allen, 2 players that a lot of people had in their first round mock drafts as defensive players, but they're still sticking out there here late on day 2.
All right, we have the Packer pick here at 52. We know who it is as well, and that means we are 2 picks away from Philadelphia. Let me know whenever you're ready to rock. Here we go.
Come on, baby.
With the 52nd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Braden Cisse, cornerback out of South Carolina. He also played at North Carolina, by the way, as well. I really like this pick overall because of the 41-inch vertical leap. I mean, that is absolutely massive in terms of getting up there and plucking footballs out of the sky, Anthony. Hyper fluid, really good man cover specialist as well. The question is going to be the statistical production. Pretty modest, only 2 picks across 3 collegiate seasons.
Yeah, that's the question. But I mean, you look at like the way he played on the field, and he's only going to only be a 21-year-old rookie in a class that's full of these older players that we've talked about being 24, 25-year-olds. Cisse is going to have an immediate impact in that Packers secondary. And like you mentioned, not only that vertical jump, he also almost had a broad jump of 11 feet as well. So he didn't run at the combine, but just the explosiveness, his ability to get up there, play the ball at its highest point, get to these pass breakups and be a physical defender. I feel like for a team that's had some inconsistency at cornerback in Green Bay, Cisse is going to be able to kind of address that position. And they brought in a couple different names in recent years on the outside and dealt with a lot of injuries. He'll hopefully be the long-term answer for the Packers at that spot.
Said he models his game after a former Gamecock as well, Stephon Gilmore, by the way.
Yeah.
Just
not a bad name to follow.
That's not too bad. Yeah. 2 picks.
Two picks. Got to get past Indy.
That's all it is.
Does Indy need a safety? I actually don't. I don't think that they do. Right? They don't technically need a safety.
A couple of the mock draft simulators, depending on what you look at, they do list safety as a need. So we'll see if they actually go and take one here. But like I mentioned, some of these names that are still available and what they could be looking for. I mean, is there a chance that McNeil-Warren actually falls to the Eagles? Like this is
I was going to say,
crazy.
Please,
right? We talk about McCoy. Maybe Philadelphia has to go ahead and take him. But if Philadelphia just sits there at 54 and takes McNeil-Warren, if I would have told you guys that yesterday, you would have said 0% chance. He's just sitting there at 54.
The Colts pick
the Toledo factor.
I don't know what it is, but the Eagles are on the clock at 54. So
okay,
the Colts
let's get the
pick
Colts
is
pick.
in.
That was quick. That was very quick for the Colts. Put that one in fast. Let's see who they're going to go ahead and take. Who's it going to be?
Brendan with a 2, by the way. Appreciate that. Also says Thomas, definitely a Tide. I'm not sure. Tide Pod small, but mighty. I think he's trying to say you're 5'8 3/4 is basically what Brendan's saying there. So
we're gonna have to bring out the tape measure. We got to bring it out. Got to prove some people wrong. Collect some paychecks here.
Listen, I think whoever got that 5'8 3/4 measurement, they were using the combine measurements that are messing up all these guys' arm lengths. Right?
Yeah,
so
they're just a little short.
He's 5'9". Give him 5'9".
Yep. Wait till his pro day. We're gonna get the official measurements.
All right, Colts pick is in. We don't know who it is, right? We do not know who the Colts pick is, but we do know Philadelphia is officially on the clock. What if Philadelphia just takes somebody else, right? Like, what if they just don't take Emmanuel McNeil-Warren and they take some offensive lineman here? That would be pretty crazy.
I mean, there's options. Emmanuel Pregnon is still there from Oregon, the guard, who's probably the top of their board as far as from an offensive line perspective. But Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, they did a ton of homework on him. Like I mentioned, the formal meeting that they've had with him and the connection with Quinyon Mitchell, it fits a huge need. I mean, it would make sense, but there are some other interesting offensive players too, right? You think of like an Eli Stowers or an Oscar Delp if they wanted to address tight end. So they're going to have options. It's just a matter of if they can survive this Colts pick as well.
Colts pick is officially in. We don't know who it is yet, as 7,000 people have joined our stream. Drop the like button. Everyone seems to kind of file in here, as you see down below us in the lower third. Up next, the Philadelphia Eagles. They're on the clock. Here comes the Colts pick. They got Pat McAfee announcing it. Let's see what happens here. We know that McAfee's going to take a while. Do we not know who the Colts pick is yet?
Still haven't seen it, no. Oh, and I know who the Eagles are going to take already.
Yeah,
okay.
I was just going to say, we know the Steelers pick.
I'm pretty excited about that one. Okay.
Okay. I don't know. I feel left out here. I would love to know who the Eagles are taking. Who are the Colts taking?
I know we need the Colts first, so we can just move on.
Text the chat, guys. Okay. Who is it? Pat McAfee's taking forever. Goodness gracious. How do we know who the Eagle pick is? Oh, interesting. Okay, I see the Eagle pick. Very interesting. Very interesting.
I actually
this is
love
taking
that.
forever.
The more that I think about
it,
I love it. Quite honestly,
I do too.
Could have gone one of two directions, but
I'll be
happy with it.
Okay, we have the Colts pick right now. Goodness gracious, Pat McAfee
My
taking
gosh.
forever.
Shout out to Jimmy Kempski, Eagles beat reporter, that just tweeted, "I was just thinking that we need more Pat McAfee." So, not the biggest fan of Pat
There's
McAfee.
there's the Colts pick. We
Okay,
have the Colts
finally.
pick here.
My gosh.
And then we can have the Eagle pick here as soon as we get through the Colts pick really quickly. Okay. With the 53rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select C.J. Allen. There he is. There's your linebacker out of Georgia, Anthony. And I'm with you. I thought that C.J. Allen was going to go, months ago. It felt like way earlier in the second round, and a big run on linebackers, and he falls a little bit there. What's the question here? Is he more just a see-ball, get-ball kind of guy and lacks the elite explosive playmaking traits? Why did C.J. Allen fall?
My guess is maybe the physical profile, right? Like not the biggest linebacker at just 6'1", 230. So maybe that's the question, but not going to be like a crazy pass rusher either. If you want to do that, just more of your physical, like traditional profile linebacker. That's going to be probably a 5 to 10 year starter for the Colts. But for some reason, he fell to them here, and I think it's probably the biggest steal of the draft until this point.
Okay, moving on.
Let's get him out of there.
exciting
Let's go to
one.
Philadelphia. Let's go to Philadelphia. Get him out of there. Here we go. With the 54th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Eli Stowers, tight
Come on,
end
baby.
out of Vanderbilt. Oh, my goodness. There you go. They get the 6'4", 239-pound, potentially the biggest and best pure athletic tight end in the entire draft. He tested so well at the NFL Combine, Anthony. There were people saying he might be better than Kenyon Sadiq. He goes a lot of picks later. We were wondering when they would go tight end. Sadiq didn't quite make it to 20 and 23, but they go tight end at 54. Talk to me about Stowers.
Yeah, so Stowers is just, if you're going to think about, if they wanted Kenyon Sadiq, like ideally say that was their target, this is going to be your next best bet. I mean, the physical profile is better than Sadiq in some categories with the 4.51 40-yard dash, almost a 46-inch vertical, 11-foot 3-inch broad jump. I mean, he literally broke records at the NFL Combine. And I know there are questions about he's not a good blocker. He's basically a big receiver, but he's new to the position. And in the Sean Mannion's offense, they're going to be implementing in Philadelphia. They just like in Green Bay, they use multiple tight ends, and they're going to need somebody that can have an impact at the position. They're going to teach him and coach him up as a blocker. He is almost 6'4", 240 pounds, former quarterback. So a ton of intriguing kind of points with his profile. So I understand the Eagles fans' concern about the blocking, but just the potential impact, especially in a post AJ Brown world that we're operating in. Now you add in a Mekhi Lemon wherever he fits. You add in the Eli Stowers wherever he fits. That's a lot of weapons for Jalen Hurts and Sean Mannion to work with and take this offense to hopefully Super Bowl heights in 2026 and beyond.
Seems like the chat is a little more negative than positive,
Yeah,
which is
I'm
very interesting
surprised.
for this one.
I'm surprised.
This is a guy who's, literally like from almost my backyard here, Denton Geyer High School. We talked about this. We did the mock draft. I think the one and only one we did during the live stream, Anthony, that we took Stowers. And we were talking about the excitement of that. But as you brought up there, the A.J. Brown element is huge on this. And I saw people yesterday talking about like, oh, bro, we got Mekhi Lemon, and now we got two small receivers. We don't have a bigger... Stowers, I mean, whether you want to say like, okay, he's a tight end, he's a wide receiver, like he's a big body target. So you can kind of fill that void, so to speak, if you say, well, okay, A.J. Brown's not going to be there. I love the move. It tells you again that Howie's saying, look, and if we brought this up as well, yes, they need a safety. There's still other selections that could be had. They could still take someone else, Jalen Kilgore, name some other guys out there. There's still other guys to take. But if you want to have a, let's say, quote unquote, hole on this team, right? So you need to take a tight end. I would rather try to fill the void for a Sean Mannion, a new offensive coordinator, and say, we got Vic Fangio. Even if, worst case scenario, we have to roll with a Marcus Epps and a Drew Makuba, I trust that Fangio can scheme it up to be in a much better way than a Sean Mannion to say, yeah, but we don't really have the receiving threat. We don't have the options that he needs for the offense. Give your new first-time offensive coordinator play caller as many options as he possibly can have. So I think it's a great pick.
Well, let's just be very clear. Mekhi Lemon felt like a Sean Mannion type guy, the Sean Mannion style offense, catch across the middle. And then remember what this Packer offense did with a guy named Tucker Kraft this past season, a very physical, athletic tight end. And with Stowers, we got to make sure we're very clear here. he did win the John Mackey Award. He was technically awarded the top tight end achievement in the entire country in 2025. I know everyone thinks Sadiq is the freak, and I understand that I myself was very much wanting Kenyon Sadiq, but whether you think that Eli was better than him or not, this is clearly the 1B at worst of this year's NFL draft, and there is still time to go ahead and get a safety. They're getting an absolute physical freak, and this offense, which will not have A.J. Brown, guys, it might not miss a step, and I know that he's a tight end. He's not playing A.J.'s position, but holy cow. Goddard's still going to be there for a year. You get the pass off there. Ertz to Goddard, Goddard to now Stowers as well. This offense is going to have a lot of weapons, and they're going to have a lot of receivers running around the middle of that football field, and Stowers is going to be one of them. We also have a trade up here, right?
Yep.
Okay, we want to make sure they have this. So the Chargers have traded 55 to the Patriots for 63, 131, and 202, and the Patriots have immediately made a selection here. I am ready to go as they went the 55th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft. They got Gabe Jacobs, the defensive end, edge rusher, I should say, out of Illinois, and so there's another pass rusher heading to the AFC. The bulldozer, I see a lot of people say with the speed, even at a 4.65 40, 87th percentile in the 10-yard split as well. Straight line speed is good. Can he bend and stop the run? A little Bryce Huff, if you will, Anthony.
Yeah, Gabe Jacobs is just, the athletic profile is just so special. I mean, 6'4", 260 pounds, big 10-inch hands, a relative athletic score of 9.59. And you look at the impact that he had on that Illinois defense. I mean, 11 sacks, 13 and a half tackles for a loss, was an all Big Ten selection. He's a physical player. To me, it almost reminded me of Nolan Smith, who obviously we know from the Eagles very well, but a super powerful edge rusher that he may not have the finesse or a lot of things like that, but plenty of room to grow for Gabe Jacobs. And I feel like in a 3-4 front, which the Patriots do use, I think he could be an impactful player from day one in New England.
Solid pick. I like the Nolan Smith comp there. I don't know why I would, but
interesting.
Interesting. Teammates
really?
described him.
I didn't think you were a fan.
I was gonna say, teammates described him as a workaholic. If that doesn't scream Nolan Smith and knowing about Nolan Smith, then I don't know what does. So that's a good one. I like that, sir. A tip of the cap. I'm not wearing. I actually should have. Now that I'm thinking, I should have worn the hat. It's a perfect
show off the Sean
and for
Mannion
the Flyers
here, but...
too. You're on it with the hat game. That's always a constant.
Trying
Resurrected with a 10. Happy 81st birthday to our Nana and Gigi. We got two 81-year-old birthdays today from Anthony, Caitlin, Sierra, and Baby Autumn. Go Birds.
Whoa. We got to trade.
Who?
The Eagles are trading for Jonathan Grenard.
Yes!
Oh, there it is.
The Minnesota gets pick number
goodness.
98. Wait. And a 2027 third rounder. So 2 third-round picks.
All right, fine.
Okay.
Heck yeah.
And one of those third-round picks, think of it, for Eagles fans, you're getting a compensatory third-round pick for the loss of Jalen Phillips, right? So you're basically using that pick and your extra third-round pick that you got essentially for Hassan Reddick, right? Because the other one this year is for Hassan Reddick. So it gives you the freedom to trade 2 for Jonathan Grenard and get you a Pro Bowl caliber edge rusher in Philadelphia.
So now the Birds, if I would have told you by 8:40 p.m. Eastern time on night 2, guys, they would have Mekhi Lemon, they would have Eli Stowers, and also Jonathan Grenard. I think every single one of us would have said A+. I mean, I think we're at A+ right now. They got to get a safety, but that's it. They have their superstar edge rusher when he's healthy, 12 sacks in 2024. They have their future at tight end, who's a physical freak, and they have replaced A.J. Brown, even though it's a different type of player, but they have their wide receiver. Wow, there it is. Jonathan Grenard. We have a Jonathan Grenard clip as well, by the way.
Yes,
we want to go ahead and can play that. There it is. I love Jonathan Grenard. I have called him, Anthony, the best pass rusher nobody's ever heard of. And it's mainly because he had that incredible 2024 where he had 12 sacks, over 20% pass rush win rate the past 2 seasons, by the way. Dealt with some injuries, only played in a couple of games, had a couple of sacks this past year. But when he is healthy, he is an absolute monster. And outside the AFC or the NFC North, they might not know this guy, but you see him right there taking down Caleb Williams. The NFC North teams are pumped he is no longer a Minnesota Viking.
Yeah, I mean, I think people got a little bit spooked by the down year that he had last year as far as the sack total goes, but still recorded a ton of pressures. He's a better run defender than many people give him the credit for, and I think he's a perfect fit in this Vic Fangio defense. And the Eagles, they not only did they trade for him, they rewarded him, according to Adam Schefter, with a 4-year, $100 million contract extension. So if you're looking at the money that Jalen Phillips got, this kind of looks like a bargain for a player that's a proven edge rusher, been to the Pro Bowl before, and can have that type of impact in Philadelphia for years to come.
Oh,
take
my
that
gosh.
100%. You don't have to pay the $30 million per year, right, for the Jalen Phillips like you're talking about. This is huge, and we talked about this on the last video as well. But there was that leak. Was it not a leak? It was John Ledyard and Ollie Connolly, I think, that were having the podcast discussion. Is like, oh yeah, the Grenard's going to go to the Eagles, and he's like, wait a second, is that official? He's like, oh, I thought it was. And it's like, well, no, not yet, but it might be. So there you go. And the beauty too, and again, you see the trade on your screen. You can see that if you're watching on television. If you're on mobile, you squint really hard, you might be able to make it out. But the 3rd round pick of 98, and then next year's 3rd round pick as well. Jonathan Grenard to the Eagles, add to the edge, Jalix Hunt, Nolan Smith, Brandon Graham. I mean, he's kind of defensive tackle as well, but still, like, you got that and Grenard with a rotation there. That's pretty good. I mean, you consider some of the other options now. I mean, it's basically safety, which I know that people earlier say, oh, well, you got to take EMW before, but the Eagles still have the 68, right? So you have an opportunity to potentially get a guy. I mean, maybe EMW's not available there, but there's still other options out there at the safety
Another
spot.
name, just to throw out there for the Eagles, have done a ton of homework on, and now that they don't have the 98th pick, Jalen Kilgore, safety, is a guy to keep an eye on, because there were talks that maybe he could be a 2nd round pick, but if he's there from South Carolina, we saw Cisse go earlier, the corner from South Carolina, but Jalen Kilgore is a player that the Eagles hosted on the top 30 visit. They interviewed him at the Combine, at several other spots throughout the pre-draft process. So from the Eagles standpoint, I know the fans are looking for a safety. Jalen Kilgore is a name to keep an eye on a little bit later here tonight.
Well, and I know the fans are also talking about $100 million price tag, and that sounds like a lot, but as Anthony mentioned, right, Jalen Phillips got $30 million a year. You're getting Jonathan Grenard, who 2 years ago had almost double the production of Jalen Phillips and way less injuries for the lower body, at about $25 million a year. And that's what they were trying to get Jalen Phillips to sign, right? It was right about 24, 25 was their limit. And so they go ahead and pivot. Howie always has a plan. It took a little bit longer, but you essentially get Jonathan Grenard for a 3rd. We had been talking about Jonathan Grenard for a 2nd for a very long time the past couple of weeks. Stowers and Grenard in a span of 5 minutes is absolutely insane. It's insane.
Yeah, and given the run that we've seen tonight on those edge rushers as well, it kind of feels like maybe that was like their other negotiating point, where they were like, listen, if we can get one of these edge rusher guys that we really, really like, then we'll take him at 54. If not, we're going to call you. We already have this trade lined up. We already have the contract hammered out. So once there was that run on edge rushers, that seems like that's why Howie Roseman pivoted to a guy like Jonathan Grenard.
Man, I love it. Again, I'm going to put it on the screen. I don't know. I kind of went blacked out for a second, but is Jacksonville still on the clock? Have we
No,
Jacksonville?
I just got their pick.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, I just kind of saw some stars.
I don't have who it is.
Trade on your screen for the Eagles.
I think I'll double check. I just sent it now, but I'll double check.
Yeah. That's it. You're right. That's it. That's the Jag one. Yeah, we have the Jag one. Let's go ahead and
the Eagles just officially announced their trade, by the way.
There it is.
Okay, sweet.
Ooh, I can't believe they got him. Let's go.
I mean, that's huge. It's monumental.
They were like, "Oh, you didn't like the Eli Stowers pick? Here, take that.
Yeah,
take that.
Literally.
Okay, fine.
Literally.
Yeah. Shut up.
Okay, Jaguar pick, and then we'll go to the Bear pick, which is in right now. With the 56th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Nate Borkshire, I believe I said that right, tight end out of Texas A&M. And so a little run here on tight ends is starting to go ahead and brew. I don't think we have a highlight packet from him as well. Anthony, talk to me about Borkshire. Make sure I pronounced it correctly.
Yeah, Nate Borkshire is not a player that you would probably find a highlight package for, because he only has like 30 catches across 5 seasons, 6 seasons in college. This is the biggest shocker so far of the night for me and for the draft as a whole. He was a player that I thought the Eagles could target. They brought him in on a 30 visit, but you'd think he was a target on maybe day 3, round 5 or 6, where he's a 25-year-old rookie. He only, like I mentioned, only had 30 catches in college, but he's an immediate impact player as far as a blocking standpoint, right? Which is pretty funny, because he's heading to Jacksonville, right, where they just cut a guy like Johnny Munt, who is a veteran tight end that stuck in the league as a blocker. So They're kind of replacing Johnny Munt with Nate Borkacher, who I guess they're betting on becoming much more as a pass catcher than he was in college. So I like the player, not necessarily sure that I thought he was going to be here or be selected in the second round here at all.
Yeah, it feels like a stretch. I'm texting my buddy Alex, who's a big Jaguar fan, and he's not happy. He's like, we needed a lot of other things besides a tight
Shout
end
out
who
Alex.
is not good. Yeah,
He
shout out
can
Alex,
he can
by the
block.
way.
He can block.
Oh wait,
so-
one more note
block,
on the Jonathan Grenard trade. The Eagles actually got back a 7th round pick, 244th overall in the deal as well. So
Okay.
it's,
There you go.
This year or
for this year.
this
yes.
year? Okay,
The,
all right.
The 244th overall pick.
Dang it! So now I got to redo this thing, don't I?
Oh, another. Well, this is the future pick, but it's next year's 4th round pick. It's not a 3rd.
They get a 4th back?
No.
So
They traded away.
Not a
the Eagles
3rd.
Traded away a 2026 3rd round pick, a 2027 4th round pick. It was previously
Oh,
reported
wow.
that it was a 2027 3rd round pick. So they traded away 98 this year and a 4th round pick next year for Jonathan Grenard and a 7th round pick this year, which is number 244 overall.
Wow. Okay, so it's even better. It's even cheaper. How about that? They keep the 3rd. That is crazy.
What was you said? What was the 7th round pick? Did you have that?
244th overall.
244?
Was going
Okay.
back to Philadelphia. Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's go.
Wow.
Let me update this.
Wow, a lot has happened. Holy cow.
Oh,
Save
this
the
is very
update.
this is very weird. Both teams announced the deal, the Vikings and the Eagles. The Eagles say that they're trading away a 2027 4th round pick. The Vikings say that they're receiving a 2027 3rd round pick. So either way, it's a 3rd
Maybe
or
a
4th
little
round pick.
conditional one there.
Well,
Yeah,
hopefully
interesting.
they figure that out. Yeah, and that might also be how it is too. They're trying to pitch it differently. It could be if he gets 10 sacks, it's a 3rd round pick, and of course the Vikings are going to want to make their fans happy about the deal. And if they say it's a 4th round pick, not as enticing, right? So probably a conditional situation where they're hoping to get the higher end of that deal.
Wow,
There you go.
wow. How about that? I just
Something
can't
that we
believe
had
that they
heard
went
rumblings
Stowers and
of.
Bernard.
It felt like it was going to get done for a while. You know, you wonder if little behind the scenes, just kind of double check. Obviously, got to have the meetings or make sure. Well, we saw it from the Ravens, I guess, and the back out for a physical and whatnot. But yeah, to get the edge. Yeah, I mean, you think about the defense and with Fangio and like where they have to go. We've already been saying it, but safety is the one spot. If they get the safety spot, sure it up. If it's a draft here, you take a Jalen Kilgore, as Anthony you mentioned a second ago, or some other player. I mean, overall, Reek Woolen, Q, Coop as the corners. You got Bond, Jahad Campbell, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jonathan Grenard, Jalix Hunt, Ojimo, Drew McCoop. Like that defense is locked down. You like one spot, get the safety, and then you've already addressed several of those issues on the offensive side with the Eli Stowers and also for Mekhi Lemon. I'm sorry, but like for the people that were being negative, it feels like a little overreactionary.
I totally agree. I totally agree. We have the Bear pick, by the way.
We're going to be level-headed. It's
Okay.
either one
That's
extreme
true.
or the other, right?
That's true.
So-
It is fair, yes. I did black out for a second, as some people were asking. Okay, pick is in for the Bears. And let me get this one.
Sure we have it. Okay, I do. With the 57th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Logan Jones, center out of Iowa. I don't think we have a highlight for Logan Jones as well. 6'3", 299-pound center. The senior, he's built in a lab, Anthony, to basically be an interior offensive lineman. I think he's a fantastic block center. Curious where the Bears are going to play him along that revamped offensive line that was much improved here in 2025. What do you think about Logan Jones going to Chicago?
Yeah, they've had some injuries along the interior of that offensive line last year, but Logan Jones should step in and at least compete for the starting job at center, is my guess. I mean, like you mentioned, checks the boxes from a physical standpoint, but really turned a lot of heads with his athletic testing at the combine. I mean, 4'9", 40-yard dash, 32-inch vertical jump, 7'4" in a 3-cone, a 9-foot 2-inch broad jump. I mean, a really impressive player. And then on tape, is like there were really no questions from a tape standpoint. It was more so athletically, can he handle what he's going to be at the next level? And another issue, like I said, with so many other players this year, is he's going to be a 25-year-old rookie, right? So he's an older player, but a team like Chicago that's looking to compete for championships or at least deep playoff run now, they want a player that's going to be able to impact the game right away, right? So he won the Remington Award in last season as well. So as a leader of the best offensive line probably in the country, that's going to have a lot of players selected in this year's draft. So he has the IQ. He's able to get to the second level and shows explosive traits at times. So offensive line that needed help along the interior, Logan Jones is going to be an answer there in Chicago.
Browns pick is ready to go, by the way.
Yes, they traded with the 49ers, I believe. What was the trade? Do we have the official comp on that trade?
I have the pick. I'll get the trade now.
Ooh. There's the pick. Okay. Well, Eagle fans are going to be a little upset now. If you were unhappy with the Stowers pick, you're going to hate what the Browns just did. Let me know when you're ready on that one.
All right, getting the trade compensation. Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have expected to have it go for forever, but
sorry, I kind of double sent that there, but hopefully you can make it out.
Yes. Yep.
So the Browns are not taking another wide receiver. We can tell you that at least.
They are not. They are not. I mean, Houston on the clock. Chicago back up
trade?
at 60 here. There's your official trade. 58, 152 to give up 70 and 107 is your official trade right there as well. Looks like the Houston Texans. Did they just trade up or did they move there? Either way, here comes Cleveland at 58 here. 58th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft. The Cleveland Browns select Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, safety out of Toledo, guys. You knew he wasn't going to fall forever, and 58 to Cleveland is where he lands. I mean, what do you say, right? He played at Toledo, Problem is, we saw somebody play at Toledo a couple years prior, and he's an all-pro in Quinyon Mitchell. Anthony, I love this kid. 6'3", 201 pounds. He is a perimeter box safety. He can also cover very well. Excellent tackling in the open field. I mean, the one question can be a little bit of footwork. He's not super fast, ran a 4.52. But let's be real. Every Eagle fan wanted this guy, and I'm bummed that he goes to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, I mean, the Cleveland Browns have done a phenomenal job, and this only continues. They got Casey Concepcion, Denzel Boston. Now you add Emmanuel McNeil-Warren to that defense. I mean, this is a home run pick at this point in the draft. And like you mentioned, has the size of like a Nick Manwari last year at 6'3", 209 pounds, over 32-inch arms. But what he can do at that size is even more impressive. He can play true single high safety, split safety, make plays from one side of the field to the other. He can play down in the box. So in the NFL, where we're seeing Seahawks just use 3 safeties a ton of the time, and then we're able to utilize that safety in the box or all around the field. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren is kind of that new defensive chess piece that a lot of teams are looking for, that Kyle Hamilton type of profile, and he's able to do so for the Browns in Cleveland.
All right, the Texans. Go ahead.
I was going to say the Texans are on the clock, but we have an official update on the compensation for the trade. So it was officially a third-round pick.
Yes, the future third-round pick.
Yeah, for the Eagles and the Vikings. I don't know if you guys had mentioned that or not, but
sounds like the Eagles tried to pull a fast one. No, I'm kidding. They're probably just the graphic design guy. Probably just messed up.
Probably so.
It's like, oops,
probably
sorry.
So.
The graphic department. I bet third-round pick. Whoops.
Chicago has just traded 60 to Tennessee, by the way.
Okay. A lot of trades going on now. Trying to keep up.
A lot of trades going on. Yeah, we gotta focus in on what's going on.
The Texans.
Oh yeah, we have the Texans pick as well.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay. Got that. Okay.
We have the Texan pick. And then the Bears traded 60 to Tennessee. Boy, a lot is happening right now. All around when the Philadelphia Eagles are making their big moves here. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, though, is our most recent official one at 58 overall. We're ready for 59. And that will go ahead and be the Houston Texans. And they take Marlon Klein, the tight end out of Michigan. And here we have another, I think, high-ceiling prospect. He has the prototypical size. He has very good athleticism overall. He's one of the freakless people here in 2025. Obviously, the question is route running. Not exactly polished. He's more of a speed athlete, but not a great separation player. But another tight end, there's a run going on. There's a reason Philadelphia went with Stowers first.
Yeah, this is another kind of reach, in my opinion, at tight end. I know we saw just Nate Morkacher go now, but Marlon Klein and these two guys going over Oscar Delp seems a little bit crazy to me. But Marlon Klein's a guy that I like his profile and his play personality a little bit more than some others did. I know he's a raw player and he had to follow after Colston Loveland left Michigan, but they kind of kept him and it's still like a limited role because he did show flashes as a blocker, but he is relatively new to the game. He came to America from Germany, hasn't played a ton of football, didn't get a ton of targets in that Michigan offense, but at the same time has the size that you want in a traditional tight end, unlike an Eli Stowers, where he is 6'6", 250 pounds. He can potentially be kind of that inline blocker, and he ran a 4.61, had a 36-inch vertical jump. So there's a lot to like with a Marlon Klein. I just don't know if I agree with necessarily taking him at this point in the draft.
Does feel like a bit of a reach. By the way, Grizzle Gear, appreciate the 5. Aloha from Kauai, Phoenixville, born and raised. I'm not sure if that's Phoenix, born and raised, or that's a typo. Apologies, but McNeil-Warren was the hope, but it did not happen. So trying to get to these in order. Bree with a 2. Lemon was already ringing in the Sixers today. That is true. Yes, he was out there hanging out with Smitty. What happened to Johnny Wilson? There's another from Mr. Smith with the comments on that. Matt with a 20 bomb. Just so you know, the three of you flow good with each other. Anthony can tell this is your happy place. Howie doing Howie things. Go Birds.
There you go.
I'm just trying to, thank you. I'm appreciating that, but I'm just trying to keep up with all this this madness the best I can.
There's a lot going on.
There's a ton.
There's a lot going on.
Philly with a 5. Bro, I'm 5'7" and 7 3/4, but I always put 5'8" on Tinder. Go Birds.
Yeah, back when I was a single man, I put 5'10", which means that I am 5'9", right? If we all go up an inch. So just FYI, but those days are long gone.
Got one from Viper Root with a 5. I'm so glad the chat isn't conducting the draft. Jeez. Yeah, well, it's,
people are upset about Stowers. I'm very surprised.
James with a 3. We'll get to this pick here in a second. Rip Grant Calcaterra, unfortunately for
maybe
for good
people
old
could be
Grant.
Excited about that. How about that?
Korma with a 5. All this weapons for
I know I
Hurts to
am.
only throw to. Yeah, I know you are. To people or run, or is this offense for a different quarterback? What kind of question is this?
That's a crazy
offense
question.
Is obviously for Jalen. And then Poncho with 2 more saying, I want my $1 for the Johnny Wilson tight end jar back. Love the pick. Okay.
Yeah,
so
you probably need
Eli
it back
Stowers.
now. That's a great point.
Good one. Yes. Okay, so we do have the trade, as you guys mentioned, right? We got Tennessee has traded up and selected.
Yep, we have the Titan pick.
Got it.
All right, let me input that here.
Boy, it's flying. Almost done with round 2. We're almost there. We're on 60. Titans pick is in. We're going to get that. And then, obviously, the Rams are up after that. See if they take another quarterback. We'll see.
Okay, there's the trade and then the selection.
And we've got the Rams pick as well. I just said that.
Yep.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yep, I see that as well. Okay. With the 60th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Anthony Hill, linebacker out of Texas. And so there's another linebacker coming off the board here. 6'2", 238. I mean, this is a prototypical modern premier linebacker size. Swift, sleek. He specifically built to go ahead, I think, handle the rigors of NFL offenses. I really like him. A high-volume guy. He had sacks. He had tackles. He had forced fumbles. He had INTs. 40 career games at Texas. One big question, I think, man-to-man coverage, but overall, I like this pick here for the rebuilding Robert Saleh Tennessee Titans, Anthony.
Yeah, after taking Carnell Tate earlier, they're giving Robert Saleh some toys to work with Keldrick Falk and now Anthony Hill Jr., where a couple of these linebackers, we've seen a run on linebackers here in recent picks, and he's a guy that, unlike some of those other names, has a ridiculous athletic profile. I mean, 6'2", 238 pounds, but ran a 4.51 in the 40-yard dash, 37-inch vertical, a 10-foot, 5-inch broad jump. So not only did you see that on the field, it's not like he's just athletic only at the Underwear Olympics and you don't really see it on the field. Anthony Hill Jr. is a player that can do it all, and he's going to be a starter in that Robert Saleh defense, and an important role in that Robert Saleh defense in Tennessee.
Tennessee having a pretty good draft.
I like the draft.
And the Rams.
I like the draft.
Pick is obviously in, so we're moving right along. Let's get this one in here. Maybe
And
McVay
the Titans
likes
have
this
some pretty
one
good
a little bit
uniforms now
better.
too. So
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think McVay might like this one as well. With the 61st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Max Clare, tight end out of The Ohio State University. And so here you go, an impact player for this year, unlike the Ty Simpson controversial pick at 13. I like the pick. My question is going to be the overall strength in the trenches. This is not a blocking tight end by any means, but I think in the slot, Anthony, he can actually move and had a lot of volume at Ohio State as well.
Yeah, and this is especially an interesting pick because you realize they added Terrence Ferguson last year, another tight end that they took relatively early. So now you take a Max Clare, be used at 12 to personal quite a bit, I think, in Los Angeles. Might have been a pick for Sean McVay just to get back on his good size, right? Because after seeing a couple reaches for tight ends here and the few recent picks, Max Clare, he was projected to be right around selected in this spot. So at 6'4", 240 pounds, he had 43 catches for almost 500 yards, and he was able to do a lot of things outside, and not necessarily the big inline blocker like you see some of these other tight ends are able to do, like a Nate Borkature. But as far as a receiving impact and in a Sean McVay offense, Max Clare makes a lot of sense for the Rams.
There we go. Get a little bit of a more friendly pick for Sean McVay. By the way, Michael with 5. I don't know if anyone mentioned this, but I wonder if if Johnny Wilson can play tight end. Thank you, Michael. Thank you for the 5. The contribution.
I think he's joking.
I don't know that anybody has.
Joking.
I'm not sure.
No one said it yet, but I think the tight end room is a little bit. It's a little crowded now with Stowers in there. A little crowded, which apparently people don't like. I mean, people are not happy about it, by the way.
Ariel with the 2, so fearful on this offense. This is a bad sign. Very interesting. Okay, so there's the negativity. But Chris with the 10 bomb. Appreciate that. My best friend is a Pats fan. All day he's been talking about how he wanted the Patriots to take Stowers. He's so mad that he just hung up on me. Clearly, this is a great pick. Go Birds.
Did you ask him about Mike Vrabel? I would have done a little insult to injury there. I wouldn't have. I might have just kind of rubbed it in a little bit.
His Patriots fan friend might be happy to learn that the Bills just traded up, I believe. So they're not going to be too happy to find out about what's going on there. The Bills are trading up with the Broncos for the 62nd pick. They give up the 66th pick and the 182nd pick. So hopefully the Bills don't come up and poach somebody else that he wanted for the Patriots.
What's the record for picks traded in round 2? I feel like we've had a pick being traded every 2 seconds here for the past 45 minutes. I mean, this is crazy.
I know last night there were 8 trades. That was the most since 2022, I believe. And now they're probably setting another recent history record for the amount of trades that we've seen in the second round here.
Keeping me busy with the tracker. We'll just say that. Continuing to throw these trades up here. There you go. Bye-bye Calcaterra from Darth, by the way. Yes, that's probably not a great omen for him as far as Stowers. And Anthony's thrilled, not going to hide any sort of emotion from that one. Andrew with a 10.
Sorry.
I did want EMW, but I suppose that they felt there are other pretty good safety prospects in the draft. There's no other tight ends left in this draft as gifted as Stowers, so getting on board with that one. Tim,
well, and let me just say quickly here for people that are hating on Stowers, what are we doing? What are we doing? The 2 picks on offense: run after catch across the middle of the football field. They are trying to get them. It's going to be the Yak Masters in Philadelphia from everyone around. I mean, Goddard's great run after catch, Smitty great run after catch. Now you add Stowers, who actually in the NFL Network they were saying he does some A.J. Brown type things across the middle with that big physical frame. I'm shocked people hate this pick so much, and yet everybody wanted Kenyon Sadiq. And now you're getting potentially better than Sadiq, or at least the best option besides Kenyon Sadiq. It's why I'm very surprised people are still mad about this one. I think it's fantastic. I really do. And then you get Grenard on top of it, so you basically end all questions about the edge rusher spot. Interesting there. We do have the Bill pick, by the way.
Yes, yep. Tim with a 2, though, was asking another tight end that can't block with a question mark. But, again, it's it's fair. Sure, he needs to improve or show something. But what is Grant Calcaterra doing? Right? If he's been on the team for this long and they brought him back, it can't be worse. I'm sorry. You've seen what he's done out there. It can't be that much worse. So I'll take it for a guy who's at least going to be a much better offensive weapon. Oh, man, this is an interesting spelling. I think I got it here.
Yeah, I'm going to try and pronounce this one. R.I.P. Go ahead, Anthony.
And another thing, too, just on the Eli Stowers pick real quick, is that, we realize that the Eagles are trying to get much cheaper on offense, right? They can't afford to keep paying all these guys because they're going to be paying all these defensive guys, too. So to get a wide receiver and now a tight end locked up for cheap for the next at least 4 or 5 years is huge for the Eagles.
Bills pick is in, ready to go. With pick number 62 in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select. Let's pray I get this right. Davidson, is it Igbinosun? Igbinosun is how you say his name, Anthony? The cornerback out of Ohio State.
However, there's no real right or wrong. Like I mentioned with a lot of other players. We might hear a different pronunciation in a couple of years from now. So what are your thoughts on it real quick?
There you go. I was going to say, well, he's massive, 6'2", 192 pounds, long, physical cornerback. Obviously, the question is going to go ahead and be the fact that his strength what I had was his primary weakness. He was one of the most penalized cornerbacks in all of FBS last year. He had 16 of them, Anthony, but he goes to the Buffalo Bills, a team that drafted a cornerback in the first round this past season, and now they're doing it again here in round 2 with pick 62.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing with him, right? Is because you see the traits, the 6'2", 190 pounds, the almost 33-inch arm. So he's got all that. He clears all those benchmarks that you would love to see in an outside cornerback. But it's, can he bring it in and be a little bit less physical? Because he's been way too physical on the outside, and it's resulted in way too mental penalties. And that's not going to be able to happen in the NFL, especially if they're going to be dealing with potentially replacement refs during his rookie season, right? So he's going to have to be able to clean his game up, and they're taking a chance on him. And I feel like if he can clean his game up and reach his potential, he can be a long-term outside starting quarterback in the NFL. But he just showed a little bit too many weaknesses, whether it's with its footwork, his reactions to double moves, and now that led to penalties. If he's able to clean it up, great pick for the Bills. But if he's not, he could have a relatively short shelf life in the NFL.
See where that goes. David with a 5, by the way. Love the Stowers pick. Mackey Award winner to go with the Blitnikoff winner, XQB, so should pick up the offense quick. Great show. Go Birds. Also, some
by the way,
points being made there.
Yeah, the fact that they did, you just said it. They got the Blitnikoff winner for the best tight end, the Mackey Award the best receiver, and Mackey Award for best tight end. I mean, technically, they're getting the 2 best players on paper at their positions at wide receiver and tight end. And Anthony made a really great point. They are now resetting the price of this offense, right? You're going to pay Smitty a lot of money, obviously. They gave Dontavian Wicks, an expensive contract for Dontavian Wicks. But other than that, everybody else is going to be extremely cheap. They still have, Tank Bigsby on a very cheap contract here for another season. Saquon, how many more years does he have left in the tank? Obviously, he wants a contract extension potentially, but they are resetting this offense to be a lot cheaper on rookie contracts as they get ready to pay the rookie defenders that are coming up here over the next couple of years. It's just really genius cap work down the line by Howie Roseman, getting the offense taken care of here early in this NFL draft.
Yeah, because if you're thinking about future years with this Dallas Goedert, you can't just keep signing Dallas Goedert to 1-year deals. You're going to have to eat that dead cap hit eventually. And it's a lot easier to eat that dead cap hit if your starter that's coming in and your new TE1 is on a second-round contract deal, like an Eli Stowers now is in Philadelphia.
Gotta love it. Legend with a 2. We still have... Oh, this was earlier. Sorry, Legend. We don't have a chance at that one. Bree with a 5. Eagles could get a safety out of Hawaii. Peter Manuma, day 3. Possibly, hopefully, maybe a little bit earlier, but I suppose so. Austin with a 5. This chat is killing me, and Howie we trust until he makes a pick I don't like. This year is looking solid, in my opinion. Go Birds. Yeah, well, it's the overreaction and emotion for every single pick. Trill with a 5. Maybe the trade compensation for AJ is a safety. Agrees with what Howie has said.
I doubt it. I'd rather have a first-round pick. Maybe a safety in the first round next year. Who knows? That could be a possibility. Charger pick is in. We don't know who it is, but it is in.
Just real quick, sorry to cut you off on the whole safety conversation. Do we realize Reed Blankenship was an undrafted free agent? Let's calm down thinking that they have to spend a first or second round pick at the position. They're going to be able to. Andrew Makuba was a second round pick, and then Marcus Epps came in, and he was on somebody's practice squad, and they made him look like a competent starter, right? So I don't think. Let's slow down a little bit. I think it's a little bit more important to get pass catchers to keep this offense functioning without AJ Brown. More important than figuring out a safety when there's still so many names out there. An AJ Halsey, a Genesis Smith, Jalen Kilgore, Kamari Ramsey, Bud Clark, Zakee Whitley. There's so many safeties that are still available, especially ones that the Eagles have shown interest in. So let's pump the brakes with the depression and then the gray clouds just a little bit.
There you go.
Love that. A little positivity
Love that. Well
and optimism around that. 10 with a 5 also. Maybe the Birds are ignoring safety because they know they are getting one. There's another one from New England. Perhaps Del Pettis. Love the Grenard trade, though. Maybe, but again, I think that Anthony summed it up perfectly just for the safety and the outlook there. Diddy Truck with a 50 bomb. Look at that.
Diddy Truck.
Now, this is a way for you to get in a commercial read, it appears, because this is exactly what it is. Diddy Truck. Compare truck prices, book movers, move smarter with Diddy Truck. # moving just got easier.
Okay, there you go.
That's your read.
That's the first person who figured it out. We got to read them, right? We gotta read them. Well done. Well done.
Go check him out. I guess it's
That was
dittytruck.com.
smart.
I think that was actually from the
Dittytruck.com. Huh?
I hope
All
I'm
right,
saying that
there you
correctly.
go.
D-I-T-Y. I don't know.
Ditty. Oh, a
Ditty
Ditty truck.
Ditty
Not
truck?
Ditty truck. That's a
Yeah.
different type of truck.
Be careful. Take it
okay.
easy there.
Yeah, right. We
Meet 812 with the 5. We traded for Kennard, extended him for 100 for 4 years. Let's go.
There you go.
Moving right
25
along.
million a year.
We still don't have the pick.
Charger
Do we have the
pick.
player?
We have it. I have it.
Okay.
Yeah, we got the here. Sorry. Yeah, we got it. 63. Seattle up next.
Okay.
Sorry, I went on my rant and I might have missed that pick. That's my
okay.
apology.
We got it.
But
We got it.
Listen, this is a hopeful time in Philadelphia, everybody. Let's calm
I
down.
think so.
It absolutely is. Yeah. All right, we got this
Charger
one.
pick at 63, Seattle 64 to end round 2, and then Arizona at 65. With the 63rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jake Slaughter, center out of Florida. A very Harbaugh pick here. Anthony DeBona, the battle-tested redshirt senior, goes to the Fighting Harbaughs.
Yeah, Jake Slaughter, he kind of went viral at the Combine because people thought he was like a 35-year-old substitute teacher. If you could probably search him on Google with the images and you see the glasses and the haircut and the beard, he kind of looks a little bit older than he is, but he is a phenomenal player on the field. And I think we've seen now with him and Logan Jones, 2 centers that kind of like the draft community was a little bit higher on than maybe the biggest media members that covered the draft. But Jake Slaughter's a guy that's going to come in and start immediately for that offense. And I feel like he showed he has plenty of experience with 33 career starts. And some people believe he can move over to guard, but I think his best spot is at center. And he kind of proved a couple people wrong with his performance at the Combine, with his performance at the Senior Bowl. He had almost a perfect relative athletic score at 9.97. So he's got the size of 6'5", 303 pounds, 10-inch hands, 32 and 3/8-inch arms, and he had a 32.5-inch vertical, which probably people didn't think after they saw him at the podium. But Jake Slaughter is going to be a rock-solid center in the NFL for years to come.
I got another selection. Let's see. I think somebody said
Seattle.
Seattle. Are they? Do we know the pick?
It's in.
I saw it was
Yep,
in.
It's in.
We don't have the
No.
name yet?
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know who it is yet.
Those were the 2. Let's go. We got Jonathan Grenard. We did. Hyped for that one.
The Grenard one is going to be talked about, obviously, but because we're coming from an NFL draft, the rookies are going to be the focus here. Grenard is the most impactful player ready to roll day one. I mean, you roll out your defensive line. He is your starter. Jelix Hunt is on the other side. And when you throw in Jordan Davis, Milton Williams, Jalen Carter, you can mix in Nolan Smith in there as well, and what potentially is a contract year for him. And he told us as a golf tournament, Josh, that he's pretty pumped to go ahead and prove everybody why he should have that 5th-year option exercise or get a new contract. This defensive line is going to be very scary, and Howie has always wanted to have that one elite edge rusher, right? He has Hassan Reddick. He wants to have that superstar on the outside, or at least potential superstar. But with Jelix Hunt's emergence in year 2, if Jelix Hunt takes another jump in year 3, you could have 2 very fast, very bendy edge rushers in Philadelphia who are obviously being funneled right into the clutches of whoever the quarterback is because of Jalen Carter in the middle.
Appears we do have the selection really quickly.
Seahawks pick.
The dominator with the 5. I have the Howie apology forms in my office. Everyone that doubted him line up. Go Birds, DH.
I think I'm fine with
Lots of
signing that
those
one,
individuals.
even though I didn't doubt him, but some people did. Seahawks pick is ready. Let me know when you're good on that one.
Yep.
With the 64th pick and final pick in round 2 of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks are selecting Bud Clark, safety out of TCU. And so Fort Worth gets their safety off the board here. 3-year captain, 6-year veteran. He's got those center field instincts. 15 career interceptions. He's a little small, Anthony, in terms of weight. Only 188 pounds, little lanky at 6'1". Seahawks add to that defensive there. I mentioned the slender concerns. Give me your thoughts here on Bud Clark.
Yeah, this
your
is
guy.
a disappointing pick for me personally. Last year, Nick McNeil-Warren was our guy at safety, right?
Yeah, he was.
This year, Bud Clark was my guy at safety. So I don't know what the Seahawks are doing, but they're taking all my guys at safety. And Bud Clark, I know he's an older player. I get the concerns about his frame, a little bit smaller, but tested really well at the Combine, 4.41 in the 40-yard dash, 38-inch vertical jump, 10-foot, 7-inch broad jump. But to me, everything on tape is what I loved about him, right? I'm a big guy that loves trash talking. Bud Clark had a great quote that he shared with Fran Duffy at the Combine where it was something to the matter of there's an art there's an education or there's an art to trash talking, and I'm fluent in it. So to me, you see that on tape. He's kind of that C.J. Gardner-Johnson-esque type of player where he's gonna send the message to the offense, and he's gonna let them hear about it afterwards. So he can do it all, though. Don't let his short frame or slight frame fool you. I think he's a complete safety, and in that Seattle defense, when he's joining an Emmanuel-Warren and Devon Witherspoon, like they have a Josh Jobe, they have so much talent back there already, literally a Super Bowl winning defense. Now you add Bud Clark into the mix. That's a great pick for them at this point in the draft.
There you go. Got your guy. I knew as soon as I saw that pick, I was like, well, there you go. You talked about him. It seemed like early on, maybe not as much towards the latter portion, but as doing the early mock drafts, it's like, okay, well, there's one of the guys.
Because I was starting to pivot more towards the safeties that the Eagles were showing interest in, like a Jalen Kilgore, who's still available, or Zakee Wheatley. So I know I got to put my pride to the side sometimes when I'm covering the team and go for the players that they're showing interest in.
We do have a couple of super chats. Pick. One, throwing a little shade here. It is pretty funny that Thomas is insecure about being 5'8", though. Let's be real.
I knew I shouldn't have fought back on that one.
They're just,
I shouldn't have fought back on that one. Yeah, I'm
staying. Pick us in for the Cardinals.
Oh, hey!
Guess what?
Winner.
There we go.
Check that. Cash it in, baby. Cash it in. If you watched it earlier, let's let me know. Yeah, let's stop talking about my height. Let's get to the pick that I just made money on. Here we go.
Your height's going to be a little bit taller, standing on your wallet after this one. Right?
Yeah, I think so. That $5 prize picks that I threw right before the draft, shout prize picks, use code HMA, all linked down below, because I said that the Cardinals would take a quarterback, and what do you know with the 65th overall pick in the 2026 NFL Draft? The Arizona Cardinals select Carson Beck, quarterback out of Miami. There you go. Listen, I know a lot of people think Carson Beck went from being like the #1 pick in the NFL Draft during his time at Georgia. He's fallen all the way to round 3. He has the prototypical size and arm strength to be a good quarterback in the National Football League. The maddening part of this is the inconsistency. That's the Carson Beck problem, Anthony, is that he can look like the #1 overall pick. He looked like a 7th-round pick or an undrafted free agent at times. But he was pretty darn good, and all he did was win. 37-6 career record at Miami. Arizona gets their quarterback.
Yeah, the Cardinals are putting together a phenomenal draft. Some people are going to think that this is a reach for Carson Beck, but you think that, say they were targeting Ty Simpson at the end of the first round, that didn't happen for them. Now Carson Beck must have been the next guy on their board, and I feel like you mentioned, he has shown some inconsistency, and I think the UCL surgery that he had undergone late in 2025, he hasn't been the same since then, right? So they're taking a chance on him, hoping that he can get back to that form that we saw early in his career, but he's been a winner everywhere that he's been, and I feel like you put him in Arizona in a situation where he's allowed to grow. He's allowed to take those lumps. He doesn't have to win right away, and he's going to be benched and in and out of the lineup. He could sit behind Jacoby Brissett for a little bit, and whether it's starting this year or starting next year, I think this is a good chance for Arizona to take a chance on him. And now he's joining a Jeremiah Love and Chase Basantis, right? I believe they got in the second round. So they're giving him some weapons to work with down in Arizona, and it's a new day down there in the desert.
And there you go. Called it. Congratulations, too. Cashing it as well. It made a ton of sense. So I got a multiple selections there. You see the Cardinals picks up to this point, obviously, as they've gone over on that side. And let's see, I think I can take that off. So we can see now that the Broncos are officially on the clock.
There you go.
Cranky Cletus with 5. Appreciate that one. Says happy with Stowers' pick, but still concerned with the hole at safety. Go Birds.
Yeah, we might get a resolution there here in a couple picks if they.
That's right. Philly's getting close. They're getting close. Okay, so Denver. Sorry, go ahead.
But with 2, are we not concerned about offensive tackle? I'd rather offensive tackle over safety.
I'll just push back a little bit. I know that everyone's concerned about Landon Dickerson, and obviously with Lane Johnson, we don't know how much longer Lane Johnson is going to go ahead and play. However, I'm glad they didn't go tackle with these first 2 picks. I mean, it would be the Rams taking Ty Simpson all over again, right? Philadelphia is in win now mode. They're also building the future. They've done an excellent job of that the past 2 nights, but they also can win games. They could go to win Super Bowl this year if the offense starts to click, right? That defense is a top 5 defense. If you take a tackle, you're betting on Lane Johnson getting hurt, and they already re-signed Fred Johnson to fix that hole, and he did a great job this past season. Yes, they need a future tackle at some point. Sure, use one of those first rounders. You'll have 2 next year, by the way, on that replacement, but I'm fine right now that they have not gone tackle up to this point. They could get one here and a couple of picks, and that would make sense as well. But going with the pass catchers, the first 2 selections to me was the right choice there.
Yeah, and just speaking from the offensive tackle kind of standpoint, this just speaks to the way that this class and like the proportion of the talent was. It was basically, if the Eagles didn't take one in the first round, there's a significant fall off after that because there hasn't been an offensive tackle yet taken tonight. And you think of the next guy in line is Caleb Tiernan from Northwestern. And then after that, you're thinking of names that the Eagles have actually shown interest in, which are more so projected to be day 3 picks like a Markel Bell or a Jude Bowery, right? So they haven't addressed the offensive tackle just yet. The safety with Jalen Gore, he kind of this draft range and the need, and then you could see them address and take a chance on an offensive tackle tomorrow.
Like that. Definitely Jude Bowery. That's one of those that we've talked about a couple different times. Anthony with the 5. What I meant to say yesterday was I feel like you 3 are a part of the reason some of our picks got away from us, but you guys are awesome. Go Birds. I guess that
it's our fault.
Spoiling? Is it Anthony's tracker?
Probably me. Yeah, probably me tracking the 30 visits because that seemed to be the problem last year. But
that's right.
I'm never going to stop giving Eagles fans the information that I could find.
Just trying to keep up with the team.
There you go.
Texas Philly with a 2 just got off work. Did we really trade for Grenard? We did.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
It is reality.
I saw somebody, I don't know if it was the chat or on Twitter, but they called him Midnight Grenard, hence the Eagles jersey numbers. So
okay.
You can even say Kelly Grenard, right? Like there's going to be a lot of play on words.
That's fun. That's fun.
That's not too bad. Meet with the 2, the 5. Appreciate that. Says we traded for Grenard extended for 4 years, $100 million. Getting into some of those. Hedge with a 2. I like Stowers. Johnny Wilson tight end 3 this year. There's another comment there. Sir Himothy with a 3. Still waiting on the McKee trade everyone wanted. We haven't seen anything yet.
Good point.
But you never know. Never know.
Bronco pick is in, by the way. Eagles up in 2. We'll see who Denver takes, but Eagles coming up again.
Waiting on that selection there. Big Skinny with a 5. Goddard injury history, and he's on one-year deal. Stowers could prove worthy of the pick this season.
Great point. Fantastic point. Dallas Goedert was pretty healthy this past season, but he has missed a lot of games in his career. And behind Dallas Goedert, I mean, there wasn't a lot there. And Jalen Hurts loves Dallas Goedert, and we know that Sean Mannion loves Tucker Kraft, and saw what he did with that guy coming up out of college a couple years back, and for his injury this past season. Stowers is going to be a serious weapon, I think, from day one. I'm so pumped. So pumped.
Let's see. We got the selection, I believe.
Bronco pick is in. Yep.
One other comment for can Johnny Wilson play safety, because apparently he can do it all. By the way, Sean was agreeing with you, but he said, I agree with 5'8" Thomas. So he's throwing out a little bit of shade there as well. But
I might log off here pretty soon, by the way, if we keep getting the 5'8" comments here. This is nuts. With the 66th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Tyler Onyadim is how you say that name, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. Anthony, did I pronounce Tyler's name correctly? Take it from here.
Yeah, I believe so. And he's a Texas native, 6'3.5", 292 pounds. Made a big impact on that Texas A&M defensive line, and I feel like it's a little bit of a reach from my personal standpoint. I felt like he was a day 3 pick all way, but he's the guy that they're going to be betting on his traits, right? There feels like he's 6'3.5", 292 pounds, but incredibly long arms, 34 1/8 inch arms. Jumped 32 inches at the combine, almost a 9.5 foot broad jump as well. So a guy that's been up and down production-wise on the field, but clearly Denver's taking a chance on him, and they think that his upside is worth taking a chance on here in the 3rd round.
Second on the Aggies in tackles for loss, 9.5 last season behind Cassius Howell. So Eagles are on the clock. I haven't seen the
but what about the Raiders
selection, but I've already gotten notification that the Eagles are on the clock.
Okay, well,
so
the Raiders immediately selected. The pick is in for the Raiders.
Okay. Do we know the player?
Nope.
Okay. Casey with a 5,
get it.
as we're waiting. Our O-line sucks, I guess. We can't block. Why did Sirianni push out Stoutland? We drafted 2 receivers. There's your storyline next season. Wow, a lot of negativity there. And
yeah, geez.
Not really looking at it full picture.
That guy sounds fun at a party. Holy cow.
That's very much looking at it through a very narrow
Raider pick
aspect ratio. But, okay, let's get this one in.
Yep, let's get the Raiders in. The way we can go to Philadelphia, who is on the clock right now. Let me know when you're ready. 67 for Las Vegas. Philly at 68. Not having to trade up at all in round 2 and 3 so far. With the 67th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Kieran Crawford, edge rusher out of Auburn. And so there is the 6'4", 255-pounder. Max Crosby replacement, anybody? I guess no one's trading away a first-round draft pick this year for Max Crosby, but they add to that room overall. Late to the sport, though, right? Very raw. That's why he's here at the 67th overall draft pick, but 43 pressures, first-team All-SEC honors, and a very impressive high IQ defender who can also drop into coverage a little bit pretty frequently there at the edge rusher spot at Auburn, Anthony.
Yeah, so they're just taking on a chance basically on the guy that was opposite of Keldrick Falk, right? Keldrick Falk got all the hype and all the attention on that Auburn defense. But Kieran Crawford, he started at Arkansas State, then transferred to Auburn, and where he was able to put together that high amount of pressures that you mentioned. But he really made an impact across from Keldrick Falk. He had to kind of wait his turn at Auburn, but 5 sacks, almost 10 tackles for loss, and he is able to really rush the passer. I don't know if he's going to be maybe like a Bryce Huff for them, where you don't necessarily want him against the run, but he's able to make a huge impact there on the edge.
Eagles pick is in. Do we have it yet is the question here. Do we know who it is?
We do.
Text it if you do. Message it so
yep.
I did not know who it is. Okay. All right. I am ready to go. Do we have a highlight for this one, by the way?
We do not, actually, no.
Okay. With the 8th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Markel Bell, tackle out of Miami. And so just as we were saying, no tackles in the first 2 rounds. Philadelphia stays put at 68 overall, and they're getting the 6'9", you heard that right, 346-pound senior. This guy is absolutely massive, and guess what? 0 sacks surrendered in 2025, Anthony.
Yeah, so I'll give myself a little bit of pat on the back for this one, because he's another guy that had a 30 visit with the Eagles. He has all the size that you could imagine, like you just mentioned, 99th percentile height, 98th percentile weight, 36 3/8 inch arms, which is 98th percentile. So the length is just unbelievable. He only ran the 40 at the combine, was unexpectedly low at a 5'3" in the 40-yard dash. So he's not going to be a burner. But on the field, you could just easily see why the Eagles want to take a chance on this guy and develop him behind Lane Johnson. There's some hilarious clips of him getting to the second level. There's one when they played Indiana against D'Angelo Pons. He got to him on the outside with just a 5'8" corner. And it looks like a clip from a movie, right? Because Markel Bell looks like a guy that was created in Madden, where you just maxed out all of his height, weight, length, everything. And he just barreling down on poor D'Angelo Pons and just erases him. But I know Francis Moana got all the credit on the other side of the offensive line for Miami, but Bell did more than held his own. With the height, of course, you have to worry about his pad level and lunging forward too much at times, but he'll have time in Philadelphia to sit behind, because now with Fred Johnson there as well, like you just mentioned, he doesn't even have to be the swing tackle. He can really sit and kind of have a redshirt season in Philadelphia, and unless they want to get a little bit crazy and move him inside to guard like they did with Mekhi Becton, I don't think that's going to happen. I think Markel Bell is your offensive tackle of the future, and now they have their Lane Johnson successor locked up in Philadelphia.
Look there, potential. I mean, I like it. We talked about this too for a number of prospects, but if Stoutland's there, it's a little bit more of a like, oh, okay, for sure, development, everything else. But even so, like Chris Cooper, you're drafted. This is the first guy for him, right, within the Eagles organization as the new offensive line coach, and you do have time, as you mentioned, with Lane Johnson. Learn behind him. You don't have to rush anything. He's got. We look at a lot of different guys, obviously, but like Howie talking about tools in the body for prospects, for his offensive tackle, as you were mentioning, going through just the measurables and everything on that side. It's like he's obvious, like blatantly obvious. Yes, he needs to refine that, but at 68, I mean, you know, I see the comments. I understand, like there's more negativity as well on a lot of it. You could have gone for a safety. I just think that, as we've kept saying now, it's like they're obviously going with the clear focus, and they've said this in the past for press conferences, but going the clear focus of like, look, we're going to shore up as much as we possibly can on the offensive side of the ball. Because if there's even a hole or two, you've got Vic Fangio as your defensive coordinator, and you still have lots of playmakers on that defensive side. But the last thing that you want to do is say, oh, well, we don't have the answers for offense, or we have something that, you know, a new offensive coordinator's got to deal with. So I like it. That's a solid, see what you can get with the potential.
Well, and I like the idea. You just mentioned potential here because you have Lane Johnson and Fred Johnson. As Anthony said, there's no need to go ahead and make him start this year. And so you can kind of reach here for the physical traits and treat him like you're going to redshirt him in Philadelphia and then hope that eventually he becomes this guy who, anchors the right side. I mean, he played a lot of left tackle at Miami as well, but anchors the right side of this Eagle offensive line. I see a lot of Mekhi Becton, right? I know Becton was a guard, but Becton has that superhuman size and strength. And when he put it all together, it was in Philadelphia. Again, it was at a different position, but they go for the guy who has the massive arms and who can just kind of hug smaller defensive ends. I mean, he just kind of swallows them up with his bodies. There's some of the highlights they're showing on ESPN of him getting out in space. He's a freak of a human. And I like taking chances on freaks of humans who are freaks in nature, who you don't have to start right away, who can sit back and learn, and then eventually be able to apply that great, freakishly massive human body with the technique that you need to be a good offensive tackle in the National Football League.
Yeah, so this is a guy that if you look at the national rankings or however people rank, like the draft ranks for most of the experts, he was actually ranked a lot in that 98 range, which is the pick that the Eagles obviously traded away for Jonathan Grenard, right? So now that there is going to be such a gap in their picks, unless they trade a future pick to move up or trade a player to get another pick, now that there is such a big gap, there was no guarantee that Markel Bell was going to fall to where their next pick was. He definitely wasn't going to fall to where they're currently slotted to pick next. So I think the fact that they knew they couldn't take the chance on losing out on him, and they clearly viewed him highly. They spoke to him at the combine. They brought him in. He was actually the first reported 30 visit for the Eagles. He said that he had a visit set up with the Eagles at the combine, which is earlier than we normally hear about those visits. So Markel Bell is a player that the Eagles value highly, and it's easy to see why when you look at just the way that he's built, the way that he played in the field, and now you're giving him a year or two to sit in Philadelphia as well.
Gotta love it. Jim with a 10. I'm ecstatic about the night so far. Stowers is an absolute beast. How he's proven himself over and over. 2 years ago, some of the chat thought we gave up too much for Cooper DeJean. Relax and breathe. That's true. It wasn't to the same extent, obviously, but yes, I do remember some of the comments like, "Oh, what we just traded away some picks and compensation for a guy that's like, oh, is he going to be a safety? Is he actually a corner? Can he do that?" And look how that one turned out. Legend with the 2. I want the Eagles to get McCoy so much potential. That one was a little earlier, but Carter with the 5. Also, you 3 are the best Eagles coverage, hands down. Look at that. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
NBC Sports Philly, other channels, casts, got nothing on you. Fans got to trust the DeBona analysis. Kind of put that all as one word there, but
got to
appreciate that.
Certainly,
we have the Chicago pick, by the way.
Okay, pick is in. Do we know the player?
Yep.
Okay.
Let me.
Garrett with 5 as you're typing that one. Okay, I can get this insert here. And but Garrett says, Anthony just said, "Shut up and smell the flowers," and I love it. Go Birds.
There you go.
That was from back on the
a little bit of a rant by me. Sorry
I like it.
That.
I like it.
We ready for 69 overall for the Bears?
There we go.
With the 69th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Sam Roush, tight end out of Stanford. I texted my Bears fan right when this came in 3 seconds ago, and he gave me the shrug shoulder, right? Didn't they just go ahead and get a tight end in Colston Loveland in round 1 last year, and now they get another pass-catching tight end? He did have a 9.99 relative athletic score there, Anthony. Interesting here for a 6'6 tight end, 12 personnel, I guess, for the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, anybody that's read my articles on the PhillySpecialShow.com, follows me on Twitter, or Sam Roush. Once again, Bud Clark just went a couple picks ago. Sam Roush was my guy at tight end. I mean, you mentioned the athletic profile, which surprised a lot of people, but Colston Loveland, they have there now. More of like a slot tight end. You could stand him up, move him around. Sam Roush has a ton of experience, hand in the dirt, inline blocker, can do it, which you don't see a ton in college, but also has a good amount of receiving upside as well, right? He's not just a Johnny Munt or a Nate Burkhardt where he's not going to offer a ton as a pass catcher. He can get the ball in his hands. He can make plays after the catch, extremely tough after the catch. 6'6", 267 pounds, almost a 39-inch vertical, which you don't necessarily always see on tape because there are questions about his catch radius. He has really, really short arms, which is we talked earlier about Cassius Howell. He's basically the Cassius Howell of tight ends with 30 and 5/8-inch arms. So he's a massive player, but not the longest arm. So it's a little bit of an odd frame, but Sam Roush next to Colston Loveland, that's a legitimate, and obviously they still have some other tight ends like Cole Kmet there. So now what happens there with Cole Kmet's future in Chicago? But even if they do 13 personnel, that's going to be a tough package to stop there in Chicago and Caleb Williams.
We have the
that.
yeah, Anthony loves that one. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there. We had the Niner pick, by the way. Let me know when we're ready on that one. They're moving quick here. 70 overall.
Do we have the player?
Yep.
Sent it.
I thought I. Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay, just seeing it now. Okay. Let's get this one here. Also, Bree with the 5s. Could the Eagles try to sign Harrison Smith to a 1-year deal, or is he under contract?
I think he's under contract. Is he not?
I actually don't believe he's under contract yet.
But yeah,
there's
speculation
that he's
thought
going
he was
to
going to
retire.
retire. Okay, I was going to say I thought a possibility for that, but
Never rule out a trade for a safety either.
that's fair.
With the 70th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Romello Height, edge rusher, Texas Tech. I don't know if we have a highlight for him as well, but 6'3", 239 pounds. Was at Georgia Tech. He was at USC. He was at Auburn. He's been all over the place. Height is, I think he's a little bit over, with the height, underwhelming in the run game. But overall, a very raw talent here who had a very fast 10-yard split as well. Sorry, I'm getting my notes mixed up here with a different player, Anthony.
No, you're good. And remember Height and players that the Eagles brought in for a 30 visit. The one issue with him, like we've mentioned with so many others, he is an older player. He's going to be a 24, 25-year-old rookie, right? So, but they're taking a chance on the player. They think he can be an immediate pass rush specialist, and that's what I think he'll be at the next level, similar to a Bryce Huff, who we just saw kind of unexpectedly retire, and things didn't pan out in Philadelphia, but he did work out rather well in San Francisco. But we're going to see what happens with Romello Height at the next level, because that, like I mentioned, that Texas Tech defense was stacked, and he was kind of the fourth part. We've seen David Bailey go on day one. Jacob Rodriguez and Lee Hunter already went tonight, and now Romello Height was the next one to fall in line. And he's going to be able to rush the passer from day one. It's just how high of a ceiling does he have because of his age and maybe his limitations as a run defender.
Bounced around quite a bit. Again, the mercenary defense is what I'm referring to. The Texas Tech defense did make some plays, but Gabe with the 2 found the clip of the Eagles stealing Lemon. There you go. That's a one you should definitely check out if you haven't already. One going viral. George with a 2 also didn't see that, but got a comment. Also a 150 bomb, 150 from Kylie Kills. This was from earlier, but just getting to it here to represent those legit 5'9s and support our birds. So
there he is.
There you go. Trade
Thank
AJ
you.
to the Cardinals for Baker and Marvin Harrison Jr. Bring back Ertz and grab the athletic monster Uar Bernard. Thanks for all the great insight. Much respect for the hard work. Fly goes fly. Ski mask Howie. Lots there. Thank you.
I hardly heard the second half. I'm just so excited that he called me 5'9". I can appreciate that. But I would definitely trade for Budda Baker, Marvin Harrison Jr. I don't think that's going to happen, but I am all for that. And as a fellow 5'9"er, I'm going to go use the restroom. And I'm going to lift my entire 5'9" body up so you can see it in camera and walk off the screen here. So Josh will announce the commander pick here, but I appreciate the 150. Hey, look at this, 5'9", right? Whoa, I'm tall. Holy cow!
Out of the screen. Yes.
I mean, I'm all for trading for either one of those players as well. I just feel like the AJ Brown to New England trade is already agreed upon. If they were going to trade for the other two, that'd have to involve some other compensation. I don't think AJ Brown's going to Arizona.
Probably so. Yeah, there's kind of a handshake agreement of sorts. Big Ben with a 5. Howie killing it, restoring this offense. We kill it with the home cleanouts and restorations at Pro Grade Cleanup and Removal. There's another little ad sponsored in there. Threw it in. Big Ben, shout out to you. Did it for just a 5, but there you go. Barty's with the 5, and then I'll announce this pick here in a second. Let's see. What do you think we should pick based on what's left on the board? Feel like we need safety, but what other players would you guys go for? Couple options there. Maybe we'll get the Washington pick in here, and then we'll get into that. How about that? Let me throw this up here.
Yeah, I mean Jalen Kilgore is still out there, but I just don't think he's going to fall to the to their next spot.
Yeah, what 178, 174, wherever it is, somewhere around there. Little far, but with the 71st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Antonio Williams, which I believe I actually have a little clip and highlight for it as well.
Hey,
we do. Looky there, 6 foot, 187, wide receiver out of Clemson. Anthony, what you got on the guy?
Yeah, so Washington needed another wide receiver, right? Terry McLaurin's not getting any younger, and Antonio Williams is a player that the Eagles showed interest in, but he was ranked pretty much around this spot. So they're taking him pretty much where many projected him to go. But he's a phenomenal player to watch because he can just really do it all. Despite his smaller frame at just, they say 6 foot. I think he's closer to 5'11", but 190 pounds. But he's the definition of like a route technician, right? We talk about what we saw in McKay-Lemon and a guy like Devontae Smith. Like, they're a smaller receiver, but he can truly do it all. He has a lot of quickness to his game where he can make a catch and take it to the house, right? He's a real issue after the catch for defenders, and they're going to catch him. You see it in these highlights as well. He's able to make defenders miss. Despite his size, he's also got some physicality and some juice to him as well. So he's got a solid catch rate as well, and a solid drop rate. Doesn't really drop the ball when it's going his way. There are sometimes, especially on deeper passes, where he'll let the ball go through his hands, but for the most part, he's the guy that you could just design quick touches to. And I think in the offense the Washington Commanders are going to be running, he's a good fit, and where he'll just get the ball in his hands quickly and let him work after the catch.
There you go. Long way for them to wait. Pick at number 7, obviously, with Sonny Styles, and then wait until 71, but get a receiver. So, honestly, this one, anything helps the Commanders because of how old they had gotten for their roster. So just any draft selection automatically makes them younger. But I could see that one. As far as I think Bart's comment before, other guys left on the board, I mentioned Jalen Kilgore, some others that I'll try to throw up the best available here in a second. T-Rock with a 2 also. Ben Takura, I don't know if that's... 3. Ben Takura, the next Mailata. Do the Eagles try? I don't know. I'm not sure. Tito with a 5. Appreciate that. Didn't see the comment there, but also Lar with a 2. Thank you, Hassan. Go Birds. That's true. We should give a little credit. Shout out to Hassan Reddick, Howie Roseman making the trade. At the time was kind of like, whoa, what's going on here? This is not as great of a trade as what maybe some people expected, but in the end, based on the lack of production, I would say not too bad.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like the ending in Philadelphia for Hassan Reddick wasn't the best, but the way that it amounted and how it worked out, it feels like Howie Roseman made the right move in the long run.
Jeremy before was saying get Kilgore here, so this was earlier, but we did not. They said cry baby Brown, by the way, so also some hate towards AJ as the Bengals are on the clock. Gabe with a 2. Don't be ashamed of your height, short king. I think this was for Thomas, actually. He's not here yet. Tito with the 2 also. It's okay, Thomas. I'm 5'5" and love the picks and trades. See, everybody's coming to support the sub 6 foot people. How many over 6 footers are there? Right? Like it was support.
I was gonna say, maybe. Why can't we get some love? What's going on?
Yeah. Well, it feels like, it's maybe asking for too much. But Keith with a 2. What safety do you prefer, Wheatley or Kilgore?
I'd go Kilgore. I think he's got a little bit more versatility to his game. I know maybe Wheatley's like the closer to home prospect. A lot of Penn State fans probably follow the Eagles and will lean towards the Key Wheatley. A lot to like about his game as well. And looking now, given the gap between the Eagles picks, he seems like a more realistic target given the projections for both players. But either way, Howie Roseman isn't going to go into the season with the current safety room as it is, right? Whether it's in the draft or a trade or a signing that we don't expect, there's going to be more moves that happen and kind of shake free throughout the coming months before the regular season starts.
Yeah, we know that as a fact. Howie's never stopping. By the way, we got some 6 foot plus. We got Ronnie with 6'2". Hands of Stone saying that he's 6 foot. Are you really though? Is it 5'11"? Come on now, it's close. People giving hate earlier. Justin with a 2. They ran that pick in. Hope it's Kilgore. Okay, this was from earlier, but still got Bell. Don't let anyone make fun of your height. Go Birds. It's from Mr. Tab. Leo with a 5. I personally think McKay-Lemon is the best wide receiver in the draft. I was so happy when we got him. Been a good draft to me so far. Like the positivity and optimism. Let's see. Last one here before I get back to the pick real quick, and then I'll get back to the Super Chats. Cray with a 2. Stowers can't block. Grenard overpay. Howie sucks. So there you go. You go from one Super Chat of positivity, optimism, and everything else to basically the sky is falling.
What the heck?
Assuming that it's like an Eagles fan. It could also be a troll because we've got many of those in the past. But if it's an Eagles fan, it feels like it's a extreme.
But Thomas,
crash
while
out.
you were gone, just to let you know, somebody did have send a super chat saying they were 5'5" and loved pretty much everything that the Eagles have done. So another short king came here defending.
It seems like
and coming to.
That's true.
5'5", listen, I as a fellow 5'9" person, right, much taller than 5'5", I respect the 5'5" gang out there, because if I'm getting a lot of stuff here for being a very, I'd say, average 5'9", the 5'5" guys out there have got to stick together, and I appreciate them out there. Us short kings, we love the Eagles draft, and I am shocked people do not like the draft. I really am. I thought that we would have a unanimous, like the Eagles have been fleecing everybody, sort of feeling out of Philadelphia, and yet some people really don't like the Stowers pick, which to me is my favorite of the night so far. So, I don't know. Interesting. Where are we at, right? Are we...
I'm kind of speeding this one through. Takario Davis was the cornerback for Cincinnati, and then also we've got the Saints pick, which is in, and I've not quite played that one yet, but we are.
Okay.
Just real quick,
right, the Giants
Davis
pick is in as well.
Well,
yes.
Takario Davis, my guy at corner. So I'm just going to throw that out there again. Just a massive frame, almost 6'4", almost 33.5-inch arms. Ran really fast at the combine as well. He's been a little bit all over the place. He was at Arizona, then he went to Washington, but a really good player that taking a chance on. I think the Bengals have done a lot of good for their defense with this draft haul so far.
You just did the.
Dex.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, and the trade with Dex.
Yes,
not the draft, but obviously for defense. So, but yes, we're at the Saints pick.
Saints. With the 73rd pick, the Saints are selecting Oscar Delp, the tight end out of UGA. I like this selection. I was kind of an Oscar Delp guy. I thought Philadelphia would be interested in Oscar Delp if they waited later on, right, when they had those 2 4th-round draft picks. Maybe Delp could have fallen a little bit. Maybe they could have used 98 when they had that pre-Grenard. 38-inch vertical leap, 40-yard dash. He had a 9.82 RAS score, Anthony. I think he's a very physical kind of blue-collar tight end who's a versatile tool for the New Orleans Saints offense.
Yeah, I personally thought Oscar Delp was the 3rd best safety in this draft, right? I mean, it's surprising that he's fallen this far with some of the names like a Nate Forfeiture that have went over him, but the Saints end his fall here, and they're giving some weapons to Sauer Shuck to work with, because they added Jordan Tyson. Now you add in Oscar Delp, and he has that traditional size that you would look for in a tight end, right? At 6'5", 245 pounds. Arms a little on the shorter side, but he was a contributor at Georgia. I know he had a tough act to follow. He's filling in the shoes of Brock Bowers there, but he's more of a guy that can be a complete tight end. He's not necessarily just a receiver or just a blocker. He has the potential to be a legitimate tight end 1 in New Orleans.
We have the Giants pick. The Giants traded up to 74. We are waiting on compensation for that one. We do have the Giant pick. So we'll see about that one if we get the compensation. It can't be that much.
See where they go with there. While we're waiting on that, Brandon with the 5. Today is a big win for the Eagles. Much love from Alaska. Go Birds and go Sixers right now.
Short people and people living in Alaska all have great taste, I would say. I think
Donovan,
we all agree.
Oh, we got the compensation. Then I'll get the pick here. But Donovan with the 5. The way you guys are covering and attacking this draft gave me an idea for a show name for the 3 of you guys. The 3-man front draft coverage.
Oh,
go Birds.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
I don't know if a 5'9" guy can play up front, but maybe I'm gonna have to.
Right? Either 5'9". Oh, let's get it, baby.
Just beating a dead horse with this one. We wanted to do the Giant pick here. Giant
105,
pick, baby.
145.
Yep, there it is.
And it's a future pick as well. 2027 4th. Okay. Let's see here. All right. That one's in, and then the player.
With the 74th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Malachi Fields, the wide receiver out of Notre Dame here. And we do have a highlight here. He's massive, Anthony, 6'4.5". Got to make sure we add that 220-pound graduate student. Obviously, the boundary X receiver there at Notre Dame. A lot of people think DK Metcalf, right? Because he has a massive frame, 38-inch vertical leap. He's got some speed to him as well. I just don't know about, lateral movements, right? I know he ran that 4.61 40, and he can get going downhill, but stopping and running some NFL route trees to me can be a little bit rounded there at the stem.
Yeah, Malachi Fields is a player that a lot of the drafting community was high on. If you look at his profile, he didn't even actually start playing wide receiver until he got to Virginia in 2021. He was actually a dual threat quarterback before that. So relatively new to the position, but the explosiveness combined with his size just gives him such a unique profile at the next level. And you feel like the Giants, we know that they were interested in Jordan Tyson and some other wide receivers earlier in the draft. Now they pivot to a Malachi Fields who next to or across from a Malik Neighbors, however they want to work it out. That's an interesting duo to kind of build upon with Jackson Dart and some others on that offense. So Malachi Fields, big receiver from Virginia, transferred to Notre Dame and had a huge impact there immediately on like a relatively small catch ratio as far as like he had less than 40 catches, but over 600 yards and quite a few touchdowns. So he'll be able to stretch the field for the Giants and make some plays down the field.
I like it. I like this selection. Was mentioned of lots of go routes and hitches in his tape, but hence the reason for needing to kind of improve the route tree and things like that. But yeah, like you said, across from Malik Neighbors, solid pick. Giants doing fairly well. We won't go overboard because it's a NFC East rival, but Dolphins
pick is in. 75, 25 to go. Everybody lock in. 25 to go. 9:52 p.m. Eastern time. We'll see how much longer my coffee holds on. Holy cow! It's crazy. It's crazy how tiring the NFL draft is. I mean, I know all y'all felt the same way, but when I put my head on the pillow last night, I felt like I blinked and then I woke back up and we're doing it all over again.
Out immediately.
Out.
I'm gonna let you announce this pick and then I'm gonna run real quick. Use the restroom. I'll come back.
With the 75th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins are selecting Caleb Douglas, the wide receiver out of Texas Tech. Anthony, they have finally added a receiver to what is a very lacking core there for the Miami Dolphins, and they're getting 6'3", 206-pounder in Caleb Douglas.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest reach to this point, in my opinion. Caleb Douglas was a player that I get the profile. I understand at 6'3.5", 206 pounds, ran a 4.3 at the combine. He has the ability to stretch the field, but he was a player that was ranked in the 200s for many draft experts, expected to be a 6th, maybe 7th round pick. The Eagles actually brought him in on a 30 visit, so they like the profile as well. But Caleb Douglas, to me, is a massive reach at this point for a team that does need help at wide receiver. Maybe they were looking for a Malachi Fields, and that's why the Giants leaped ahead of the Dolphins and poached them. So now they had to kind of panic and pivot to someone that checks that profile as a bigger receiver with that vertical deep threat ability. So a little bit of a reach, in my opinion, but I can kind of understand the need for that type of profile in that offense.
Yeah, Miami, I mean, they trade away Jalen Waddle, and now they finally add a receiver. That puts Pittsburgh on the clock. We'll update that whenever Josh comes back. Tampa at 78, lurking there as well. Dolphins still have more picks to go, though, here in round 3, and so we'll see. Yeah, Caleb Douglas, that's an interesting one, especially when there's still a lot of other wide receivers that are still technically available. I'm looking at my best available right now. Zachariah Branch is out there. Chris Brazzell, the receiver out of Tennessee, taking Caleb Douglas over Ted Hurst at Georgia State, waiting for his name to be called. Chris Bell is still on the board. Anthony, there's quite a few kind of these third-round receivers that I think you and I might have taken over Caleb Douglas here, but the Dolphins and Kevin Patullo have made their selection.
Yeah, that's and Jermod McCoy, the Tennessee cornerback, is still out there, right? A guy that was in the top 15, but he's falling clearly because of this injury. So it's only a matter of time before somebody takes him. Where is it going to that fall stop? I don't know. But Ted Hurst, the Georgia State wide receiver, is another guy that I'm really high on. That I'm surprised. I cannot believe that Caleb Douglas just went over some of these other names at wide receiver.
Steelers pick is in very quickly. We'll see if Josh makes it back. You wonder Pittsburgh, maybe they want to go get a receiver right here. We'll keep an eye on that right now. I wonder if we're going to get another quarterback tonight. I don't know if we will. Garrett Nussmeier is kind of the name that you would think would go at some point relatively soon. I think there's Josh. Okay, the Steeler pick is in, Josh, by the way. We don't know who it is yet, but we're talking about receivers going ahead of the one the Dolphins just pick, or behind now, I guess. But we'll see. Pittsburgh on the clock. Pick is in.
Caleb Douglas, pretty shocking to go that early, but
yeah.
Miami feeling like there's something there, possibly. By the way, shout out to David Taylor and Drew for hanging out, eating all my food.
Ooh.
Appreciate you guys doing that.
You have people at your house eating your food while you're streaming?
Hanging out in the living room, so they know I love them. Jeremy with the 5 named the last pass rusher we traded for that. That paid off. I'll get that one in a second. They usually don't work out for us. I like the Bell pick, but we have a huge hole at safety.
Yeah, I mean, we do. Let's get this Steeler pick quickly, though, because this is a noteworthy one, by the way.
Yep.
I think you jinxed it, Thomas. You were just saying this probably is not going to happen, and now
Yeah, and now it is.
Got it.
How about this? Yeah, with the 76th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers are selecting Drew Aller, the quarterback out of Penn State. Wow. So a Pennsylvania boy stays in Pennsylvania, and right now he's pretty high up on the Steeler depth chart, guys, because we don't know what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Aller's one of these guys that projected much higher a couple of, months back. I mean, we go way further back, pre the season for Penn State. Obviously, he goes through the injury here. But, Anthony, you're kind of betting on letting him sit potentially behind Aaron Rodgers, and the skills that he has, the actual potential as a quarterback can be developed by I'm blanking on
Mike McCarthy.
McCarthy, thank you. I kept thinking McCoy, which is wrong. The Mike McCarthy offensive system there in Pittsburgh. There goes Drew Aller. He's in the ankle injury, but he goes in the third round. This is very interesting.
Yeah, this is kind of a surprising pick in my opinion but it's also, I get it, because if you just think a couple of years ago, like you mentioned, Drew Aller was considered the next kind of Arch Manning, right? He's guaranteed to be the number one overall pick whenever he comes out, right? But that's not always how it goes. He went back to school, hasn't always looked the same. I get the profile and betting on it though. 6'5", 235 pounds. The flashes that he has shown at times are really, really high. Like his ceiling could be really high, but at the same time, it's like they just drafted Will Howard last year from Ohio State, right? Now they're bringing in a Drew Aller. So I don't know if they're going to have some competition between the two young guys for the starting job, or if they're going to bring back an Aaron Rodgers and now Will Howard, your third quarterback. Kind of a weird dynamic now in Pittsburgh, but I can't fault them for taking a chance on the profile of a Drew Aller here on day two.
Yep, like it's kind of, this is the part here where you start seeing, and I guess we saw it with Caleb Douglas, but like teams getting, I don't know, like antsy, or like, do they have a selection? If they're kind of in between, like, are we going to get our guy? We're going to wait a lot of picks. Let's just go ahead and draft it. But it's interesting. I'm with you on that one. I'm also checking out the tweet that Thomas sent out there. It's
pretty funny.
It's pretty hilarious.
Packers have traded up, by the way, and their pick is in. Packers are up here.
Okay. Do we know the trade compensation yet? Or okay. Have that one ready here in a second. We have 5.
There it is.
A plus draft Howie. Awesome draft coverage. Ignore Negladelphia, and they can't have nice things. So
I totally agree. If you are saying anything below a B plus for the Eagles draft so far, I think you're absolutely out of your mind. You could argue B plus, but the only argument is that they don't have a safety. You can't argue the players that they selected, in my opinion. It's the fact they don't have a safety. By the way, I have to read this super chat. Live Human Target says Thomas saves tons of money buying those kid-sized NFL jerseys. Goodness gracious, that is
what is that?
What is going on with this?
Yikes!
I don't appreciate all this slander.
Oh,
this is
goodness.
Given that the Eagles just drafted an
cheaper.
Undersized Mekhi Lemon, right? Like we
that's
gotta
right.
Stop with the short guys.
That's right. I might buy a kid-sized Mekhi Lemon. Actually, it might become my new favorite. By the way. We had the Packer trade compensation. That was funny. I had to read that one. The Packers have given up 84 and 160 to the Bucks for 77 overall, and we do have the pick, by the way. Let me know when you're ready on that one.
Oh, there we go.
With John Kuhn out there. There you go. Blast from the past. With the 77th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Chris McClellan, defensive tackle out of Missouri. And so defense back off the board there for the Green Bay Packers as they get someone with an 81-inch wingspan, Anthony, at 6'3" and 313 pounds.
Yeah, Chris McClellan. I mean, you want to talk about checking the boxes with his size, right? 6'4", 313, but the length, 34-inch arms, 11-inch hands, which are 99th percentile. He's got some massive mitts. He's going to be batting down some passes over there for that Green Bay defensive front. But it's not just, he's just some big guy. They're taking a chance on him. There was production there as well, and he had the career year last year for Missouri with 6 sacks, which you don't expect that from an interior defensive lineman, especially in college, right? 8 tackles for loss. He had a massive impact for that defensive front, and it's easy to see why the Packers would take a chance on him. There are some offensive skills that have rated ahead of him at this point in the draft, but at this point, like with so many other teams, you're just betting on these profiles, and they have to fit your specific scheme. So what they're building now with Jonathan Gannon running that defense, they felt like Chris McClellan is a fit for that defensive front.
He's also durable and played all 51 games. All 51 games the past 4 seasons. So kudos to him for that. Sometimes plays a little bit high, but like you said, Anthony, it's the physical ability. It's like the projection of if you can turn him into that NFL player, he's got the mold for it. So Packers going with another defensive pick. And Sean here with a 5 says, man, the height debate with Thomas has been the highlight of day 2 coverage. EAGLS, Eagles, too funny.
Oh, man. I know whenever people run into me, whenever Josh and I go to Philadelphia, the biggest problem is that they always, they say hi to me, and then they go, wow, Josh, you're a lot taller in person, and that one hurts. I think I'm going to get a lot of Thomas. Maybe I'm a lot taller in person now after this one, because problem is when I stand to other 5'9"ers, I look normal, but Josh has got some tight end wide receiver height, and it's his entire family, by the way. If you have not
I'm
seen
the
any
shortest,
of the other
so
Davis children, they are all massive, and it's very I'm very directly challenged whenever I hang out at the Davis family household. Colts pick is in here. Do we have it here? Yeah, with the 78th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts are selecting A.J. Hawley, the safety out of LSU, and we actually have a highlight up this one as well. Anthony, the senior, comes in. He is an enforcer when it comes to the safety spot. 10 interceptions. I think he's a plug-and-play starter. 19 pass breakups. Kind of plays that robber position. The split safety looks as well. The question is going to be, in terms of tackling, or excuse me, not tackling, it's his range. He has the vertical speed, but it's the lateral speed as well. A lot of scouts were saying his hips are a little too stiff there, Anthony, but a very interesting center fielder for the Colts.
Yeah, AJ Halsey checks a lot of boxes that you look for. If you're looking for like that box physical safety to come downhill and let a defense know about it. So the fact that the Colts are able to trade down so much and get AJ Halsey, who so many analysis had, and it's a top 50 player in this class and potentially should have been a second round pick. He falls here to the 3rd, and the Colts kept moving back. They're able to get that answer at safety. They thought maybe Emmanuel McNeil-Warren wasn't the guy, right? And they went with a different direction at safety and land on Halsey, who, as these highlights show, he's able to make tackles. It's just a matter of, can he handle himself downfield in coverage? Can he get a little bit better in that regard? But sideline to sideline, you can almost trust him out there as another linebacker, because that's how efficient he is as the tackler and the ability that he has coming downhill.
His nickname in high school was Mr. Gimme That. So for creating turnovers, and and then he just transitioned that into LSU. Obviously, as Thomas, you were sharing the turnover numbers, not too bad. So if it just continues on, sometimes the tendencies are a little erratic, as Dane Brugler was mentioning. But yeah, I think for a guy at 78, like you said, Anthony, that's a pretty solid pick. Bree with a 5, by the way, says, what if AJ's actually happy to stay with Philly and doesn't get traded?
It's not happening.
Pretty
so
far-fetched
there shouldn't even
on
be
that
a
one,
question
but,
about that. Not happening.
We could dream, I suppose. Alex with the 2, and Makuba, we trust. I don't think that there's as much of a concern or issue with Makuba. I think it's just the other safety spot. Like, what are they for sure going to do? Loggy with a 2 also, hoping we'll find a cheap future backup quarterback still. That's an interesting comment to throw out there. Frankie Ray with a 2. Lane Johnson's tweet is just a bell, which is not surprising because he did that with the lemon, right? Whenever McCoy gets drafted.
Yes, he did.
Bell. What did he do anything for Stowers? What would you do for if you had one emoji? What would you put for Stowers?
I have no idea. No idea.
Just the is there like a tower one out there that you could throw? I don't know if there's a tower.
Maybe something like that, yeah. Or just like freak athleticism. I don't know if you just do like mind blown or something. Yeah, he doesn't have it. It's difficult though. Whenever you've got last name Bell and last name
Markel Liberty Bell.
Lemon.
That's a phenomenal.
It's a pretty. That's a pretty good one there. Mad Skills with a 5. We'll get right back to the other pick. We've got. Why is everyone mad about Stowers? I don't know if he's been asked or if it's been asked, but how do y'all feel about? Oh my gosh, I walked into that one.
Who is it?
Got him.
Is it Johnny Wilson, tight end? Is that what it is?
I thought it was like a legit, like have a legit conversation.
Oh, that's funny.
Big brain funny, move? Actually. Question mark. Yeah, big brain move. Nobody thought of that one. Wow, I was teeing it up. I was reading it like, hey, why is everyone upset about this? And then well, moving on. Atlanta has selected a pick. Wow.
Oh yeah. Okay, we have it. Sorry, I was waiting for I was looking at the wrong one. With the 79th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Zachariah Branch, the wide receiver out of Georgia. There's an interesting one there. Okay. This is an absolute speedster, Anthony. Former state champion sprinter. He ran a 4.3540, and he could be a little bit faster than that. They once clocked him at 26 miles per hour on the treadmill, which if I jumped on there for 26 miles an hour, I'd get just zapped right off the back end here. He's small. I mean, obviously, sub 30-inch arms, but he is an absolutely explosive weapon going to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, and I mean, I get it. He's 5'8", 5'8" inches, 170 pounds, under 30-inch arms, 9-inch hands. Like, he's not going to blow anybody away with his size, right? But that speed is ridiculous. And I know he ran a 4.35 at the combine. There were some people that were disappointed by that number. They thought he was going to run in the 4.2s, and that just shows you how fast Branch is on tape. And he is relatively new to the position, but at the same time, you could see the potential that he has. He had a 38-inch vertical, a 10-foot, 5-inch broad jump, put up 220 reps of 225 pounds, which at his size, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn impressive too, right? So you add him now to that Falcons offense where they already have a Bijan Robinson and for now a Kyle Pitts and a Drake London. So they have all these weapons. We're going to see how Branch fits in because he'll be able to take the top of a defense, and then now all these other guys can go to work underneath.
Well, it's interesting too because I think about the fit schematically in Atlanta with Penix and the shorter like intermediate throws. Branch in college, I just found this out here, but 25.4% of his routes were screen passes. His average depth of target was 5.2 yards. So I mean, terrible, right? I mean, just like average wise. But if you look at Atlanta and what they do. And with the route combination, I mean, Tua, right? So you just continue to throw these shorter screen passes, utilizing that way. It makes sense, you know. You got the speed and agility as well. So maybe a lot of screens. We'll see.
Just get the ball in his hands and let him go to work afterwards. It's like that kind of like a set it and forget it option.
Yeah.
Just
yep.
4.3 speed.
Punt returning as well. Punt returner as well.
That's true. Jeremy with the 2. Reddick was a free agent, Arizona, Carolina to Philly.
Yes.
So going back to that one. Yep. Zarvine with a 5. Go Birds. DH is finally an offensive line player. Shout out to the Short King Mott.
Thank you.
Still getting the shout outs.
Shout outs. Yeah. Taller than Zachariah Branch, that's for sure. 5'8". Goodness, imagine being that short. But
let him hear it. Let him hear it.
To all the short kings that are out there. Baltimore is on the clock, by the way. Baltimore is on the clock. Someone says Zachariah Branch, same height as Thomas. Not quite.
Nope.
Not quite. He's a little shorter.
A little smaller.
He might need the step stool to see me eye to eye. Raven pick is in. We don't know who it is yet, though, right? We don't have. Oh, we do now. Okay, there we go.
Yep. Ant with the 2, as I'm putting this one up here, says, I'm 6'5". Banging your head hundreds of X's, not fun. Go Birds. Okay.
A lot of short kings in the chat. We're all uniting tonight as one. I appreciate everybody. I think if you're a short king, you can't subscribe to Josh's channel. You must only subscribe to mine. I think it's like offensive to a short king. I just throwing that out there, by the way. If you're a short king.
So far off the rails now. Wow. I'm catching strays.
Baltimore's pick is in. We're ready for the Raven pick here.
Why am I not seeing this pop up here of this name? This is weird.
Is it because of the dash?
There might be an apostrophe in there.
Yeah, the apostrophe is what I meant.
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. I was going to say, I felt like I would have seen it already, but there we go. Finally. Okay.
With the 80th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Jacoby Lane, wide receiver out of USC. And so you're getting the Makai Lemon teammate here, the much larger version at 6'4", 200 pounds. I've seen people say George Pickens here. I've also seen, Corey Davis, maybe a little bit bigger, but a 40-inch vertical leap. Does lack the top-end speed, ran a 4.47 40 at the NFL Combine, and struggled a little bit against the better NFL caliber cornerbacks there at USC, Anthony.
Yeah, but it's just so funny to see Jacoby Lane here picked after Zachariah Branch because he's almost over 8 inches taller.
Yeah.
A much bigger profile, over 32.5-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands. But he actually put together a better combine than I think maybe people were expecting with a 4.47 40-yard dash, the 40-inch vertical that you mentioned, a 10-foot 9-inch broad jump. So there's a lot to like about Jacoby Lane, and the production was there last year especially. So with 49 catches, 745 yards for 4 touchdowns. So I know McKay-Lemon got all the coverage in that USC offense, but he has the ability with his size and his speed combination to be a bit of a mismatch. And some people thought he would be more of a day 3 pick, but I don't fault the Ravens here, who need wide receivers, for taking the chance on Jacoby Lane.
Kind of a run on it, honestly. I mean,
Yeah.
Caleb Douglas, Jacoby Lane, you got some teams that maybe are taking them earlier than what it was anticipated because of that.
I think the Caleb Douglas pick maybe made teams that thought they could wait for a wide receiver.
I think so.
Not
Wait a
expected to
second.
be
I think
picked
so.
on
is
the
he?
second night. They're like, wait, if we want a wide receiver, we saw it. We saw the tight ends. There was a run on tight ends. There was a run on linebackers. Tonight's been all about these runs on positions. So we saw the edge rushers early, then whatever the top corners were besides Jermod, McCoy, they all went. Now you're seeing a couple of safeties go. Now the wide receivers are starting to go, where it's like, wait, this guy's going where? So teams are not letting these runs go without getting their guy.
Definitely not. Trying to make moves. Justin with the 5. Do you guys think Howie trades back into the 3rd round? And if he does, who's the pick?
It's hard without
know
the
that he would.
fourths, right? It's a little hard without those 2 fourths, and maybe, but it's going to be a while till Philadelphia gets back on the clock.
And one thing also is Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni are actually already doing their press conference. So that pretty much tells you that they're wrapped up.
Wow.
They're done.
They're not going to be trading back up here into the 3rd round. So we'll be seeing them making picks tomorrow. It's just a matter of, are they going to wait until those picks that they're projected to make, or are there going to be some type of trades in the works to get a little bit more active early?
It's official there. Tech Monk with a 5. We love Thomas. It's getting worse now. We love Thomas, our 4'9" king. In all seriousness, love you guys. Thanks for the coverage. Worried about safety, but trusting Howie.
There you go. Yeah, let's ignore that the first half there. We'll worry about safety. We have the Jaguar pick. We appreciate the chat there. Jaguar pick is in, and we do have it.
How is Alex going to feel about this one?
That's a good question. We'll see if he's still awake yet. I don't know if he is. With the 81st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Albert Regis, defensive tackle out of Texas A&M. They the 6'1", a little undersized here, 291-pound interior defensive lineman, but 10.5 TFLs, 3.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles at Texas A&M. Anthony.
Yeah, a guy that tested probably better than most people expected with 34-inch vertical. You don't normally see that for an interior defensive lineman, and ran under a 4.9 in the 40-yard dash. But on the field, he's basically like a tree stump. You're going to plant them in the middle of the defensive line. Nobody's really going to be able to get past him. So if you're looking for a run-stopping nose tackle at the next level, I think Regis is a perfect fit for that, and he'll be able to do that in the middle of that Jacksonville defense.
Makes some sense for a lot of the Poona Ford comparisons. Elliott with a 5. Jaffer Murphy, UDFA, question mark. Maybe trade back for Dennis Sutton or Kilgore. Love the choices so far. Stay strong, my fellow 6-foot bros. See, now we got people drawing lines in the sand. We got people that are
not a fan.
last-minute comments and
Not a fan.
There's too much negativity in the world. We can all get along. Under 6 foot, over 6 foot. You can subscribe to both Josh's channel and Thomas's channel.
See, there you go.
Let's all get along.
Yep.
Vikings pick is in, by the way. We got the Vikings pick. Waiting on the player, but Vikings pick is in.
Okay, moving right along. Ghoster with a 5. Markel Bell feels like this year's Jalix Hunt. Guys looks like a potential monster, but would still love to go grab Kilgore or Wheatley by trading up. I mean, if he turns into the Jalix Hunt type of progression, we'd all sign up for that. My gosh, just automatic. Andrew with a 5. You guys think we have the ammo to trade up for safety at some point? Halsey or Kilgore still out there? Halsey not anymore, but Kilgore.
Halsey not anymore, but Kilgore
possibly
is. I don't think, Anthony, I'm curious. I don't think that Kilgore makes it to round 5, right? I have a feeling that he's probably not going to be there for round 5.
Yeah, I think that's everything before the draft said he was pretty much going to be a late 2nd or 3rd round pick. So if he makes it to day 3, who knows? Maybe how he can get creative. He did it that 1 year for Keely Ringo when he moved up and nobody really expected it. So, but not having any 4th round picks makes it a little bit more difficult unless they want to dip into those 2027 picks, but or trade a player, right? If something materializes there, but I don't know. I don't really foresee that happening.
Yeah, we've had. Unfortunately, like I say, probably I agree with you. Probably not trading up, but it would be fun. It would be nice. At the same time, you think about like 2027, what the draft has there, like potential value. It's all projection, but I mean, overall, I think it'd be fine. Just wait, see what you got. Jeremy with the 5 as well. Commenting to a couple different people. Phillips rental for a third, netting 2 sacks, 4 tackles for loss, no return in the playoffs, no Super Bowl is far from value. I mean, you gave up a third, you got a third back for the compensatory pick, and if we're being honest, like the playoffs is the offense's issue. Like the defense, yeah, they needed to play better. Sure, they could have gotten some more pressure, but like when Jalen Phillips was added, it was a night and day difference from what the defensive line looked like, right? Like it was a clear jolt. Now, people that just want to go after stats and just watching that, you're not getting the full picture. If you watch Jalen Phillips, if you saw the film, then it actually helped Jalix Hunt. It's why Jalix Hunt started able to get those sacks, because he was getting pressures, but it's like, well, he's not getting help on the other side of the line. Once Jalen Phillips got there, oh, okay, turn things around. So overall, I think it was a good trade. Was it a like massive win? I guess not, because if it was, you would have signed him regardless of what his asking price was. Basically, you say, oh, we can't let this guy out of the building. But to get that return, and yes, it's a year later, so maybe you say, well, it's a year off or a draft pick later. I think it's still a solid trade.
And I also think you have to factor in the contract that Jalen Phillips signed, right? There's just no way that you're matching that deal. And if you're comparing it to a Jonathan Grenard deal, who's actually been a healthier and more productive player in the NFL than Jalen Phillips has been, if you're telling me that you're essentially trading a third-round pick this year plus Jalen Phillips for Jonathan Grenard, that's not a crazy deal at all, especially if you're telling me he's signing a 4-year, $100 million deal, which is not necessarily at the top of the edge market like a Jalen Phillips deal was. So I can understand the frustration with how things worked out a little bit, but getting Jonathan Grenard kind of changes all of that.
We had the Viking pick, by the way. Viking pick is in, and I totally agree, Anthony, with everything that you did, that you just said. 82 overall, Minnesota. They're going to go ahead and take Dominique Orange, the defensive tackle out of Iowa State. So Minnesota's draft, guys, very interesting. Caleb Banks, Jake Golday, and Dominic Orange. So 2 defensive tackles and a linebacker. As you mentioned, they are running a defensive-only draft so far. What do you think about Dominic Orange there with the big bowling ball, as they call him, nose tackle from Iowa State?
Yeah, this is weird, man. We're having a sudden run on nose tackles. I just talked about how there's these runs on positions, and now I guess we're hitting the nose tackle run, right? Because Orange is 6'2.5", 322 pounds, almost 33.5-inch arms, big 10.25-inch hands. So he's got all the size standpoints to be kind of that 2-down run-stuffing nose tackle in the NFL. And the thing is, as filling that role in college, you're not going to have a ton of production, right? So he only had half a sack. He's not going to really do anything as a pass rusher, which is why he probably fell to this point. But he was a projected day 2 pick, and Minnesota's doubling down here with another defensive tackle where Caleb Banks has a much higher ceiling. He's a much bigger player. He can be more of a pass rusher. Orange is more of that sturdy nose tackle. Once again, another one of those tree stumps that you can kind of plant in the middle of the defensive line, play the first 2 downs, and help stop the run.
Big Citrus. I was going to say Big Citrus nickname is pretty good. I like that. As kind of mentioned a second ago. Also, 450-pound bench, 650-pound squat. So as you talk about, translation of strength onto the field, it shows. It shows in his game.
Panther pick is officially in. We know who it is as well. Let me know when you're ready on that one. Pick 83. You got Tampa and Pittsburgh coming up here with 84 and 85 overall as well. Interesting Panther pick, by the way. The 83rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Chris Brazzell, wide receiver out of Tennessee. And there goes the redshirt junior, Anthony, 6'4", 198, long-limbed vertical receiver, but has that field-stretching ability, 4.37 40-yard dash with that massive frame, 2025 first-team All-SEC. He had that very incredible 177 yards, 3-touchdown game versus UGA in 2025.
Yeah, he's such a polarizing player and a kind of a divisive figure in the draft in the community, where there were people that thought he could be a first-round, second-round pick, like a top 50 player in this draft. But then you see some of his kind of lowlights, and it's like, wait, why did he drop that pass? That should have been an easy completion. And he's drawn comparisons to Christian Watson because of his ability to kind of just take over the game with the way that his size and his vertical threat, like his ability to get down the field and his speed for that size with a 4.37 at the 40-yard dash. You kind of put that on display, but there are times he's just a frustrating player to watch where he shows these flashes where he should just be a dominant, like I mentioned, top 50 caliber player in an NFL draft, but then there are those low lights that kind of make him and probably help him fall to this point in the draft.
Yeah, like you said, kind of polarizing, up and down. Led the SEC receiving yards and touchdowns, but like, it just didn't really compute some of the times. Also, 50%, nearly 50%, just about 50% of his routes were hitch or go routes. So
I was gonna say, route tree is the question there, but a very interesting target for Carolina nonetheless, because they go Ted McMillan and now they bring in Brazel to be more of the field stretcher. I like what Carolina's doing. Carolina's gonna be very interesting, and if Bryce Young can continue to improve, the defense looks good. Got him an offensive lineman. Very interesting. Buck's pick is in. We don't know who it is yet, but Buck's pick is in.
All right, show the there's the latest from Carolina, and then move to Tampa.
By the way, Jonathan Grenard was at the Sixer game when the trade news broke, so I feel like he kind of had some foreknowledge there that he was gonna stay in Philadelphia.
At this point, I
think it's been
share it.
Yeah,
it was done for a little while. They were waiting on a physical, so it was done. Which I think also means the again, John Ledyard and Ollie Connolly for that podcast that broke.
Yeah.
They called it.
I think it was official. Like, oh yeah, it's already done. Didn't you know that? And it's like, that's not actually out there yet. So, Jake with a 5. Sorry if this is weird, but where do you guys live? I assume it's not the Philly area. I'm from Wisconsin. Just wondering. Go Birds. We're all
that is
over
a good question. All over the map. Texas, Atlanta, Georgia, New York City. Right? We're all over the map.
New York, baby. Born and raised, still here, but we're all over the place. But guess what? We share one thing, and we love the Philadelphia Eagles. We love covering the NFL,
right.
So happy to talk about it.
Amen to that.
There you go.
As Tampa their pick is in. I haven't seen the pick yet.
I haven't seen it either.
Josh with a 5. Appreciate that one. Bro, let's go. Love y'all's channel. And what's crazy is AJ might stay. Go Birds. What?
No.
Appreciate the support, but I mean,
not happening.
Nothing's impossible, I guess, but like that's not a. I'm not holding on to it, right? Like that it would be. I'm not going to say 0.0% because Anthony's here and that's his thing, but it's as close as you could possibly get to it.
And it looks like the Browns traded up with the Chargers, so the Browns are on the clock at 86, I believe.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We still don't have the Bucks. Do we have the
Bucks
yet?
and
we do
Steelers
not.
picks?
No.
So we're 2 behind. People are slacking as far as reporting the picks. See, everybody's just kind of shut down for the night. They're like, oh well, we got our team pick.
Yeah.
We're done.
I'm telling you,
sign
they
off.
saw the Caleb Douglas and Nate Borkature picks. They're like, listen, what's going on here?
Yeah. Like, get out of here. Forget this. Rock with a 10. Leave Thomas alone. 5'9" is average height. I mean, I know it's not tall enough to play tight end, but hear me out. They snuck in this is with the same comment. It does. What about 6'6" like Johnny Wilson? What?
That's actually pretty funny.
Every one of them.
They're really funny.
That's super chat of the night right there.
That's a good one. I think it is. That was pretty funny.
Just teeing it up now. Like, just sneak in a Johnny Wilson. Like, he had nothing to do with it at all. Like,
that was funny.
Can't box with 5. I think we drafted Steve Smith 2.0 with Lemon. Another solid draft so far.
Do too.
Like the comp there. Lar with a 2.
Steve
Thomas
Smith.
Platform shoes went out of style in the 70s. Jeez.
I still have mine. Let me tell you, mine have not gone out of style. You got to rock those whenever you can. Whenever you can. I wish I had them. No, I don't.
Do we have the Bucks pick?
I think we do now. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yes, we do have the Bucks pick. We have a highlight for that one, too.
Okay.
Interesting pick by Tampa here. In terms of, I guess it makes sense, though. I actually like it a lot. It makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
With the 84th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Ted Hurst, wide receiver out of Georgia State. We have a highlight from him. I love Ted Hurst, Anthony. I mean, I had him as someone who could have snuck in at the very front end of the third round. Obviously, the Georgia State and the teams that they play, maybe bumped it down a little bit there. He's an athletic freak. I mean, an absolute ball tracker. He has the ability to go out and get poorly thrown footballs, well-thrown footballs. Contested catch percentage was 61.1%. This is your Mike Evans replacement, whether you think he's a comparable receiver or not. I like this pick by the Cleveland Browns. Baker Mayfield's going to throw him a lot of footballs.
Yeah, Ted Hurst is. If you're seeing Mike Evans walk away, right? Like after all these years, and now you need another outside wide receiver with size and that ability to make plays down the field. Ted Hurst checks all of those boxes. I understand he went to a smaller school at Georgia State, but almost 6'4", 206 pounds, over 32.5-inch arms. He just passed all the tests with flying colors. I mean, a 4.42 40-yard dash at that size is absurd. You're seeing all the highlights with his ability to just go up, high point the football, take it away. An 11-foot 3-inch broad jump, which is just absurd for a wide receiver. So Ted Hurst, I understand the concerns about a smaller school, but if you're seeing Mike Evans walk out the door and now Ted Hurst is there for you in the third round, especially like you mentioned, some people had him as a top 50 player. This is just a phenomenal pick for the Buccaneers and great value for that offense.
Number one in college football, 20-yard catches, 34 of those last 2 years, 34 20-yard completions. Not bad. Not too bad, especially for that offense with Baker. Do we know Pittsburgh? We have Cleveland.
Don't see it.
Lovely.
Guess it wasn't as interesting as the other.
Definitely pick. Not as interesting. No, people just move on.
Let's see. They're announcing it right now.
Nobody cares about the host.
I guess not. Cam Hayward giving us the...
Jeff with the
Do we know who it is yet?
As we're waiting.
Ant-Man
analysis is superb. Trust his research and insight. Watch
really
you dudes every day. Thank you for great coverage on the draft. Safety. Ant-Man.
There you go.
Who's it going to be? Go Birds. Thank you for that, Jeff.
I mean, if Jalen Kilgore makes it there, that'd be phenomenal. But we're going to see it's a long wait for the next Eagles pick.
That it will be. Okay. We got
Steeler pick is in. They've just announced the Brown trade to 86. Here we go. With the 85th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Dylan Everett, the cornerback out of Georgia, the 6'1", 196-pounder, who ran a 4.38 40 at the NFL Combine, has 32-inch arms as well. He had that 47-yard fumble recovery for a touchdown in the Sugar Bowl this past Sugar Bowl, I should say. What do we think about the cornerback going to the Pittsburgh Steelers? Maybe a Darius Slay replacement, if you will.
Yeah, they've had, they mentioned a couple of different issues at corner over the years that they've been rotating guys, trying to find an answer there. And Dalen Everett, at this point, I think is still great value because you mentioned the athletic profile that he has, the size that he has. I mean, smooth athlete, and it translates to the field, right? He doesn't ever really look too off balance, and he has the ability, in my opinion, to play both inside and outside. So as teams pivot to looking for more bigger inside corners, because kind of the revolution that Cooper DeJean started in Philadelphia, does Everett fit that mold for Pittsburgh, or will they just leave him out on the outside? Either way, I think this is a rock-solid cornerback to land here in the third round for Pittsburgh.
There you go.
Brown's pick is ready as well.
Pick, right? So, okay, now I can insert it. Had to wait on Pittsburgh to get that one done, but let's do the trade. And... okay, so for 105, 145, and 206. Okay, now Cleveland. And...
okay, with the 86th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Browns select Austin Barber, tackle out of Florida there, and a guy who played a bunch of snaps this past year for Florida and only gave up 3 sacks and almost 400 snaps, Anthony.
Yeah, so Austin Barber, another guy that's he fits the size profile that you look for in like a prototypical NFL offensive tackle. I mean, almost 6'7", 318 pounds, 33 and 1/8 inch arms, a little bit on the shorter end for the arms, but he has the ability to play out a tackle, and then if anything, you can maybe move him inside to guard, but tested relatively well athletically with a 32-inch vertical jump. But the concerns were, you mentioned just allowing 3 sacks, but it seemed like whenever he played those better defenses, those tougher edge rushers, is when he struggled. So if you're projecting that at the next level, that's where the things come into question and why he was projected as a day 3 pick for a lot of people. But you're seeing with many other picks that we've seen tonight, a lot of day 3 projected picks are being selected on day 2. So it's kind of come to where teams are trying to pick their flavors and the profiles that they like. So Austin Barber, I get the size profile, but the performance sometimes wasn't always there to match it.
We have the sorry, Josh. I mean to
Nope.
cut you off. We have the Dolphin pick as well, though.
Okay, player as well.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I should have texted it.
No,
Yep,
you're
we
good.
have it. They're flying through them right now.
Yeah, everybody knows. Get them while they're hot. Get the
while they're hot.
position.
Yep.
CJ Deacon with the 10 while we're waiting on that. Where did Ted Hurst end up getting drafted? Oh, this was a second ago, but ended up getting drafted.
question.
Picked yet. Also, shout out to my short King Thomas. People under 6 feet unite. Love the vids. Go Birds, baby.
Thank you.
There you go. But he did get drafted,
Bucks.
obviously, for the Bucks.
Bucks.
So,
Tampa. Good
and
pick.
then the Dolphins. Oh. What just happened? Did y'all screen go black?
I see a black screen for us. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Hold up.
Where'd
Why
we
did it
go?
go black?
Oh.
What in the world? What just
Technical
happened?
difficulties. I don't know. They
I've
can
never
all hear
had
and
this.
see us, I think.
Yeah. We're here. What in the world? When is this? Okay, I can get
Here's
myself.
Josh.
Maybe I can add you. What in the
Hey!
I can restart it and add it. But
There you
that's never
go.
happened before. I don't know what just happened. Okay.
Listen, not too shabby.
The
We made it to
stream
almost
is-
the end of day 2.
Without
no
that
technical
issue, I
difficulties.
don't know what that. This is so weird. Okay, well, hopefully it doesn't happen again. All right. Got the pick.
With the 87th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Will. Is it Kazmarek? Is how you say the last name? Will Kazmarek, the tight end
I
out
believe
of
so.
Ohio State. I think I got it right. Yeah, there we go.
Nailed it.
Anthony, what do we think about this one?
This is a shout out to the blocking tight ends again. I guess teams around the NFL are finding value in this because they saw what the Eagles adding Johnny Munt, right? Well, this is obviously just a joke, but Will Kazmarek, not much of a receiver, very similar to Nate Borkacher, who we saw earlier go a little bit earlier. Some people had Kazmarek as the top blocking tight end in this draft. Others had Borkacher filling that role, but he's a guy that if the Dolphins need a blocking tight end, he'll certainly be able to come in from day one. And he's a guy that you can actually put on an island on the edge and kind of feel like comfortable for him holding that edge and being able to hold up and run protection, pass protection, wherever you need him to be. The thing is, how much of a ceiling does he have as a pass catcher at the next level, right? So we'll see. There's an offense that already doesn't have many passing targets. Now you're adding a tight end that really hasn't shown much as a pass catcher. So a little bit of a questionable pick after you're following that Caleb Douglas pick, which also was kind of a questionable one as well. So I'm interested to see what the Dolphins have planned here because I can't say that I'm a fan of their last two selections.
Yeah,
They're not necessarily trying to win games, it appears like. So, they're just kind of throw them out there, make some picks. Who cares? They're not going to have everybody on the roster anyway. So, Andrew with the 2, you guys think Tanner McKee or Ringo gets moved? The later that it goes, I mean, I don't think Ringo, there's much of a value for him. But Tanner McKee, I don't know. It's kind of seems like you would have already had some potentially if it's early tomorrow, maybe. But like, what are we talking about compensation wise? Rather you look at a 4th round selection, it doesn't seem like how he's going to be willing to move that. So I'd say I'd probably lean towards no.
Jags pick is in. I think we got it too.
Okay.
Jags having a very interesting draft as well, and them and the Dolphins have had a very interesting evening. So Jacksonville, here we go. Yeah, with the 88th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Emmanuel Pregnon, offensive guard out of Oregon, and the 6'4", 314-pounder, very physically imposing, also pretty darn explosive as well. The negatives can be the bend a little bit, maybe a little stiff upper body. Anthony, thoughts on another guard going to the Jacksonville Jaguars at 88?
He's a player that I'm surprised to see still on the board here because a lot of people thought he was going to go in the second round as a top 50 player. I mean, he was super durable, never really missed time, whether it was at Wyoming, USC, or at Oregon last year where he started 15 games, 14 at left guard, 1 at right guard. So he has actually spent time at both left guard and right guard. So wherever they do want to put him, he'll be able to step in and be able to do so. He showcased his explosiveness with a 35-inch vertical at the combine. But you just look at his size, 6'4" and a quarter, 314 pounds, over 33.5-inch arms, relatively decent-sized arms for a guard. But then those massive 11-inch hands, he's got some mitts on him, which shows on the film because when he gets his hands on somebody, they're not moving. So I'm really surprised to see Emmanuel Pregnon fall this far because he was a player that I thought specifically for the Eagles could be a target at 54. So to see him land all the way here in the third round it's a steal at this point.
Shout out to Corey, who likes that. Says like that guard was one of them, one of the players that he was drafting in round 2 of a lot of his mock drafts. So in unison on that one. We got Chicago, I believe, on the clock. Darth with a 2. McCoy is going to fall to Dallas, isn't he?
Yeah, but are we sure McCoy can play this year? Right, he's got that whole knee issue.
I don't know.
He might have to sit out the entire year, is what some people on the doctors on Twitter are saying.
There's a reason he's fallen so far. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, it might be worse than people think.
Cranky with 5. Great job tonight, guys. No NFL channel, no ESPN. I got all my coverage right here. Appreciate all 3 of you. Go Birds.
Shout out Cranky, member of the channel for a long time.
Much.
Bears pick is in. We don't know who it is.
Okay. Is with a 5. We've got, I used to claim 5'8", then went to the doctor and they said 5'9". I was very happy that day, not short the average height. Go Birds and Howie we trust.
Heck yeah. Shout out to that doctor for really changing your life. The difference in 8 versus 9, let me tell you. I mean, success versus failure in life, I think. I don't know. Wow. Shout out to that doctor. Got a whole inch.
An extreme there. Supreme Rich with a 2. Did y'all play football in high school? What position?
5'9". I was not playing football in high school. I weighed like a buck out of 10 in high school. I was small. No, I played in middle school, and that was it.
Briefly played was quarterback, but then went all basketball. So
big, yeah. Davis family, big basketball.
Yep,
Bree with the 2.
As well.
See, there you go. Bree with a 2. Come to Hawaii. Average height's 5'7". So
there you go.
Be taller. Come to Hawaii. Also,
Bear
Mr. Scorpio
pick is in.
with a 5. Yep, I'll get this pick in. Today is my daughter. I hope I'm saying this correct. Antares, and it's Antares.
I think so.
Antares. I don't know. I hope I'm not butchering that. My apologies. But it's her birthday. She went from 6 to 7, and I can't stop saying 6'7", almost the same height as our. No, my gosh. I might just end the stream.
Yeah,
I was literally about to say happy birthday.
Yeah.
Is it legit? Now I don't even know if it's your daughter's birthday.
There's no way.
What the heck?
No way.
Do you even have a daughter,
It's too
Mr.
late.
Scorpio? Come on. All right.
Probably not.
Let's just.
Bears have
Dang
made a
it.
selection.
I mean, I thought for sure. I'm gonna keep an eye out for some of these, and then the blinders go down. They just go straight up as soon as I see somebody's birthday. Sorry that I. Is there an apostrophe for that, by the way? It's not coming up for the first name, but I can maybe find it.
I think it has it's spelled wrong, right?
I added an extra Y. The Y's not there.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
Sorry about that. I forgot you're typing these in, and I'm just trying to get it as fast as possible.
No, you're good. You're good. I just want to make sure because I was like, wait a second, it's not coming up. There we go. Finally.
With the 89th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears are taking Xavier Thomas, the wide receiver out of LSU. That's an interesting one. So they go tight end and then wide receiver after going tight end and wide receiver to start the draft last year. Xavier Thomas is a Bear, Anthony.
Yeah, so explosive player, not a ton of receiving production, but a legitimate game changer as far as returning the ball and his speed. And that, if you think in that Ben Johnson offense, you need somebody to just get down the field and keep the defense honest, right? He ran a 4.28 at the combine, had a 36-inch vertical, but only 5'10", 190, not the biggest profile, and not a ton of receiving production, like I mentioned, 41 catches for 488 yards, 4 touchdowns last season. So, but he was really impactful as a returner. And here's a fun fact, especially now that he's going to the Bears, he's a distant relative of Pro Football Hall of Fame running back Walter Payton. So he has, I guess, some connections to Chicago, and now it only gets deeper as he arrives there in Chicago as well.
Interesting. Okay.
Meant to be.
We have the Niner pick. I just messaged it. Niner pick is in.
Okay.
9 picks away from wrapping up round 3, by the way.
Moved on pretty good. You know,
Yeah.
it does die down a little bit for the interest, obviously, once it's like, oh,
Sure.
Eagles pick, and now you have like 100 picks to wait, but still.
With the 91st pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Kalon Black, the running back out of Indiana. That is sorry, no. This is not the Raiders. This is the 49ers. I was going to say Raiders.
Yeah.
The Niners have taken Kalon Black the running back out of Indiana. Very interesting here for the redshirt senior. I think he has a very high floor to be rotational back. Where's he going to be in a running back room with Brian Thomas and Christian McCaffrey? But he was pretty good in that Rose Bowl versus the Alabama Crimson Tide. Thoughts on the running back selection there for the Niners? The Niners have had a pretty odd draft, I might say.
Yeah, I mean, with Christian McCaffrey there, it seems like, especially after last season, when is he going to play? When is he not going to play? They wanted, I guess, some insurance in the backfield. And Kalen Black, undersized height wise, but he's like a big bowling ball out there. 5'9", 208 pounds. He's tough in the pass protection. He's just a tough runner in general, and that's probably what appealed to them is he has that ability to just fight for yards and be a physical runner. And when he gets to that second or third level, he's tough to bring down, right? So when you're thinking about the uncertainty of a Christian McCaffrey health-wise, having an insurance plan in Kalen Black there in the backfield makes a lot of sense for the 49ers.
There you go. Third selection for them. Stribling at 33, Romello Hyde at 70, and now
it's an interesting one.
The 90th selection. Go with a running back, yeah.
It's an interesting one. Raiders on the clock. Picks in. We don't know who it is yet, though.
All right. We got 5 from Dylan. Thomas is taller than the average height. What is this chat tripping for? I don't know. Chat's getting wild.
I'm telling you.
Friday night.
I'm telling you.
People are drinking, and they're some are happy, some are super upset for some random reason. Some of these picks here. Brando's saying Dill McKee for a pick to grab Nussmeier.
Depends on the pick you're getting, right? I mean, I think a lot of us were hoping you'd get a day 2 pick for McKee. That seems to not be the case anymore. Is it worth giving him away for a 4th? You know, like does that seem like it's worth it? I don't know. I mean, I think they're still going to take a quarterback tomorrow for sure. I mean, that feels pretty confident without, Combo Cord falling through after they took him on day 3 last year. But we'll see. I'm curious where Nussmeier goes because he's one of those kind of prototypical, you like him, but the production was down. How high do you actually take him? A lot of quarterbacks like that left on the board.
Yeah, I'd be surprised, but I guess you never know. CJ with the 10. Appreciate that. I'm not falling for this one, though. Sorry.
Oh, good. Yeah, did you read through this one? Yeah.
No. Ted Hurst,
there you go.
To us. Could have been a big body outside Eli Stowers, but yeah. All right, that's where that one ends. Thank you. Moving on.
You got to be a little smarter to get by us now. Shame on you. You fooled me twice, or whatever it is.
Let's see. We got Clint with the 5. Stop playing. Thomas is man. Follow him and his detailed coverage anywhere. Hail Lord Farquaad.
Jeez.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
It was sounding good. It was sounding good for a little while there. It was sounding good. Thankfully, I don't have the same hair. Thankfully,
this is how you know we're at the very end of the draft. Like people can sense it. We're just throwing out these things now. My gosh, it's off the rails. Do we have that Raiders pick?
Raider pick?
It was in, but okay.
Slowing down here, I'm telling you. I think everybody that was reporting the picks is now starting to fall asleep. So
yeah, they are.
Oh, for sure. They've gone home. They've done the coaches press conference, as you said. Depending on when your team picked, and they're just like, we're out of here. Who cares? You got Miami with 94, Patriots 95, Seattle 96, Rams coming up, Cowboys coming up. I always forget,
we got the Raider pick.
The comp picks, that's why you start getting a little bit later rounds. But okay, got that one. Let's see.
With the 91st pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Zune, offensive lineman from Texas A&M, who is a 4-year starter and played all over. I mean, a Swiss Army knife. I mean, they're showing highlights of him playing center. He's playing left tackle. He's played some guard as well. 99th percentile in pass blocking efficiency and finished that senior season, Anthony, according to PFF, as the highest graded pass blocking tackle after allowing just 2 sacks and 40 pass production snaps this past year.
Yeah, Trey Zune's such a fascinating prospect, right? Because you look at the size, 6'6.5", 312 pounds, you think, all right, he can play tackle, right? And that's mostly what he did in college. But as you mentioned, he did move inside to center for 2 games last season. There are some that think he can move into guard, but he was a really good player. And if you look at the awards and then for the offensive lineman, that he actually shared the Jacobs Blocking Trophy, which is the top SEC offensive lineman award, with Caden Proctor, who we saw go obviously in the first round. So he's got the versatility to, it seems like, play all 5 positions. So it'll be interesting to see what he does with the Raiders. But another player that some people thought would get drafted a little bit higher than this point, but the Raiders are taking a shot on him here and thinking he probably was the best player on their board.
All right,
So the
Dallas
Dallas
is on the clock.
Cowboys, yep, their pick is in too. Don't know who it is yet.
See where they're going to go. McCoy is available. So for those of people out there saying, oh, man, McCoy's just going to fall to him, it is possible. You see the previous draft picks, obviously, getting Downs and Lawrence now here at 92. See where they go directionally there. Eagle Nation with a 10 bomb. Appreciate that one. Says Anthony, Thomas, and Josh, if the Eagles are going to make a trade for a safety with the picks we have left or future picks, who do you realistically think they try and get, and who do you hope they get?
I mean,
Justin
Jesse
Reed is a guy.
Bates, Reed,
Okay,
yeah, as well.
And then there was a Steelers safety. His name's escaped. Deshaun Elliott, I believe.
Yes.
Steelers safety is another name to watch for. That I wrote an article on the PhillySpecialShow.com if you want to scroll back and check it out for some trade targets and just options at safety in general. So you could still kind of look back, and a lot of those names are still relevant for the Eagles here on day 2.
Always got you covered with those. Yeah, I think Justin Reed we covered in a video not too long ago. So if you're going to trade for someone that's not a prospect, I like that. I think he fits Fangio's system like to a T, what he would look for a safety. It's why the Eagles went to try to get him whenever they lost or moved on from C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But I don't know. Seems like it just feels like they're not going to make a big trade. It feels like they might, like a minor signing. Remember Monday you can sign free agents. There's no compensatory pick hit at that point.
Yeah.
So maybe something there. But
and we do have the Cowboys pick now, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, just saw that.
Yep, Rams pick is in as well. We'll get the Cowboy went first, and the Rams there with 7 to go. Tavon Austin's announcing the Ram pick. That's fun. With the 92nd pick in the 2026 NFL draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Jayshon Barham, pass rusher, edge, outside linebacker out of Michigan.
Yeah, this is a very interesting pick because Barham was kind of a polarizing prospect for a lot of people throughout the pre-draft process. He played a ton of off-ball linebacker. That's pretty much what he did, but a lot of people project him as an edge at the next level. I'm sure that's what the Cowboys are betting on him doing. With given his size profile, 6'3.5", 240 pounds, 32 3/8-inch arms, not the most that you'd look for an edge rusher, but over 10-inch hands. He's an explosive player. Like he's a very violent physical player, and this Dallas defense has added some real legitimate playmakers so far through the first 2 days of this draft. I know Eagles fans won't want to hear that, but adding a Caleb Downs and now you're adding Barham as well. Those are 2 guys that could make a lot of plays for the Cowboys defense for the next couple of years.
All right, got the Rams one in here.
Yep, 93 is ready to go. Dolphins and Patriots at 94 and 95. Here we go. 93rd overall pick, the Los Angeles Rams, select Keegan Trost, offensive tackle out of Missouri, who, as a 7-year collegiate player, Anthony, he has been all over the place. Morgan State, Indiana State, Wake Forest, Missouri, 2,800 career snaps. One of those pretty impressive, though, first-team All-SEC tackles goes Trost.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where he plays at the next level. A lot of people, because of his size, think he's going to move on to the inside. He played left tackle and right tackle for a number of different schools for a number of years, like you mentioned, but 6'4" and 5/8, 311 pounds, only 32 3/8-inch arms, which you really don't want to see with an offensive tackle. But the combination of experience, and if he does move in the inside in a Sean McVay offense, it makes sense because he still has the feet of a tackle to get to those second levels and make those blocks on the move. And I feel like Trost is the player that the Eagles actually spoke to very, very recently before they actually started with a multiple Zoom meeting. So Trost is a player that for the Rams could make sense.
There you go. Got to give a shout out to Mr. Scorpio again because I know the previous comment. It seriously is his daughter's birthday. So Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Okay.
She is
Happy
named after
birthday.
the 15th brightest star in our solar system, which obviously you could tell I have no idea what that was because I didn't know if I was butchering the name or not. Hopefully it wasn't. But
Not
let's
as
see,
strongest.
it's part of the Scorpion constellation, also known as the Heart of the Scorpio. I just couldn't pass up that opportunity for the Johnny Wilson part. So, okay, all right, well. Happy birthday, her.
Josh must not have taken astronomy at Baylor like I did, right? I didn't know that either. But
I did not.
Astronomy
Did not take
expert
that,
Josh
no.
Davis there. Dolphins.
We do have a
don't know
trade.
who it is, though. Oh, we
And
do.
then we have a trade. The Steelers are moving up. They traded with the Patriots. So the Steelers traded the number 99 pick and the number 216 pick to the Patriots for the 96th pick. So the Steelers will be on the clock here shortly.
Okay. Interesting now. Darth with a 2, by the way. Is Nolan on the trade block for a safety now? Just trying to trigger now. Like,
Take a deep breath, Josh.
is Nolan on the trade block now? What are we doing? We literally just traded for an edge rusher to boost and bolster the rotation. Whether or not he starts, you're not getting rid of Nolan. Are you serious?
Let's just
Dolphin
get to
pick is in.
Let's just
All
get
right.
to this
Yeah,
Dolphin
let's
pick.
move on
Get your
before it
mind
gets
off that.
really angry. With the 94th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select. How about this? Chris Bell, wide receiver out of Louisville. Feels like he might have fallen a little bit, Anthony. I think a lot of people thought potentially he could go at some point in round 2, but you're getting a physical marvel, as they say. 6'2", 222 pounds. He had that late season-ending injury, but a great yak guy. I see a lot of Deebo Samuel comparisons, a little bit taller there, and has those massive 10-inch magnet hands.
Yeah, so Chris Bell was a player that the Eagles had their eye on, and there's a lot of people that thought he would be a first-round pick if he didn't tear his ACL around November, late in the season, right? I mean, almost 6 foot tall, 222 pounds. Some people think body style-wise, he comps favorably to an A.J. Brown, and the production was there last season before he got hurt. And there were some people that thought he'd go to New Orleans and be reunited with Tyler Shuck, who he played with at Louisville. But now for the Dolphins, a team that took a chance on Caleb Douglas and Will Kazmarek, who were two massive reaches, in my opinion, to now get Chris Bell after those two, I can kind of take back all of the slander that I was giving them, because if Chris Bell is healthy, he can be a legitimate wide receiver 1, I think, when it's all said and done in the NFL.
Like that selection. Yeah, I agree. For all the same reasons there. We just see lots of the comps and based on the production, like you said. So could be a good one. Ran with a 5. Missed the reaction to the Stowers pick, but how are you guys feeling about that selection? I think we're all unanimous, feeling good, positive, optimistic, hopeful. There's no negativity. Now, if you ask the chat that same question, there's some people, unless they've all left, because we're a lot lower than we were previously, but there were some people that were very much negative about that selection. So we got Rock with a 5, and then share the pick there for the Patriots. Since Howie seems to be busy all offseason, even if we don't draft all of our needs, nope. Next pick. Moving on. Almost. All right, Patriots. That one. Okay.
We're gonna get somebody to vet the super chats next year before you start reading it. I think we're gonna have to do.
Try to trip it up.
Patriot pick.
No short jokes. No Johnny Wilson jokes.
It's
With
just
the 95th
always
pick of
brought
the
up.
2026 NFL Draft, the Patriots select Eli Raridon. I think I said that right. Tight end out of Notre Dame here. First off, did I get it correct, Anthony? And second off, thoughts on Eli going to New England?
Yeah, so pretty much close enough. Raridon, however you want to say it. But another tight end that I thought would go ahead of a lot of these other guys, similar to Oscar Delp's fall, where it's like a Nate Borkature going ahead of him and an Eli Raridon. It's just he checks a lot of the boxes that you look for in a traditional tight end, right? 6 foot, over 6'6", 245 pounds, almost 11-inch hands. So he's got all the physical stature that you would want in a tight end. Ran a 4.6 at the combine, 36-inch vertical jump, 20 reps of 225. The production wasn't always the greatest, right? But in a college tight end, you're not always going to see the usage that a Tyler Warren saw, where we had 100 catches and all this production, right? Even a Kenyon Sadiq, no doubt about it, first-round pick, only had around 500 receiving yards, right? So sometimes you just have to project. Raritan has a lengthy injury history. He tore his ACL earlier in his career, so that is maybe a concern, and maybe it causes this fall for him. But I think at this point in the draft, this is a really good pick for them at tight end.
Always interesting with the tight ends, like you said, where they're projected versus where they go, and
yep. I think almost more than any other position for some reason, especially in recent years, tight end has become a very scheme specific, like what you're looking for. Because we're seeing now with college, the college game, so many of these tight ends are just like basically big receivers, like an Eli Stowers, where basically you can project them forward as like an inline blocker or things like that. But if you're looking at strictly what they did in college, so many of these offenses just don't even ask a tight end to put their hand in the dirt and block as an inline blocker. So many are just making them stand up on the outside as a receiver. So it's kind of like a pick your flavor more than any other position when it comes to tight ends.
Justin with a 5. Would have loved to see Barham in Vic's defense. Unfortunate he goes to Dallas, and we get to see him 2 times a year. Yeah, sorry about that. And Caleb Downs, so they've made some pretty solid picks. Darth with a 5 also. I love Nolan. He's one of my favorite players. I'm constantly arguing with people in the chat. LOL. Didn't mean to upset you, Josh. Go Birds. Go Birds. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, maybe I misinterpreted that, or maybe that was just putting that out there to ignite the flame of other people, but all good. All good. Garrett with a 5 also. Do we have to trade AJ to the Patriots, or is there another option? I mean, I don't know how he's not going to say no to someone else. He's going to get the best deal available, but it does feel like it's New England and a handshake deal that's already been done.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Seattle on the clock, or
I guess they trade with Pittsburgh.
Was there a trade? I think someone
Unless
said
I missed the Seattle pick.
ago,
I didn't see it. Yeah.
No, yeah, they traded with the Steelers. Steelers traded up.
Okay, that's.
I know
what
we
you
mentioned
said.
we mentioned it a couple of picks
Sorry,
ago, but
I
kind of got no, it's all good. It's got lost in the shuffle. So Pittsburgh's on the. It was 99 and 216 for 96.
Okay.
Hey, look who just went to the Steelers. There's a fun one.
There we go. The man knows his fast food restaurants. Let me just say that.
Oh, excuse me. With the 96th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Jennings Dunker, the offensive tackle, maybe move him into guard out of Iowa here. And yes, you've probably seen this guy on Twitter because he's got the flowing mullet and the mustache, which looks fantastic. But the Steelers go offensive line there. 737 snaps at right tackle is Dunker.
Yeah, so I mean, you look at them. He seems like a player that'd be. You think of like the Brett Kiesel days back then, where he had that ridiculous beard in Pittsburgh, and now you're bringing this phenomenal head of hair with that mustache. I mean, he is going to move inside to guard. I cannot see him playing tackle at the next level at 6'5", 319 pounds, 33.5-inch arms. Didn't test the greatest athletically, but you just look at his work on the field. He was a stout. I mean, you just think of Iowa offensive linemen in general, right? We saw Logan Jones go earlier in the draft, and now Dunker finally goes as well. And it just feels like a perfect pick for the Steelers. A very Pittsburgh player, right? I feel like he's going to be a fan favorite probably with that look, but also just a really good guard that I feel like should be able to compete for a starting spot right away in Pittsburgh.
Yep. Love that pick. I think it's a solid one there. Also, maybe start something here in the chat, but for anybody that's had Culver's, he's a huge fan of Culver's. And he's mentioned that in multiple interviews. Actually, I think he got a deal that he didn't have before, if I'm not mistaken. I think that he did the interview with Mike Garafolo, and then they were talking about. I think him and Ian Rappaport were interviewing Dunker, and he mentioned Culver's or whatnot, and I think it was Garafolo who had never had it. And then, long story short, there was like a picture that happened or that popped up of him getting some sort of endorsement deal with the fast food chain. So, but I can vouch for it. If you've had it, you know. If you haven't, then you're definitely missing out. So,
I haven't, so I'm unfortunately
you're missing out.
We don't have we miss out on a lot of good
it's more of a Midwest
chains,
restaurant
in New York. So,
yeah. I didn't know about it until my wife because she's from Wisconsin.
A couple years ago.
So no, then you're way behind that. That's
what I'm saying. We're like 10 restaurants behind every other spot, especially over there in Texas.
John knows. John says Culver's is awesome. That it is. It's dangerous though. Get a little concrete mixer with a butter burger.
Now you're making me hungry.
Double butter. Yep. Philly Fanatics double.
Why are we doing? Why are we doing this? See,
I could crush one of those
I got
right now.
a couple more picks to
I
go
know.
before I can even think about food.
Yeah.
Come on, guys.
Almost.
Oh man, we're almost there. 97, Minnesota on the clock.
I'm fascinated by the Vikings draft so far because it's felt like they've kind of reached at every point, right? Like, I mean, it feels like they're getting very specific players for very specific roles, but at the same time, it's like, what are they doing, right? So maybe this is going to be finally where we see Jermod McCoy go, right? It's like, oh, kind of redeem the whole Vikings reaching this entire time just because you get a top 15 player in almost day 3, right? So maybe it seems like it's not going to happen because Jermod McCoy just keeps falling, but they could get some good value here with some of these picks. Jalen Kilgore is still available as well.
There's the picks and selections, like Anthony shared. And as always, we can agree to disagree. We got some people that are in favor of Culver's, and we got some people that are not. Some haters out there. So Western Trail says Culver's is buns. It's for old people with no taste buds.
I saw that.
So I guess I'm an old person with no taste buds. I don't know.
That's it.
Not a refined palate. I think it's phenomenal, but let's see. Got one from Bree with a 2. I don't know if I'd read this one or not. It's kind of not the same type of deal. Does Johnny Wilson have trade value? No.
Probably not. No, probably not.
But at least I said his name, so.
Especially coming off the injury. It's like...
True, yeah.
That's the problem, too. If it was coming off his rookie season, maybe some team would find him valuable, but I don't know about now.
Rock Mikey
Got
with
the
5.
Viking pick.
Okay, we'll get that one in a second. Next time we play New England at home, instead of playing Fly Eagles Fly after a touchdown, they need to play Dirty Diana.
Oh, man. That would be crazy.
That would be nuts. Oh, my gosh.
Wow. Okay.
Could you imagine?
Holy cow. Okay, Viking pick is in. We're going to have that right now. With the 97th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, Minnesota Vikings select Caleb Tiernan, offensive tackle out of Northwestern. Wow, Minnesota continues to get big boys on both sides of their lines right now. They get the 6'7", 323-pound tackle from Northwestern, Anthony.
Yeah, so I just mentioned how the Vikings could kind of redeem the perceived reaches that they've had so far throughout the draft with this pick. And I think that's exactly what they just did, because Caleb Tiernan, to me, was by far the best offensive tackle that's been available heading into day 2. And now they've been able to get him here at almost the end of day 2. So Caleb Tiernan's, like I mentioned, there was a huge gap in the offensive tackles after that first round. It felt like he was better than even a Markel Bell, who we saw go earlier to the Eagles. I think Caleb Tiernan, if you're going for a proven offensive tackle that can play right away, he has a ton of starting experience. He's played at both right tackle and left tackle, so you don't necessarily have to worry about the projection there. And I think maybe the upside might not be there, and that's probably why he fell to this point. But if you're looking for a rookie that has a rock-solid floor off of the tackle, I think Caleb Tiernan can do that. There's some concerns about the arm length, that he's going to move inside to guard. Either way, I think this is a good value at this point for the Vikings.
See where they go again, assuming they make this selection, right? On the clock again for Minnesota.
That's right. Yep.
Skyler at the draft says, "Hey guys, what's up? Howie's cooking again."
Yeah, he is. I totally
It's
agree.
be pretty fun to be at the draft.
I used to love going to it when it was in New York every year at Radio City. That was a lot of
right.
fun. And it was free.
That's right.
So that was always fun. You go in there. I remember the year that they drafted like Jordan Matthews. I was there, I believe.
Wow.
I remember they used to have the pop-ups in New York where like the NFL shop would have like a pop-up and you can get the players' jerseys made right there. It was the year that they just had the Nike jerseys, and I think it was the year they drafted Fletcher Cox. So I think to this day, I was the first person to actually have an Eagles Fletcher Cox jersey, which is
There you go.
pretty cool.
No way.
I have it
That's
somewhere. But
Wow.
yeah, it was literally the day after he was drafted. So pretty cool.
That's legit.
Vikings
let's
did
see, we got
pick.
the other one. Okay.
Yep. And the Seahawks at 99, their pick is in as well. So we are 2 away here. Just past 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Okay, not too bad. Vikings are going all defense and offensive linemen besides a linebacker. And this pick, as the 98th pick, is now made by the Minnesota Vikings. It is Jacoby Thomas. They finally get their safety, the redshirt senior, out of Miami. A chess piece, 2,200 career snaps, Anthony.
Yeah, he's played all over the field wherever he's been. He's been at 3 different schools. 6'1" and a quarter inches, 211 pounds. So he's got good size for a safety, but started at Middle Tennessee, transferred to Tennessee, then finished his career at Miami, made a huge impact on that defense. On the defense that was loaded with a lot of talent, but I know he's an older player, but at this point in the draft where it's kind of that, like I said, pick your flavor at safety, it's kind of similar at tight end, same situation where Thomas is the player that can do it all. And for a Brian Flores defense, it's going to be interesting to see where he fits in because he has the ability to line up in the nickel, line up in the box, line up in single high, two high. So we'll see how he fits in Minnesota. But at this point, this is pretty solid for that safety class.
And now we have Seattle, who has also made their selection. Let's get that one there.
We went from having no picks to now all the picks are getting lumped
Yeah,
together.
they're all here.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to go to bed at the NFL GM offices. The Jags pick is in too.
There's no K in there, right?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
With the 99th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks are selecting Julian Neal, the cornerback out of Arkansas. So they go cornerback, safety, and then obviously their first pick in round 2 is a running back. What do we think of Neal, the 6'2", 200-pound senior with some ball skills?
Yeah, it makes sense for Seattle, right? They've seen a couple of defensive backs, Rick Woolen left and a couple of others left in free agency. So now they're just kind of restocking and rebuilding that secondary. Bud Clark, a player that I really liked. Julian Neal, another player that I really like. You're talking about a Seattle corner. They like checking that size box, right? He's over 6'1.5", 203 pounds, 32 3/4 inches arms, which is really long for a corner. Ran just under a 4.5, so you'd like to see a little bit more speed from that side, that type of a cornerback. But at the same time, with his size, it's a little bit more of a leeway, right? 40-inch vertical, over 11-foot broad jump. So he's got a lot of athleticism in that bigger size profile as well. But there are concerns that he was at Fresno State for 4 years, and then he finally transferred to Arkansas and didn't have a ton of ball production with only 2 interceptions. But I think in Seattle, he's a super physical cornerback. He's going to come up, and he's not afraid to get active and run support either. So it makes a lot of sense and checks a lot of boxes for the Seahawks.
And here we are at pick 100.
They did it.
It is in. I think we're ready to announce it here. Loggy with the 2, though, said, I agree about Culver's. It changed my life the best. So there's a little bit of an endorsement for that one.
With the 100th pick, the 2026 NFL Draft, the final on tonight's second and third round, Jacksonville Jaguars select Jalen Husky, the safety out of Maryland. He also played a little bit of corner as well, but an absolute ball hawk. 4 interceptions, second team all Big Ten honors, and 72 tackles as well. Final pick tonight, Anthony. What do we got on Jalen Husky?
Yeah, so just a mini run on safeties here, I guess, to end the night. But another safety with great size, 6'1 1/4", 196 pounds. Really big hands for that size as well, at over 10 inches. So that's kind of interesting. And it probably played into the fact that he was able to get all those interceptions that you mentioned because he was productive not only at Bowling Green, where he started his career, but it carried over at Maryland too. So he's always got a ton of interceptions, at 4 at Bowling Green and then 7 at his time as well at Maryland. So plenty of production there. Some people thought he would go in day 3, but this is another, like I mentioned, you circle your type, and the Jaguars clearly thought they had a lot of value for him here at the end of day 2.
And once again, more fuel to the fire as far as McCoy falling. That's what Kramer was asking. Why is he falling? Must have missed it. Something injury related. I mean, it's
Yes.
Or with the knee, obviously, but something with the injury related to the teams just saying like, no, it's not worth the chance or the risk. He's crazy. I mean, guy projected big board if he's healthy in the teens, and we're talking about third round is over and not selected.
Yeah.
He didn't play all last season, and that because of the torn ACL. Now he had a short workout, and then apparently there were some red flags in that medical profile, right? The recheck or whatever they did. So we'll see where he goes.
It's crazy. Skylar said, I got so much crap from Steelers fans today. Not a surprise. I would expect that being at the draft and an Eagles fan with the way it went down yesterday. Bree with a 5, no troll or disrespect. I did think that Johnny Wilson was was the next Harold Carmichael. It's a lot of praise for there. I mean,
big shoes to fill.
Potential for Johnny Wilson, but yeah, that's a lot. Red Vapor with a 2. Do we package a pair of 7s to get back into the third, like 7th round picks? I guess that. It usually costs a little more than that, but if a team would have accepted it, I'm sure we would have. We'll just move right back into the third round. Say, hey, here you go. And Octavio, I believe, with a 2. Last one here with the Culver's has a new spicy chicken sandwich. So good. See, look at there. This is just a free advertisement. This turned into some hype for Culver's. Go check it out if you haven't. But that does it. That is the end of the round. How about that?
Well done, guys. 100 picks. We did 100 picks in 2 nights. I'm exhausted, in case you can tell. Hopefully you guys are as well.
Feeling it a little bit, but it was exciting.
We're here. We made it, baby. We made it.
It doesn't show me the Grenard one, so I just put the Eagles on just again as a recap, of course. But Markel Bell at 68, Eli Stowers 54, Mekhi Lemon obviously for the first round, and Jonathan Grenard, of course, the trade.
A from me.
Pretty big, pretty good moves. TBD as far as streaming. I had somebody asking that earlier on a second for tomorrow's stream. I've not decided yet, so we're kind of.
I feel like the Eagles may have also helped you make a decision too, with the fact that you're not scheduled to pick until 178.
You're gonna wait like 80 picks to do that, so yeah,
it's your call.
It may not happen. So
I'll be following and letting everybody know what's going on Twitter, but live stream for me, I don't think it's going to be able to happen. My entire family's getting over the flu. I don't know if people could hear it in my voice, but I was able to get better for this, and I'm happy we were able to do all this over the last 2 nights. Appreciate Josh and Thomas giving me this opportunity, and I hope everyone enjoyed that as well.
Heck yeah.
You're the man.
That was a blast.
Nailed
Everybody, get some rest. We'll keep you updated, posted with videos and recaps and articles and everything else, of course, for what the Eagles do. But not so bad. So far, so good, I would say, for the Eagles. But
I think so.
Appreciate it. Drop a like on your way out. We almost got 2,000 likes between the streams. So, maybe if you haven't, just hit that like button. Get it over. But either way, appreciate it for you guys, and we will see you, as always. Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.